had a good season for you guys in this competition. Second most in the competition, wickets with 11.
And again, long run up. From where we sit at the pavilion end, there's a mound up to the middle of the square here. So it just goes over the top to see them running in. That's a beautiful shot, driven away. 4 runs, square of the wicket. Gorgeous through point that was, just over pitch, little bit of width, and given the treatment.
Yeah, beautiful shot. Playing her 7th game in this competition, Abby Norgrove. She was with the England under-19s after Christmas. A little mini tour of Sri Lanka, a tri-series there where they played against Sri Lanka and Australia. Abby Norgrove part of that.
It's Hancock in again, past the umpire bowls, and this one's eased away into the onside, fielded at mid-wicket, and no run once more. Yeah, fine start so far. Sort of ease their way into this one on this pitch. Get the feel of Radlett. The square here, mentioned obviously it's got that mound nature up towards the top. Apologies those who are tuned in via the stream for this one, a few technical problems. Good to have you all with us. We're also live on the BBC Sport website and app. Commentary from Kevin James of BBC Radio Solent, pumping that one through the BBC airwaves as well. Hancock offers that one just outside off, resisted by Norgrove. So yes, apologies once more for any audio problems this morning on the streams. If you're tuned in, feet up at home, possibly in the garden, it'll be warming up wherever you're tuned in as well at the moment. It's a glorious day here if you can get down. But just back to the square here, it is on a mound, it is slightly raised up, and it is a pitch, or has been a pitch here over the years at Radlett, JMO, that it goes one way or the other. It's either an absolutely belting high scorer, or it can be a little bit slow and low. There's usually rarely a middle ground.
I agree with you actually, yeah. I've been here for quite a few games, men and women, and you're right, I've seen this one of the fastest scoring grounds in the country at times, certainly for T20s. Kate Kopak to continue from the pavilion end, our commentary end, right arm over and bowls to McGacken. Another back foot, cracks that away to backward a point, but straight to the fielder. Nice looking shot for no runs. McGacken has 6, Norgrove has 5. Just a reminder, the Sunrisers unchanged from the side that lost to the Stars at Northampton at the weekend by 5 wickets. And the Vipers have made 5 changes to their side, chiefly because of that. They're all off with the England squad preparing for the series against Pakistan. That's pushed up to mid-on quietly. Kate Kopak, 29 years of age, playing her 29th match in this competition. Remember, this started back in 2020, COVID year. We've had 5 years of this competition and it's all going to change. We had 5 years of the Kia Super League before that, and that all changed. Nobody's got any patience.
45 seconds is the human attention span nowadays, Jamie.
Sorry, what did you say? Here comes Kopak, bowls, and that's whipped away by Norgrove. Mine's less, as it goes down to her fine leg. We've both been very much looking forward to working together. We don't work together too much these days, not as
Why's
much
that,
as we used to. Well, as probably people have already worked out.
I thought that was your first dig about Middlesex being back in Division 2.
Well, I wasn't going to point that out. I can't really say too much at the moment with Hampshire second from bottom of Division 1. But the Vipers are still running the flag up for the South Coast teams. Second in the division, Sunrisers not far behind. That's outside the off stump. That's 2 bounces through to the keeper. It wasn't so long ago the Sunrisers were leading the table in this competition.
I was going to say, over the years, Sunrisers, they obviously had that long run, didn't they? Season-long run looking for the victory, and they were so close on so many occasions to the win. You see a side who are going through a bad patch in terms of the form book, and you look at it and think, oh, this must be pretty. Actually, it was the complete opposite. Brilliant cricket, great games, tight.
Kopak comes in and bowls to Norgrove. Norgrove drives up to mid-on.
Just couldn't get over the line in some games, and at one point, they virtually stood on the line. The other team storms past them, so they've never been far away from being a good side, is the point. And at the moment, as you say, sadly, the last year, in the current form of how the regional cricket is divided up, Sunrisers seem to have got the recipe right.
Yeah, first 3 years of the competition, no wins in in that column, but 6 wins last year out of 14 matches. Here's Kopak again, bowls, and pushing forward and missing, and that one is Abby Norgrove. It's just a little bit of seam movement. You'd expect that. Very, very damp. I was told yesterday, I'm sure you were, Kevin, that there was actually puddles on the outfield, and this game was actually in doubt for a stage.
Yeah, like Grace Road. Grace Road all over again, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was good.
Yeah, miserable looking conditions at Grace Road last week, but they managed 2 weeks ago, wasn't it? But they did manage actually to get back out there. But yeah, damp underfoot at Radlett today, so that could keep the scoring rate down. The other thing about obviously the mound in the square, which is stating the blindingly obvious, which doesn't usually stop me, Kev, but that means once you have beaten the infields here, it's downhill all the way, square of the wicket, both ends. Once you pass the infield, that ball's away and it's downhill, and that's why it can be a big scoring down. Although these early season conditions, we said the dampness might just keep the scoring rate down today. We shall see. It very much is one of those grounds. That's at most, to be honest, but even more so here than anywhere else. You know, don't get too carried away with what you see in the instance and think, oh, this is happening, that's happening. It's generally quite a mixed performance here. Here's Hancock in bowls, and this ball's clipped away wide of mid-on for a quick single, and that's nicely done. Sharp work in the field as well. Single ball to the total, 14 without loss. So yeah, gentle little clip just wide of the mid-on fielder. But yeah, I've seen pitches here where the steepling bounce is, you know, quite almost alarming at times. Yeah. This ball's just full of length and edged. Oh, wide of second slip. So Kumar throwing out an arm at that one, but it flies down to deep third for a single. Looking to drive on this occasion, but just out of reach. Second slip is that little bit wider there, almost third slip really. Even still just out of reach. Hancock drags the length back on this one slightly. It's defended into the offside. 14 without loss with that single. In fact, 15 now. Did they take 2? I was too busy watching our apologies, because at the moment, as you'll see at the bottom of the screen, the scoreboard down below is with the scoreboard at the far side of the grounds. This is 15 without loss.
My computer says 14. Picture feed says 13.
And the scoreboard at the ground says 15.
There you go. Take your pick.
Hancock's in bowls. It's defended back up the track again.
15 it is.
No run. 15 without loss. We'll go with the ground.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's not a breath of wind at all around. It's an amazing turnaround in the last hour and a half. Very dank this morning when we arrived. Lots of mist. I travelled up the motorway this morning. There was lots of dense mist around.
I'll have a coffee now because you don't want to do this.
I think we'll be shielded in the back of this tent for most of the day.
Hancock turning again. Past the umpire. This one's full driven into the offside, fielded at mid-off. No run once more. 7 and 5 apiece at the moment. This opening pair for the Vipers. 15, sorry, my apologies, 8 and 6. I've gone off the wrong scoreboard. 8 and 6. 15 without loss, the Vipers. We're going to have to do that, aren't we? Look at one scoreboard here. Yeah. Otherwise it's going to throw us all day.
So what's been the key to the Sunrisers transition, do you think?
This one's full, outside off stump and driven away. Backward a point, big chase round to deep backward point, where a couple are taken. A lovely shot, just an opening of the face and eased backward of point. High fives out on the boundary. It's at the end of the over, isn't it? 17 without loss. And has it all caught up? It has. There we go. 5 overs bowled at 17 without loss. Hancock conceded 14 for 3 overs so far. Like I say, I don't think Sunrisers were ever that far away, Jamie. I really don't. you know, this is a conversation that was often had on and off the mic, and it was one of those rare occasions where the conversation on and off the mic were almost identical. Usually they're a fair way apart, but that was genuinely the reading of it from all.
Cop back to Norgrove. He's away from us bowls. Norgrove on the back foot. Pushes that back to the bowler. Yeah, I mean, I always thought that in 2020 they were literally at a standing start when most sides were just eased over from the Kia Super League. Sunrisers were a completely new side. That's not easy. To get a whole backroom staff together, make it cohesive, get a team together, make it cohesive. That's an awful lot to ask in a short space of time. It seems to be coming together, and it's a shame that it's all going to be dismantled again. I guess that's played back to the bowler once more.
Well, it is, and I don't think we're speaking out of turn, so you know it's going to be a bit of upheaval, isn't it? But you'd rather hope that what is in place at the moment for Sunrisers will be very similar to the professional team that will be Essex, under the name Essex, because this is a professional setup, and now Essex have to form a professional setup. So you would have thought that shifting what exists into position will be the most seamless transition.
Got back again, right arm over, bowls, Norgrove trying to whip that away on the leg side, slight leading edge, safe though, as it goes back up the pitch.
And I think that's the key, isn't it? That you don't want to tear it all up and start from scratch again, because anything you start from scratch comes with teething problems. So transferring across what exists. I mean, have you got any indication yourself for the Vipers?
I haven't had loads of conversations with them yet. I think the bits and pieces that I'm picking up is I think they are pretty lucky in the setup they've got now. Kopeck bowls, Norgrove works out just up towards mid-on. She's going to take a quick single. Throw goes in at the keeper's end. I think that's hit the keeper, or it might have hit a McCacken. It certainly hit one of them. That throw. I wouldn't say it was wild. It wasn't at all from Joe Gardner, but it was in the general direction of the keeper and batter. It was always going to hit one of them.
I don't know whether it was McCacken running across in front of Carr. She just lost it for a moment, because it looked as though she didn't respond to the ball. It, you know,
nasty one, but they're both. Oh, McCacken's just.
It was McCacken.
Her arm in a windmill motion, suggesting that she has been hit there, but she's okay. She's ready to face the next ball. 18 without loss. Good start from the Vipers already in the 6th over. Yeah, I mean, all the support stuff and all the facilities are there. They haven't got to do anything really. Oh, he's playing a missing outside the off stump. Nice delivery. Well pitched up, bringing the batter forward, inviting the drive. That's the length. The conditions we've had this morning, that's the length. Invite the batter to drive. Already seen one edge past second slip in the previous over. Oh, Fletcher's cut himself. Oh dear. Health and safety, anybody? Oh dear. All the blood. He's okay. He's okay, but it's not nice. As that keeps a little low. Behind that one, McCacken pushed that up to mid-on. Yeah, I think you know Hampshire were desperate to have the tier 1 because the Vipers are basically there. I know they cover Sussex and some of the minor counties around the area, but they were basically a utility bowl based side, and you would think that it'll be a fairly seamless transition. I mean, yeah, I think the biggest problem will be working out the name, whether they'll be Hampshire Hawks women or whether they'll be the Hampshire Vipers or whatever. Those are the two names I'm hearing, and I think it's a pretty split camp as to what they might end up being.
Hancock again. Still got the 2 slips in place. Cordelia Griffith is at slip. Crouched down next to Amara Carr. Just see her in shot there as this ball's on a length outside off stump. That doesn't get up again. And that's one of the early notes. Again, you never want to get too carried away here at Radlett in terms of reading the pitch, reading reading the pitch, but not reading too much how the batters are getting on, the bowlers are getting on, because say sometimes it can be steepling bounce, sometimes exactly what we've just seen there. We've seen a couple die already this morning now outside off, which would suggest slightly lower score on this one, but we shall see. Hancock a natter at the top of her mark. 2 slips, deep third, point cover mid off the offside fields. It's a 6-3 set as this ball's pushed away into the covers by Norgrove. There's no run. 3 on the leg side, being mid-on, mid-wicket, and deep backward square around towards long leg, as we've been saying.
Nice little crowd dotted around, isn't it? I mean, this is a beautiful tree-lined ground, hedge row behind us, hedge in front of us behind the sight screen. You couldn't get more leafy Hertfordshire than this, can you?
Hancock bowls. It's left alone outside the off stump by Norgrove, bat up in the air. It's your neck of the woods. I probably drove through your neck of the woods on the way here. My 2-hour journey in from about 5 miles down the road.
I think you took longer than I did getting here.
Honestly, it struck me this morning. I was thinking about that overnight. I was thinking, I bet it's going to be easier to go around the M25 up the M1 than it is to get through London. And
yeah, it's 2 hours it took me. Mind you, I live quite early.
See, all the talk about what are you saying, Kev? All the talk of 10:30 starts as well for the county championship. This is a length ball onto the pads, but going down the leg side from Hancock to Norgrove. Slips away for a dot ball into the onside. Attempted clip. Just didn't make the contact. That one drifting. Norgrove batting on middle, didn't particularly go across to that one. Went forward to it. Ball always drifting down. But yeah, there has been that, especially April and May, with lights being such a big issue. The talk has been, why not start at 10:30, April and May, and to some extent it gets you past the rush hour earlier, gets you up and through it. Here's a length ball from Hancock. It's driven to cover by Norgrove and a dot ball once more.
Yeah, it's well worth getting. What'd you hear? It's Chelsea tractor country. I think this is the hub. This is the epicentre.
Says the man
Chelsea
of Hampshire.
tractor.
Hold on a minute. I've driven those back roads down to Southampton for a T20. I thought I'd have a leisurely drive on a Friday, see some of those mansions on the way. Beasts of machines. They're going down to one slip. Second slip's coming out to reinforce the covers. We've seen that edge already fly. It was McCacken, wasn't it? The edge that went down to deep third. Norgrove on strike at the moment, though, as his Hancock in bowls, and this ball's eased away into the offside. It's fielded in the covers by Surin Kumar. The throw goes back just wide of Carr, but Griffith did well to back it up. End of the over, 18 without loss. We had 7 here at Radlett, live on the streams, picking them up on the websites. The Sunrise and the Vipers are also on the BBC Sport website and app. Myself, Kevin Hand, and Kevin James.
That was a maiden there from Nicola Hancock. 7 overs for 18. Vipers put into bat after the Sunrisers won the toss at 10 o'clock this morning. Maybe in slightly different conditions than what we're experiencing now. There's hardly a cloud in the sky. It is absolutely beautiful. I would even hasten to say at this early stage that this will probably be the best day of the summer, even though we're not even at 11 o'clock in the morning. Kopak will continue from our commentary end. He's going to be bowling to Ella McGacken, back in the side. One of 4 changes for the Vipers today, from the side that beat Western Storm in a thriller at Bristol at the weekend. That's pushed out into the covers. Another good length ball there from Kopak. 28 wickets for her in this competition from her 28 matches. Best bowling of 4 for 48. One or two of these Sunrisers have been around for a while as well, haven't they, really? Kopak, 29 years of age. Vastly experienced seamer. I was mentioning about the all the Vipers that are missing because of the upcoming series against Pakistan. Sunrisers do have an international player of their own, not actually involved today, as that's turned away behind square by Ella McGacken. Moves on to 11 and it's 19 without loss. Maqsood has been playing for Scotland. Scotland qualifying for the T20 World Cup later in the summer in Bangladesh. They actually played the final yesterday against Ireland. They lost against Ireland, but both Scotland and not Ireland. They beat Ireland in the semi-final. I'll have to look at that one. But they played yesterday in the final of the qualifiers. But both teams had already qualified for that T20 World Cup in later in the summer. That's down the leg side, fired down the leg side. That would be called a wide, which it has. Kopak there, if you're watching the live stream. That's well down the leg side. Again, the ball's just dying on keeper Amara Carr. Very little bounce we're seeing in this pitch here this morning. Pretty steady scoring. A couple of balls that have beaten the bat, but nothing other than that. As Kopak comes in again and bowls, that's driven out towards mid-wicket. Oh, it's good piece of fielding. That's mid-wicket almost. got wrong-footed there. Saved the runs. 50 overs aside, of course, this one. Rachael Heyhoe-Flint, defending champions, the Southern Vipers. These two have met 6 times in this competition over the 5 years. I'm just rattling this all off now because I did a lot of work yesterday, so I thought I might as well get it out. Vipers won the first 4, and as we mentioned earlier, the Sunrisers victors in the 2 games last year. Edge through to the keeper. Oh, it's put down, I think. Kopac's got her hands on her head as they come through for a single, and that's a life, I think, for Abby Norgrove. Inviting the drive. That's the length on here. Just watch on the live picture feed again. Norgrove drive. She's not on the pitch. Definite edge. Oh, and it's on the fingertips of the keeper, and it's put down by a Murakar. So a life for Abby Norgrove on 7. Got to invite the drive here at the moment. Wrist being driven a couple of times, but you'll get the edge as we've seen, as that's driven by McGacken up to mid-on this time. Well, the 2 most dangerous balls we've seen have been the full deliveries where the batters haven't quite got to the pitch of the ball. And one was edged past second slip earlier in the Vipers innings, and that one, Abby Norgrove getting a life. Time to reflect at the non-striker's end for the 18-year-old as she watches Ella McGacken facing Kopak again. Comes in and bowls. Pulled away, nice shot. Back of the square on the leg side. There's at least one. I think they might only run one, they do. A bit of fielding underneath the trees, away to our right. And that will be the end of Kopak's over. 8 overs gone then in this 50 overs aside contest. And the Vipers are 22 without loss.
There's that edge, we're just seeing it again on the stream. Oh, just didn't get to it. It was her catch, all right. Only one slip in place and slips wide, but nonetheless, it was the keeper's catch.
Again, the ball's dying a little bit, isn't it? It's not on the rise as it's reaching the keeper, it's just on the dip.
Yeah, I think exactly what you said. It's a game of cat and mouse on this surface then, isn't it? It's keep it tight to that off stump on the drive and say to the batter, try and score off stump, try and force the game from there. Which, if it's slow and low as well, then you feel that the ball's not particularly going to come onto the bat as well to allow you to score freely off the stump, which will be interesting. We're going to have a change of bowling at Saltersfield end. Just trying to cast my eye down there, or is it just a problem with the run-up? I think it is. Hancock to continue. It's just maybe a little damp patch down there. Again, they're going to have to be wary of these things. Time over. This ball's leg side and fine of the long leg. That should be 4. Just knowing, as we do, how short that boundary is today, it's away. Getting it away fine, and 4 more to the total. Just drifting in line there, Hancock. We talked about keeping it on the off stump, forcing the questions from the battle. That was a bit of an offering, wasn't it? Leg side delivery. Yeah, it's not our best ball this morning, that's for sure. As I say, second highest wicket taker in the competition. Nicola Hancock going into this game with 11. Got the 2 highest scoring batters playing in this game as well, in Grace Scrivens and Charlie Knott. Hancock bowls full and driven into the offside, and that's the channel more where they want to stick to it. Yeah, Scrivens, incredible talent. For a couple of years now, it's been apparent that real superstar in the hands with Scriven. Still only 20 years of age as well. She's been around for a while. So I mean, I think she was doing it at 18 years of age. You're looking at it and thinking, wow, England's going to have a real talent for many years to come. It's Hancock bowls, and this is defended into the offside by McGacken again. 16 from 29 she has now. Midway through the 9th, 26 without loss. It's got a lovely day for these sitting out on a deck chair, as few are directors' chairs as they are dotted around the ground. Perfect. Director's chair, that's what we need for you, isn't it, Chamber? Sit back in control of everything, the director's chair. Just point everywhere. Yeah. Over there, over there. Hancock bowls, this is pushed back by McGacken. There's no run. That's the thing about director's chairs.
you're not really a director, are you? I don't know why they're called directors' chairs, because when you sit in them, you don't feel like a director. You're just sitting in a fold-up chair.
It doesn't look that comfy either.
No, they're not. Have you not got one? I've got several at home, actually. They're quite useful.
Do you have your name on the back of each of them?
Boss.
Hancock midway through our run-up. Bowls this one just below length, and that's well defended by McGacken again. Kind of puts her arms out a little bit in response to that one. I don't know whether that was to do with the pitch once more in terms of whether it's coming onto the bat or not.
See that lady in front of the pavilion? She's got a director's chair strapped to her shoulder, just looking around.
Oh yes.
Working out where the best place to pitch up is. Ideal, you see. Carry them around, so portable.
Oh, I think that's more than a director's chair, that one. I can take those ones, they're relatively comfortable. This ball's just full of length, clipped away. Out to deep square, it will be cut off, a single more. Gacker moves to 17, will keep the strike, that's the end of the ninth. 27 without loss, Norgrove has 8. Because the director's chair, I kind of think they're the ones that are slightly higher as well. They've got longer legs on them, haven't they? So you sat up a little bit more, you're perched.
Well, she's walking past us.
Couldn't sit on those all day.
She spotted her spot and she's off. She's racing to make sure nobody takes it. She's looked around and thought, oh, I'm in danger here. Is somebody else nicking that spot?
I hope she doesn't go in that damp patch over to the
No,
far side. That's where she was eyeing up. She could sink into that with the director's chair.
You're right.
Yeah.
To our left, which is sort of slightly downhill towards the railway line, that's the dampest area of the ground. And believe me, the rest of it was pretty damp when we turned up. You'd sink inside it. Your director's chair would be half the height. Once you sat there for half an hour or so. 27 without loss then, 9 gone. McGacken on 17 to face the next delivery, and Kate Kopak will continue. She's bowled 4 overs, none for 8, to be very accurate, and just saw that chance in the last over put down by Carr off Norgrove. She's bowling to McGacken now, down the leg side, that'll be a wide. Just trying to ease that away. If you're watching the live picture feed, there we are.
I don't think we've given a...
Beautiful sunshine.
Oh, you may have, Jamie. I don't think we've given a reference to the umps yet, have we?
The
Jack Shantry, the refs.
Ah.
Jack Shantry and Gabby Brown standing in the middle. Mike Smith, who you had an natter with earlier.
Yes.
Is the match referee for this one.
Jack Shantry. I must admit, I looked at it, I thought I should know that, and I can't remember who he was. Oh, she's back on the pad, playing across the line, and she's gone. That is the first wicket of the morning. Anna McGacken has been LBW to Kopak for 17. We said this wicket was keeping low, and that certainly wasn't going over the top. If you play across the line as she did there, she was plumb in front. And we're just slightly off the centre watching this, but that is right out. She's right back on the crease, playing right across the line. And I think Kopak deserves that. 28 for 1.
Yep, from where we were, you were giving the umpire every decision. Back and across. Ball didn't particularly get up, but playing across the line there. Well, it's exactly what we were talking about over and so back, wasn't it, Jamie? The difficulty is trying to score off the stumps, and that's what they've got to try to do. So McGacken first to fall. 28 for 1 in the 10th. And Sunrise will be pretty happy with the starts this one. Score kept relatively low at this stage in the power play, but it'd be interesting to see if the field had changed much anyway outside of the power play. But the first wicket goes, and yeah, I was with you instantly. You felt looking at it from here as though the umpire had been given every chance to put the finger up on that one.
New batter is Charlie Knott, the Australian import for the Vipers, and she's made a super start to her Vipers career, not least 100, her first ever 100 in List A cricket, both down under and here against Western Storm, and in the process her 100 was the fastest by a Vipers batter in this competition. 107 balls she reached her 3 figures, and amazingly, and I didn't know until somebody told me this, that it was the fastest but only by 1 ball, and the fastest by 1 ball twice, because Georgia Elwes twice hit 100 off 108 balls. So did a lovely little interview with her after the game, as you'd expect, as Kopak will bowl her first delivery to Charlie Knott, 21 years of age, Charlie Knott. Kopak comes in, bowls Knott behind that one, push that back to the bowler, and I told her the stat before we did the interview, and she didn't know. And I said to her, I said, you now know, what does it feel like? And I got the answer, whatever. I said, are you going to tell Georgia Ellis? She said, no, I'd rather leave that for somebody else to tell her. Brilliant. So Kopak with 1 for 9. Good figures from her this morning. Comes in again, knots off the back foot, strokes that beautifully into the gap, down the hill. That'll race away for 4. The boundary rope has been brought in somewhat because of the very weight nature of the ground down the bottom end away to our left. So it is a short boundary, but it nevertheless didn't take anything away from that shot. Little bit of width, knots on the back foot, just eases it into the gap. Beautiful boundary.
Playing our own game there. Gorgeous. But that, again, it's what we talked about on this pitch. If a batter is going to feel confident, it's going to be with width, isn't it? And especially if it's short as well.
Yeah. Charlie Knott's got the second most runs in this competition. Nice drive up towards mid-off, half stop by Kopak. 248 runs before today, and with those 4 runs, she's past the 250 mark. But still some 50 runs behind Grace Scrivens in this competition.
Immaculate timing square of the wicket, wasn't it? It does have that feel, this wicket, and you think back to the LBW of McGacken earlier in the over. You saw something a little bit short. Square of the wicket feels as though that's where you're going to get your most runs in this game.
Kopak 2 knot down the leg side. That'll be another wide. Just sometimes when she just pushes the ball right up there, she just doesn't quite go through with her action. It's almost like it's just pushed up, which makes the ball go a little bit more leg side. You're still going to get through your action, even though you're pitching the ball up. You don't want to be putting it up there. You still want to be bowling it for them. Kopak in again. Picked it up nicely in the air, but safe back with a square leg. Should get 2, or should they? Misfield. It is slightly bumpy outfield here, mainly because of all the rain. But from my memory of being here, it's never been the flattest of outfields.
Precisely that. I was going to say, I don't know whether it was a Hampshire game here, but there was a particularly parched one a season or so back, and for the players it was a nightmare, absolute nightmare. It was really bobbly, really dry, really parched. Complete opposite today, so it's probably something of a blessing that there's this grass cover.
Yeah, it's definitely an outfield that you put pressure on the fielders, whoever they are. Kopak into Knott again, pushes away, goes out towards mid-wicket. End of the over. We had 10 overs, that's the power play done, and the Vipers are 35 for 1.
It's almost the opposite, this match situation, as to what we saw in the first 2 rounds of the county championship this year when the Kookaburra ball was used. Bowlers came off and basically said that you'd spend 4 days waiting for a batter to make a mistake. You're putting the ball on the off stump, not much is going to happen. They're going to keep it out, ball after ball after ball, and as a bowler you're just waiting for the batter to make the mistake. On this one, from a batting perspective, where the onus is on you to score the runs, it's a limited overs game, you're almost waiting for the bowler to make the mistake. Short outside off, short on the stump, so you have to be a little bit careful, as we've seen with McGacken in that last over. End of the power play just being signalled there by Jack Chantry. But yeah, I think the onus is really on the bowlers in this one to hug that off stump as tightly as possible.
Yeah.
And it's going to be pretty tough then to push that run rate, which already 3.5 is pretty decent. But I'd imagine that Sunrisers in their mind will have already thought about just being tight on the stumps throughout this. It's Hancock continuing, and the ball's on a length, eased into the offside, fielded at cover. Norgrove 8 from 23, gives you a good indication. I think that's what Sunrisers will say to themselves. They know this won't be an easy chase, whatever it is. I think they'll know that they can't really afford somebody, particularly not, to get out of control on this pitch, because there is that possibility. Again, it's generally short boundaries. Generally, you get it past the infield, it's downhill. So there is that if you can get it down the ground at either end. Once you've beaten the infield, the ball it generally goes with the slope at both ends, as Hancock bowls on a length of that one again into the covers. But that pretty much, as we've just seen from those 2 balls, is the game for the bowlers. Can they keep it on that length and ask the batters to try and score off stump, which is going to be very, very difficult to do.
Yeah, and I'd almost pitch it slightly further up, actually. Just give it another inch or 2, which would actually draw the batters a bit more into a firm drive. And we have seen what problems that does cause. It may just be now that with the sun having been out for a while, maybe that little moisture has dried up, but there's no harm in trying to find out again.
Hancock past the umpire, and this one's leg side, trickles away off the pad. I think Carr just got something off it to prevent a leg bite. Good stop, but that's a really good point actually in terms of chasing on this one today. If the sun's out later, the pitch just gets a little bit firmer maybe. There was some good sunshine yesterday for the most part, wasn't there?
Yep.
Wretched weekend it was though. The rainfall. Long run up for Hancock. Grunt as she releases this one, and it's into the block hole, dug out by Norgrove. Really well bowled, right on the spot. Norgrove equal to it.
It's got a nice action. Nicola Hancock, very smooth, very rhythmical, very easy. So in time for this first block of Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy matches, playing her last one today for the Sunrisers. See they've signed Dane van Niekerk for the T20s in South Africa.
This was a full toss onto the pads, but going down the leg side. Norgrove trying to help it on its way, failing to make contact. Yeah, van Niekerk, incredible capture really for Sunrisers last year, and bring her back again, very popular. Incredible cricketer.
Yeah, captain as well, which is obviously hold her in high esteem.
Well, when she came in last year, you saw her for a couple of games. Hancock bowls. This one's eased into the onside off a length once more, fielded at mid-wicket. And again, there's that exactly what we've been talking about bowling at the stumps here. It's a fine margin, as you'll see with wides down the leg side. If you're bowling at middle and off, then you've got a very tight margin for error on that leg side, and the ball just slips away for a wide down one side, haven't you? But that's pretty much, you know, where the bowlers at the moment are wanting the batters to be thinking mid-wicket and cover, because otherwise, well, if they're going to score, they're going to have to force hard on that. But end of the over, 35 for 1 after 11. Hancock none for 19 off her 6. But going back to Van Niekerk, yeah, Dane, as soon as she arrived, you could see in the field she was a presence. You know, very much involved. You know, wasn't just sitting back on her heels as an overseas player. Was there to help the team as best she could and pass on all that vast amount of experience and knowledge. And yeah, very popular player and very, very good to deal with as well, Dane. Kindly did a big interview with me when she joined, and it was quite an emotive interview actually, because of course she'd had her troubles with South Africa selection and the way she'd been treated there, and yeah, it was a very honest interview and quite an emotive one, I must say, talking to her. Change of bowling at the pavilion end.
Yeah, it's going to be Jodie Grucock with her leg breaks, taking over from Kate Kopak, who had a tidy spell, 5 overs, 1 for 16. Picked up the wicket of Ella McGacken LBW for 17. And here's our first sight of spin here at Radlett, a very, very sunny Radlett. She's running away from us and bowls. And off the back foot there is Charlie Knott, strokes that to extra cover, where Cordelia Griffiths fields.
It's be interesting when to see how spin goes today as well here.
Yeah, well, we'll keep an eye on that. She comes in again, it's a little too short again, cut away to backward a point, but no run.
It's also about scoring square of the wicket, and I do think that that's going to be the best place to force, isn't it, on a pitch like this?
Yeah, you don't want to be bowling too short, don't want to be giving too much width. Keep it nice and straight here, as you do on most pitches, to be fair. There's another nice shot off the back foot, but again, it's not piercing the field.
So, and again, that's middle stump. She's played that off middle stump there, hasn't she not? Which could be really interesting if there is a little bit of grip for Grucock out there.
Comes in again and bowls. Not cuts it away, but again, there's a lack of bounce, which means it's not hitting the middle of the bat. It's gone out to backward of point. I think we're Kopak Fields where she's moved after finishing her spell from this pavilion end. Towards the end of the 12th over, Grucock's first. That's better. Now she's gone aerial, and that's gone over extra cover. That is a beautiful shot from Charlie Knott, and that is a shot from a player who is in good form.
Lovely shot, wasn't it? First real sign of a use of the feet today. Just a little skip to reach. What's that? Fletch. Oh. Something's pissing in on the kit. Look, something's pissing in.
We're getting some rain on the kit here, but it's not from the sky. Some water is dripping from the top of the tent, which has just suddenly happened. I don't know why. As Knotts is forward. Yeah. It's all over our kit, so if we get electrocuted, you'll know why. But we're still going for the moment. So that's the end of the over. 12 overs gone then. The Vipers put into bat after the Sunrisers won the toss at 10 o'clock this morning. 39 for 1. Knotts has already overtaken Abby Norgrove, who's been out there since the start. Knott has 10 off 11. Norgrove 8 off 28. Ella McGacken, LBW to Kopak from 17 off 33 deliveries. And we may be having a second bowling change straight away, which means Nicola Hancock will be taking a break. She bowled 6 overs, none for 19. And it just looks as though we're going to have spin at both ends. I'll come back to that in a moment. As there's a drive from Abby Norgrove. The first delivery bowled there from Maddie Villiers, who's bowling her off breaks from the Salters field end. That's the far end as we look. I'm trying to think of the words to do that justice, what Fletcher's doing at the moment. He's doing some domestics on our kit at the moment. Nice cut shot there from Abby Norgrove. Not just waits for her to complete the first and making sure that she's comfortable with the second, which she does. That's good awareness from the Australian as well, even though she wasn't playing the shot. And our kit is suddenly drier. Now, those of you that watch a lot of T20 will know that each county has an individual hat that you can buy and purchase at T20 games that have those fluffy hairs coming out the top, sticking up. As Norgrove works that nicely to leg side, Cordelia Griffiths throws at the bowler's end. They complete a single. And Mr. Stephen Fletcher, the media man here, used one of those hats to brush it away. And I have to say, that's one of the best uses I've seen of those hats. They are dual-use hats. I have to say, you do a remarkably good job. I reckon you could go to a discount store and buy brooms, brushes, dusters that wouldn't do a job as good as that.
Sorry, Joe, I abandoned you there mid-over.
No, that's fine, mate. No, we're all good.
With their off break from the Salters field end. This ball's clipped away into the onside and there's no run. But water and electrics are never a great one, are they? It couldn't have landed, actually could have been worse. It could have landed on your laptop, which is right next to it.
That would have been worse.
Yeah. Is that yours or the BBC's?
Well, it's both.
Bit of both. It's Villiers bowls. Oh, that's an attempted drag across the line from Knotts. Looking to go hard. Length, just full of a length outside of off stump. Looking to get it out of the sweet spot. But through to the gloves of Carr, a dot ball, 42 for 1. It's the last ball of the 13th. And a forward defence from Knott pushed back up the track to end the over. 42 for 1, Knott has 10 and Norgrove has 11. Who was the one in, was it Open All Hours that had the feather duster used to go round? You must remember Open All Hours.
Yes,
what was
I
his
do.
Name?
Ronnie
I'm
Barker.
Free.
Ronnie Barker and...
oh no, not Open All Hours, sorry, what was the...
Larry Grayson.
Yeah, what was the... It was a department store, wasn't it?
Oh, no.
I'm Free.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that one. Mr. Humphreys.
Yes, Mr. Humphreys with his feather... But didn't he have a feather duster that he'd go around with? That was Fletcher was reminding me of a little bit there with his...
Yeah.
It was a great shout out. What was it called?
Are you being served?
That's it.
Grucock, and off the back foot is Charlie Knott. Again, she's fine. There's a ring of fielders in that cover area, which she'll do well to pierce. Sorry, it's Abby Norgrove facing currently, who's on 11. It's quite a ring as well. There are 5 fielders in it. And Norgrove is off the back foot again. She can't pierce it. It's going to take a very, very well-timed shot, coupled with a very, very well-placed shot to pierce that field. Backward a point, forward point, cover, extra cover mid-off. That's what's steering Abby Norgrove. She goes on the onside this time, but doesn't time it as it goes to mid-on. Fielded by Joe Gardner. So the Middlesex hat is drying out in the sun now with its pink feathers, pink brush type stuff. Has found a gap square on the leg side, Norgrove, for a single. 43 for 1. Norgrove moves on to 12. Norgrove playing a second match this year in this campaign. Just having a chat here, making sure that field is right. Now, they don't trust Charlie Knott, having gone over the top once and prepared to go over the top for the Australian. Now the Sunrisers have countered that by pushing out a deep, almost deep extra cover, really, to cut off that shot should Charlie Knott wish to bring it out again. 43 for 1, coming towards the end of the 14th. Drew Cock bowls, Knott drives back to the bowler, and there is no run. Beautiful conditions here at Radlett. Very, very sunny indeed. The temperature is rising by the half hour as Grewcock bowls. Knott's on the back foot again. It's kept low. It's gone under the bottom edge. It's gone through to the keeper, Amara Carr, and that's the end of the over. 13 overs gone here. If you're watching the live picture feed there, you can just see the ball just keeping a little low. Which makes it very difficult to get. You've always got to bend your knees to play that cut shot to get lower with the ball. If your bat's coming down on it a little bit, there's bat's coming down at a 45-degree angle. It's very difficult to get the middle of the bat on it.
We saw that beautiful punch, didn't we, off the back foot by Knott? And I wonder, is that the best option outside off? Because where the cut, you're trying to get over it and roll your wrists, as you say, it's so low. But with that back foot punch, we haven't seen anything in this pitch so far to suggest there's going to be any additional bounce to bring that outside edge into play.
You normally see sort of straight back drives when your pitch is bouncing a bit.
It's Villiers bowls, and that's eased into the offside high elbow from Norgrove.
Normally makes it easy, doesn't it, to stand up and hit through the ball on the back foot with a straight bat. You're not seeing any of that here because there's just not a lot of bounce.
Again comes Villiers, tickled off the pads down to deep backward square just for a single. Brings Knott back onto strike on 10. 44 for 1 in the 15th. Just bringing that run rate down slightly in the last couple of overs, not massively, because Knott's come in at 10 from 16, but it was up towards 3.5 at one point. Villiers gives this a bit of flight and eased to mid-on by Knott. No run once more.
Yeah, this pitch is almost the opposite to what the Vipers faced against Storm at Bristol. Pitch came on, bit of bounce.
It's a leg side delivery. Villiers asks the question, through it goes to the glove of card. Did it take a little bit of padding away through? Tried to scoop it, tried to paddle it around the corner, really. Not. Did go down the leg side, didn't it? I was watching the middle rather than the live stream. Should actually watch the stream, shouldn't I? It's a better angle for us, but Villiers, again, a little use of the feet from Knott. Push back, good over this from Villiers. Got away with the last one, but just the single off the second ball so far. One's come of it. It's a tight game so far.
Yeah, it's not the easiest pitch to get away from if you bowl straight.
Villiers bowls. There's a attempted paddle again from Knott. It was almost a no-look paddle, wasn't it? Turned her head the other way as she looked to turn that one around the corner. This one from wide outside off stump. Bumps into the body and falls safely back in front of Knott. The appeal from Villiers, but she was a long way outside the line of off, wasn't she? 44 for 1 after 15. Knott 10 from 20. Good over from Villiers. Just the single off it, and Knott has clearly indicated her intent here. Grove will have strike on 13. The run rate drops down to 2.9. This is good from Sunrisers, pulling this back.
Yeah, I think you need to do no more here than just bowl a good line of length. It's very difficult to get away. Charlie Knott is playing some shots here that I haven't really seen her play since she's joined the Vipers. That's floated by Grewcock, started a new over, driven back to her by Norgrove. You know, Charlie Knott trying to bring out these little deft sweep shots and little help shots on the leg side is not really her game. Not that we've seen so far anyway. Norgrove's on the back foot, steers that out to Griffiths, an extra cover. They go through for a single, have to hurry. That might have been close had that hit the stumps at the bowler's end.
How was your no-look paddle, Jamo?
It wasn't very good. Really?
Didn't see it.
It was best left in the cupboard. But as I say, I think that's an indication of, the wicket is a little difficult to get away at the moment if the bowling's accurate, which it has been from the Sunrisers so far. Grucock to not using her feet, drives up towards mid-off. Griffiths came across quickly from extra cover to make sure they didn't take a single. That's what you want your fielders. As a spinner, any bowler, you want your fielders to be alert and positive and aggressive in the field, exactly like Griffiths was now. She drives that a little harder, but only finds mid-off. Just worry that Knott's getting a little frustrated here.
Well, I was going to say that wickets column to some extent almost puts the onus on this partnership, doesn't it, to try to up the ante.
It does.
Only 1 wicket down at this stage.
First time these two sides have met in this competition on this ground. Grucock bowls again, that's turned away. Slightly too straight this time from Grucock. Allowed Knott to just push that away in the gap. And the total moves on to 46 for 1.
The flip side of that is that it's going to be a very difficult pitch to come into. Straight in as a new batter and need to score runs.
Grucock flies. Oh no, that's quite close to the stumps. Norgrove can't find an angle. Plays it off the back foot on the offside, and there's no run. Norgrove is 14 off 40. Knott is 11 off 23, and the Vipers are 46 for 1 off 16.
Yes, it's a fine balance. It really is, this match. You can see it being like this all the way. Setting this total is not going to be easy. Chasing it's not going to be easy. You do wonder, Sunrisers, will they take quite an aggressive approach to the power play, seeing how difficult the scoring rate is. Pace right off at the moment, spin at both ends to try and keep it on that off stump. Is just a single off her last over. Here she goes again to Knott. Train rattles past at Radlett. A few cricket balls deposited on that train line over the years. Very tight to the ground as Villiers bowls, and this is swung into the onside, and there's the frustration, there's the wicket. And the falling run rate plays its fair part in that one as that ball scooped to mid-wicket. 46 for 2, the fall. Disappointment for Vipers. Both Knott and Norgrove, you could see a pair of them were trying to get going the last couple of overs, and I think the quick, economical burst of overs that we've seen from Sunrisers has brought that wicket. And it's a real blow to strike just as the run rate had started to dip. Now to lose the wicket, now a new batter has to come in and get the pace of this track, which has been very, very difficult for the batters so far. Here's the replay of it for us to have a look. It was just a pick-up by Knott into the onside. She tried one from wide outside off earlier, a big pick-up shot out of the slot. This one not trying to just clip really, but clipping too hard. Straight to mid-wicket. 46 for 2 then, Knott departs, gone for 11. It's a massive wicket for Sunrisers.
It is a huge one. It is a huge one. You could just feel, I could just feel that she was getting a bit frustrated in the last couple of overs or so, and she never got hold of it. Absolutely never came out anywhere near the middle of the bat, and it was quite a simple catch at mid-wicket. New batter for the Vipers then is captain Georgia Adams. Very, very experienced campaigner. Over 1,650 runs in this competition.
The scorer's had her down to open. It's confused me at the beginning when I saw her name on the screen.
Yeah, she's dropped down the order recent season or so. Bit of a theory that she plays spin a little better than pace, but that stat I've just read out suggests that she's pretty good against anything, really.
So spin first up, Villiers, who usually is economical. To work the trick here. 46 for 2. Right arm over to the right-hander. Adams. Oh, now, is it a tickle down the leg side? They're imploring umpire Chantry that it's a strangle. No signal of wide, so it took a little bit of pad on the way through. Sunrisers were convinced that it was bats, but they couldn't convince umpire Chantry. Again, the onside, no run. Once more. Run rate that had slipped 2.9, you'd imagine it's going to tumble for a couple of overs now for Vipers as Villiers is in, bowls, and easing this one into the offside of the back foot. Adams, dot ball once more. Outstanding stuff this from Villiers. Powerful batter herself. Slowing the Vipers batters considerably at the moment. Lots of flight on that one. Into the covers it goes. Griffith managing to make the stop, and there's no run. 46 for 2. Flem, the fitness and conditioning coach for the Middlesex teams here, watching this one as well. Just wander past the tent. That's down the leg side, and that is a wide. Darted through from Villiers. Interesting, isn't it? Because there is almost an extent that the bowlers don't really need to go looking for the wickets at the moment. They don't need to dart one through like that.
Just bowl accurately.
Yeah. There you go, back onto the spot. It's very, very difficult to get away. Wicket for Villiers. And picking up knots, clipping to mid-wicket. There's a silly mid-on in place now as well, isn't there? Just noticed on the stream at the last there. Mid-on tightened up so much, but 47 for 2 it is. And 14 for Norgrove at the other end. Big job for her to do now. She's the in batter. It's going to be quite difficult though for this partnership to work out who's the one that's got to keep the tempo going, because, as I've said, that run rate is going to start to slide.
It certainly is. It's going to be Grewcock to continue with her leg breaks from our commentary end, the pavilion end. Down the wicket comes Norgrove, drives, but again she can't pierce that field on the offside. Just looking at Charlie Knott's particulars in that last over, 11 off 24 balls, but called by a Queensland teammate, Nicola Hancock. I'm sure they'll have a bit of a say about that at the break. There's Grewcock again, flighted. Norgrove drives towards mid-wicket, no run.
Queenslanders are the quieter bunch, aren't they?
Actually, Charlie Knott, I was told before I got around to interviewing her, which was a couple of games ago when she had a good all-round game, is Grewcock. Nice drive, but again it's straight to a fielder. But they said she's a quiet Aussie.
Aussie.
Yeah, as if
She's quite loud then.
Well, yeah, but as if no Aussies are ever quiet. But actually, she's just a nice girl, really. A couple of chats I've had with her. Not brash, that's for sure. Now they're going to take a quick single up to mid-on. Throw comes in. Abby Norgrove. Would she have been home or not? Difficult to tell from this angle. But mid-on is slightly deep there. Joe Gardner.
Former Middlesex coach Stuart Law, Queenslander, isn't he? So probably the best Queenslander that I know.
Yeah.
Not quiet, not short of a word.
He's got a new job. Is it USA?
He's got a great job.
Is it the USA team?
Yeah.
I saw that.
Chicky needs a PA.
I'm sure it's worth asking. Grewcock bowls. Adams is on the back foot. It's that to point. A real strong ring of fence of fielders, which now one is being pushed back. Flo Miller has been pushed back on the boundary away to our left. Adams on the back foot again, he keeps low, and again you can see the difficulties for these batters really as they're battling the lack of bounce as much as anything, and then by the time the ball's arrived, you're not really thinking about placement, you're not thinking about the single or however many runs you can get. It's almost like making sure the bat hits the ball. So good end to the over there. 48 for 2, 18 gone.
Middlesex played a lot of cricket at Uxbridge. You played there many times.
Yep.
Joman commentated there. In the end, the pitch became too slow and low for both Championship cricket and T20 cricket. But actually, it's a very good game of List A cricket because it is a game of cat and mouse then, isn't it? And List A doesn't have to be that crash-bang wallop of the T20. Equally, you don't need to take 20 wickets to win a game, as you do in first-class cricket. So whereas it wasn't particularly provided much for batters or bowlers in T20 or first class, in my opinion, you could still play List A at Uxbridge, pretty much like we're seeing on this track here. It's a little bit slow, it's a little bit low, but it's creating a really intriguing game of cricket. Villiers bowls, a little use of the feet from Norgrove once more. It's eased into the offside and there's no run. It's gripping stuff because every run at the moment is a premium, and that's not a bad way to play cricket. When runs are cheap sometimes, it's a bit of a procession, isn't it? As Villiers comes in, bowls a flatter delivery. It's turned to mid-wicket. A gentle stroke from Norgrove on this occasion.
Yeah, there's probably a happy medium somewhere there.
I guess my point is you can get away with a low scorer in List A without. There's a lot of flight on this, and will she get it through? No, it's fielded at cover. She feels she's missed out there. Hangs her head back, Norgrove, the full bunger. From Villiers, not punished. You don't want to see it every week, but in List A, as I say, where it is a scrap for runs, as Villiers moves in, bowls, and this ball's driven down to long on for a single. Just gets it straight. If that, not quite silly mid on now, more a straight mid wicket. Two of them in there for Sunrisers at the moment. But yeah, in a T20, all right, that's a race for runs as well, but fans turn up wanting to see the 4s and 6s, don't they? So if you see a flat low one, and that was what was happening at Uxbridge, there wasn't that many 4s and 6s, although the world record was broken there at one time by Gloucestershire. But yeah, in List A, when it's an intriguing game, battle, it's a real scrap this between Battle and Ball here today. Quite enjoy it. Here's Villiers, bowls down the track, comes Adams and picks that one up. Glorious shot. Long on had just come in a bit. Straight of the deep mid-on fielder, 4 more.
Yeah, you've got to pick your length and you've got to be committed to the shot. That's exactly what Georgia Adams did. Picked both well.
Villiers, last ball of the over. A little bit of width outside off, and it's eased with an open face, only as far as the short third, and it's 53 for 2 after 19. That's just helped the run rate drop back up towards 2.8 now. Adams 4 from 9. Nice way to get off the mark. Norgrove 16 from 48. Live cricket from Radlett in association with Sunrisers, Vipers and BBC Sport, bringing you this one live on the BBC Sport website and app with myself, Kevin Hand, Kevin James alongside me as well.
Full round of matches going on today in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy competition. South East Stars, the current leaders of the tournament, are playing Northern Diamonds. Northern Diamonds are batting first, and they are 85 for 1 off 17 overs. And Winfield Hill, who's not quite having the same impact this season as she's had in previous seasons, she's the one batter out for 19. Holly Armitage is 29 not out there. Start of a new over, cut shot there, and Georgia Adams I think would have been struggling if that had been an accurate throw to keeper Amara Carr. Abby Norgrove hitting it out into the covers, clearly feeling a bit under pressure there with the scoring rate, and Georgia Adams I'm sure would have been a goner. 54 for 2. The Blaze are taking on the Western Storm. Western Storm are batting first in that one. Grucock bowls. Adams works that square on the leg side. They want the single, but there's no gap there. Western Storm 78 for 3 after 18. Alex Griffiths, Seren Smale and Fran Wilson, the 3 batters out. Sophie Luff, one of their main batters, is 3 not out there, looking to get a big one. That's cut out into the covers, but again there's like a wall of fielders out there, which the Vipers are struggling to break through. And immediately Flo Miller is pushed back on the rope on the offside. Grucock bowls. Adams, oh, she very nearly bowled there, stepping away, trying to work that away on the offside. And that kind of missed the stumps by very much. Pushed back on the rope on the offside. Picture feed there. Adams, oh, she very nearly bowled there, stump, but she was certainly giving herself a lot of room. As Grucock bowls again. Adams drives hard, flicked away off the hand of Grucock. She tried to field off her own bowling. Goes to mid-on, they come through for a single. And you can definitely feel a little bit of frustration in the batters there, and you think there'll be 1 or 2 mistakes, that's for sure, not just from the Vipers batters, but I'm sure the Sunrisers batters when they come in, because they're not scoring, and this pitch is not allowing it as quickly as you'd like. That's cut to point, and that will be the end of the over. The other game going on today, Thunder against the Central Sparks. Thunder 76 without loss in the 19th over. Emma Lamb is 33 not out, and Smale, the other Smale, is 45 not out. They're not related, by the way, I was told at the weekend. 2 Smales playing, 1 Western Storm, 1 Thunder, and they're not related.
2 Kevins here. We're not related, we should tell everyone as well.
Correct. But Smale's a little bit more uncommon than Kevin is. So there's the situation. If you're watching the live picture feed, McGacken 17 and not for 11, the two batters out so far.
55 for 2, projected score at the moment. This ball's pushed back down the track by Adams, gets past Villiers, a little tumble to her right, a roll to her right, but down it goes. To long on, they have a single ball, 56 for 2. Norgrove back on strike on 17, Adams on to 6. Projected score at the moment, somewhere between 130 and 150. Villiers gives this a lot of flight and it's pushed back. Low full toss, toe end of the bat just past Villiers, tumbling to her left. We'll get another lead on the stream. Villiers gives this a lot of flight and it's pushed back.
Well out of reach.
Low full toss, close. Close enough for Villiers to get the dive out, but not close enough for it to be a chance. Villiers once more, and Norgrove tickles this one. It's leg side again from Villiers. Should be disappointed. It's 4. It's away. It's a short boundary, as we said. If you can get it past the infield here, then with no one in the deep, generally it's going to be a boundary.
Yeah, that's a bit of relief there for Abby Norgrove. She's only 18 years of age. She's still quite inexperienced at this level, playing only her 7th game in this competition. And when you know that
Villiers should be disappointed, it's 4. It's away. It's a short
boundary, isn't it? So just do something a bit rash, but that's a welcome boundary for her.
Yeah, could they get up to 150 from here? Certainly possible. So here's Villiers bowls, and this is leg side again, a wide signal by umpire Chantry. 61 for 2. She's just pushed a few down the leg side now, hasn't she?
Just wondering if 1 or 2 of these are gripping a fraction for the spinners. I'll take a closer look on the picture feed.
Villiers, not a flight, and a little shuffle of the feet from Norgrove to push it into the offside, no run.
Yeah, I was saying, I mean, just to emphasise that point really, you know, when you're out there in the middle, you know, Kev, as well, isn't it, sometimes when you feel like you're not scoring as quickly as you'd like to.
Villiers bowls, is driven back, low to her right, tumbling stop, prevents the run. That's a good stop from Villiers. That one got through earlier in the over.
It's very easy, isn't it, to just, you know, think, oh, I need to do this now, and change, and sometimes you can get yourself into all sorts of horrible positions playing shots, and that's when you get out.
Last ball of the 21st, Villiers giving it some flight. It's driven back to her once more, and that is the end of the over. 61 for 2. Norgrove 21 from 55. Adams 6 from 14. Well, I was thinking that, you know, there's an element, be it in the chase or be it in this Vipers innings, that not a pinch hitter, but is somebody given the freedom to actually just go? Because if this is going to be a low scorer, partnerships there, it's 28 for the first wicket, 18 for the second, and now 15 for this one. You know, so often you talk about partnerships in cricket, don't you, where an individual going big, but equally an individual going quickly in a short period of time could make a big jolt in this game. And you wonder whether, again, it's something that Sunrisers might do in the power play and decide, look, let's go hard in the power play. They've got wickets to play with. Equally, will Vipers need to do the same at some point in this innings and say to somebody, right, you're going to have to go out there and really go after it for a bit.
Grewcock starting the 6th over. First 5 overs have gone for 10. That's another dot ball as it's played back to her by Georgia Adams. No, you're right, you get a good look at the pitch, don't you? You know, you can sort of just tinker with your plans. Adams on the back foot, pulls that away on the leg side. There's nobody out there at deep square leg, although I feel it comes round from deep mid wicket. I thought that was going to go all the way to the boundary. Normally square here is a certain boundary, but not quite. Perhaps it wasn't hit as well as I thought it might have been once it came off the bat. And Adams moves on to 7. She's at the non-striker's end, brings Abby Norgrove. Abby Norgrove seems to be facing a lot of bowling over the last few overs. Drives pleasantly out to Griffiths at extra cover. There is a fielder patrolling that boundary now. Looks like Flo Miller has been put out there permanently at deep cover, allowing Norgrove the single if she wants it. She's on the back foot there. The ball just keeps a little low on her again. There's definite problems for the batters there as they try and give themselves some room. So often you see batters just rock back, place it as they're on the back foot into the gap, and that's a single, but it's not really happening here in this game. That's a little shorter and allows Norgrove time to place that one, and it goes to Miller on the deep cover boundary.
Almost to illustrate your point there, James, wasn't it? Dropped short, and that just allowed that extra fraction of room to get the angle right with the bat to find the single. And that's sure Vipers will know that when they come to bowl.
63 for 2. Grewcock bowls, trying to sweep. That's down the leg side. Nice take there from Amara Carr behind the stumps. Playing her 33rd match in this competition, Amara Carr. There's definitely some experience in that Sunrisers side, isn't there? Driving up to mid-on is Adams. That's, Joe Gardner once more there, doing the fielding, and that's the end of the over. So spinner's doing a good job here for the Sunrisers. As the Vipers struggling a little bit here at 64 for 2. It's probably worth a few more. Certainly not a classical one-day pitch here at Radlett, that's for sure.
Yeah, same projection, 130, 150. Of course, it could go dramatically beyond that. But you get the feeling with this innings that there'll come a bite point, won't there? And either that will be a tumble of wickets, which will really slow things, or the bite point will see that scoring rate upped dramatically. But maybe 140, 150 at the moment. It's perhaps the better projection of where we currently are, but it is something that could fall as low as 130. We'll get up to maybe 180.
Yeah, not a classical one-day game, that's for sure.
Here's Villiers. Balls, and it's driven back down to long on. Gets through that tight-knit onside field where there's a couple of straight mid-wickets in there.
Hancock couldn't quite pick that up cleanly, allowing Norgrove off a single. Norgrove's sort of driving well and sort of pushing the ball sort of just either side of the wicket around that mid-wicket, mid-off, mid-on area, but can't quite pierce the field.
65 for 2, Villiers. A little bit of flight on that, but a little bit too straight, and turned out to deep square for a single. Yeah, I don't mind a low scoring list day, as I say. I think, all right, you don't want to turn up and see it every week, but every now and again, the different challenge that's here for the batters and bowlers in this one. You know, you're not as a bowler thinking you're going to run in and pick up a 5 for and really fancy yourself on this pitch. Equally as a batter, you know you've got your work cut out for your runs. So this ball's worked. Square of the wicket again from Norgrove. She picks up a single, moves to 24, 68 for 2.
Yeah, in every one of the 6 Rachael Heyhoe games played between these two sides since the competition began back in 2020, the side batting first has always got over 200. I think we might struggle to see that today.
Solid forward defence from Adams, meeting this one from Villiers. Yeah, we might just.
Is it your breakfast?
It is. Overnight oats. Are they overnight oats if I made them this morning though? They're not, are they? They're just oats. It's a tickle into the onside. 67 for 2 on to come of the over.
What a bizarre table you've got in front of you. You've got that Middlesex pink woody hat in front of you and your oats.
This is a low full toss and it's slammed through mid-wicket. And again, we've talked about bowler error, haven't we, today? Has been extremely economical, and the only time that they've got her away is if it has been an error from the bowler. 71 low full toss and it's that was a sweet pickup, nicely timed. Frustrated a couple of overs back when they missed a full bunger, but not on this occasion. Norgrove 24, Adams 12.
Yeah, it's the first real bad ball we've seen for quite a while. It's been a very good all-round bowling performance so far from the Sunrisers. Nicola Hancock opening up, the Australian, playing in her last game. She went for 19 off 6. Kate Kopak 1 for 16 off 5. 13 runs conceded off 6 for Jodie Grewcock, who's continuing from the pavilion end. And again, it's a nice looking shot from Norgrove, but it finds the fielder on the offside. And Maddie Villiers completing the bowling lineup. I'll come to her figures in a moment as Grewcock bowls. She's got an aerial this time. She's got it over mid-off, and that'll be 4 runs. Well, again, just takes the pressure off a little bit from Abby Norgrove. She's timed that one. Hasn't always been timing the shots that she's played. But she's decided to go aerial this time, and it's brought dividends. She moves on to 28. That's from 62 deliveries, 75 for 2. The 2 batters out. Ella McGacken for 17, and Charlie Knott, the informed Australian for the Vipers, out for 11. Got a little frustrated. Tried to hit Maddie Villiers in the air on the leg side. Got caught at mid-wicket by a Queensland teammate, Nicola Hancock. Just didn't time the shot at all. Norgrove's off the back foot. Good fielding again from Griffiths and extra cover. Adams at the non-strikers end, 12 off 21. That run rate's just a fraction over 3 and over so far. As there's a helicopter in the air just above us. It's driven back to Grewcock. And there is no run. Ella McGacken, 17, came off 33 balls again. She got a little frustrated. Tried to hit the seamer Kopak through the leg side, a leg ball. Ball kept a little low, as we've often seen here, and she was LBW playing across the line of a straight ball. That's played square on the leg side by Norgrove, and there is no run. That helicopter is in the distance, moving right to left as we look. It's not coming overhead. Grewcock again bowls. Norgrove gives herself some room and hits it up to mid-off. And there is no run. 75 for 2 at the end of Grewcock's over. 24 gone.
Just settling things again, this partnership, aren't they? Adams 12 from 21. That's fine at this point. Going along at the innings run rate of 3. What can they get it up to? Vipers. 25 overs to go. The other directors' chairs are out. We can see a few of them on the stream.
There they are.
See, I think they look alright. They look comfortable to me.
I think you need something to sort of hold your head.
Yeah, that's true.
I think there comes a point where you might just sort of start to drop off.
Our
your head starts bouncing.
Our listeners know all about that, Jomo.
You need something to support your head at times. But they're handy. Everybody walk around, stick them up, watch a bit of cricket, fold them down, go home.
Worst things to do in life, aren't there? As Villiers continuing her 8th over, done for 17. Starts with a length ball just outside off stump. Adams not going too hard at it. Again, you know, we've had that conversation about playing a flat batted shot to that ball, that line. It's not quite the pitch for it, is it? You feel so you want to get in behind and get a stroke punched away. Villiers darts on leg side again. And, Carr takes it. It's going to be another wide. She's clearly got something in her mind here. She does really push it through when she... A quicker ball seems to generally end up down the leg side. She steps in once more. This one stroked back to Villiers. It gets through. Down the ground so long on it goes to a single. I think that's Joe Gardner down there doing the fielding. What's the total? Fascinating watch for how the batters and the bowlers in this one are able to work it out. A stroke back, bumped back to the bowler on this occasion by Norgrove. 77 for 2. It's a methodical approach at the moment. It has to be for Vipers, although on this occasion there's that another little use of the feet from Norgrove. Clipped to Cordelia Griffith at mid-wicket, but short of the fielder, wasn't to the pitch of it, despite the use of the feet. Closing face, dragging that ball to the onside, but safe on this occasion for Vipers. As Villiers gets in behind this one, or bowls and Norgrove gets in behind this one, sorry, pushing into the offside.
That plane's almost coming over us.
Yeah, it's a busy one here, isn't it? Planes, trains and automobiles at Radlett. A bit of flight notes driven to long on again. They've done that nicely, and I wonder, is it worth bringing up the long on at the moment and saying, go on then, go over the top. So there's a comfortable single that they're starting to work down there just to keep things ticking. 78 for 2, that is the end of the 25th. The halfway point.
Yeah, we're going to take a short break here as the substitute players come on with some drinks. 78 for 2. I'm just having a look because I'm just trying to compare this game with other games played here. The Sunrisers have played. Last year might not be the most ideal game to compare this one by because it was rain affected, but the Sunrisers played the South East Stars here. The South East Stars made 151 for 9. That was in 29 overs. And the Sunrisers were 64 all out in 17. Sunrisers' target was actually 156 in that game. So again, it wasn't a fantastically high scoring game, but it was rain affected, and you'll see from that Sunrisers reply, just that may be emphasising probably too much how difficult it might be. But even so, I don't think we're going to see a particularly thrilling match here in terms of 4s, 6s, huge scores. Now, as I speak, sitting next to me, Charlotte Taylor. I keep saying the Southern Vipers injured off spinner, but I've got to keep saying it because you still are. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I'm enjoying the sunshine. It's nice to be out in the sunshine at Radlett. We're on a bit of a slope here, aren't we, actually? I've not really noticed too much. Just sitting over just in front of the pavilion there a second ago, to my right, or to our right, should I say, and it's on a massive slope here. Remember the last time I was here, if I want to reflect,
yes,
I think it was a double header. Vipers played Sunrisers in the morning or the afternoon, and then Hampshire played Middlesex in the evening.
Oh, that's right, yeah, I was here.
And Ben McDermott had a day out, that's all I remember, and I just remember cowering for our lives over in front of the pavilion there for about 40 minutes and see just a bit of an onslaught. But it was a
fast scoring game, wasn't it?
It was, yeah. It was the last time I was here, I think. But it's lovely, isn't it? Really, really lovely. And the position of the game is slow, I would say.
Yeah, what have you made of it?
Well, I was just having a conversation over there just a second ago about the pace that the girls are batting at, and the intent to score isn't quite there for me at the moment. So it's just really, I mean, they're bowling well. Sunrisers are bowling really, really well, and they've obviously got a good, hold on this game. But actually, you've got to have more of an intent to score, and I think the Vipers need to sort of be maybe a bit proactive, get across their stumps, maybe to the spinners, and try and look to hit to the leg side, maybe down the slope, target a certain bowler, or do something different. Because at the moment, it's just looking a little bit too easy for the Sunrisers to really grab hold of the game and keep it under control, if you like.
Yeah, I mean they've had to do no more than just bowl accurately. They haven't had to think outside of that.
And I think that's the thing with this game, and how to get that competitive total, which looking at a good batting wicket, maybe a bit sticky to start with. You were thinking maybe you've got to get 200 plus, you've got to get 230, 240. Now they're looking, can we get up to 180, 190 at the moment just to get something to bowl at? So yeah, they're going to need to do something different here for the Vipers in the second half of this innings to get up to that competitive total, which I think still should be 200. But yeah, they need to do something a bit different for me.
They certainly do, yeah. I mean, Charlie Knott came in with some intent. You could see her getting frustrated. 11 off 24 balls. He's in great nick. Her first ever 100 in list A cricket at the weekend on a wicket which actually came on and suited all the batters. But this is a totally different proposition, as we've just been explaining. But also you could see her, she had a plan to go over the top. Don't hit it to the fielders, let's go over the top. She had a lovely shot over extra cover. She's trying to go over top over mid-wicket, didn't work.
And that's the thing, is you've got to have, she had that intent to score, and although it didn't come off, and that's fine, I just think that now, and George Rail was captain this side, played a lot of cricket, knows better than most. You'd think to have that plan going forwards and therefore can explode at some stage, but she's obviously just been a little bit careful that they don't want to lose a bundle of wickets in the middle as well. So it's a really interesting time for the game to see which way it's going to swing effectively. Yeah,
I think sometimes I think sometimes you can get sucked in by the surroundings. I mean, this is a very beautiful spot in a beautiful part of the world, surrounded by lovely green fields. It's relaxing, isn't it? And I don't know.
The cricket is a little bit relaxing, too relaxing.
But don't you think that maybe that sometimes I don't know, the game feels as though it's just reflecting that a little bit. Kopak is back into the attack as Norgrove pushes that back to her, and there is no. I don't know. The game kind of feels like the surroundings.
Yeah, it feels serene and tranquil and quite lovely. Yeah.
Whereas if this was being played in a big stadium, soulless stadium in a way, it might be a bit more.
Yeah, I was actually expecting there to be a few more fans here. Actually, it makes it even adds to the tranquil nature of the setting. But yeah, no, you're absolutely right. They're matching their surroundings.
Yeah, you can get sucked in, can't you, to the whole atmosphere. That's a nice shot there from Abby Norgrove, working that down to fine leg, and she moves on to 30, but it's come off 72 balls, and the Vipers total 79 for 2. It's all very pretty.
Yeah,
isn't it? That's
and I
thing,
think that shot there from Norgrove just worked it, back with a square, ran the first one hard. If she can't hit the boundaries, she's going to need to rotate a little bit better than maybe what she has been. I mean, she's been in there from the start, 25 overs, and to only have 30, it's something definitely to work on for her.
True. Kopak bowls right arm seamers, and forward is Georgia Adams. Yeah, and it's difficult, and I was making the point to Kevin Hand earlier that she's only 18. It's only her 7th game in this competition. she must feel an enormous weight on her shoulders, knowing that she should be scoring quicker than this.
And I think she'll have that in the back of her mind, which won't be helping. Almost, it's almost like you've got that nagging thing in the back of your mind. Got to score quicker. Got to score quicker. So she'll have that going on as well.
Kopak bowls, and it's way down the leg side, and that also beats Maddie Villiers diving to her left. I'm not sure that's going to go all the way. It is quite a slow outfield, or it has. It's just made it to the far side of the ground, and that is 4 wides. All runs from the Vipers gratefully received. But I have to say, from a Sunrisers point of view, they have bowled incredibly accurate.
Yeah, and that going on as well. Sort of
Kopak bowls, and it's way down the leg side, and that also beats Maddie Villiers diving to her left. I'm not sure that's going to go all the way. It is quite a slow outfield, or it has. It's just made it.
And they can't take their
to the
foot off the gas. You've almost got to put a foot on the throat and keep going with it.
Kopak in again. Keeper still standing up is Maddie Villiers. Adams plays that pleasantly out to Griffiths at extra cover. But the Sunrisers, not so long ago, were top of the table, which a couple of seasons ago would have seemed highly unlikely, but they've turned things around a bit, haven't they?
They have, and I think we were just having a discussion earlier with a couple of others, was that how they keep this group together. Obviously they haven't got any England players in their sort of lineup at the moment, which allows their team to really gel and formulate over time.
Kopak runs away from us again and bowls. Driving is Adams again. Good fielding by Griffiths at extra cover.
So they're allowed to have that time where they get real role clarity, they get real sort of sense of unity as a group. You don't have these players that come in and out and in and out with England and tours and all the rest of it. So they've got a really good knit of really well-rounded cricketers, and they've got all bases covered as well.
Yeah. Of course, their one international player is currently away with Scotland, Maxud, as Kopak bowls. Just trying to work that away on the leg side. Another wide, as this time Carr runs after it from behind the stumps. Another wide in this over. Takes the Vipers total on to 85, I think they'll be. 86, of course, because they ran one as well. And Scotland lost yesterday. I was going to look it up to see who they played in the final.
I can do that.
In their World Cup qualifier, because they'd already qualified. The 2 teams that played in yesterday's final had qualified for the World Cup in Bangladesh.
Right.
But once they got through to the final, but I know Scotland lost, and I can't remember who they played against. Length ball there to Norgrove, who plays that out on the offside.
They lost to Sri Lanka.
Sri Lanka, that's right, yeah.
So probably 2 of the better teams in the competition playing against each other. Well, obviously after they've been qualified.
Yeah. So the Sunrisers, Abtaha.
Shamari Atapatu made 102 off 63 deliveries.
Ooh. Wow. And Maxud's figures? Sorry, Will, you're there? Oh, sorry,
Yeah,
you've just
that's
gone off there. 26 overs gone, 86 for 2.
Maxud was 1 for 27 off 3 overs.
That's not bad. That's not too bad. So she's going to Bangladesh?
Yeah, it's exciting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Very exciting for those group of Scottish cricketers and to represent in a World Cup. And in Bangladesh, which will, for someone like Maxud, she'd be loved on the subcontinent, as all spinners do. So that'd be a real good challenge for her.
I know you're not officially working. Do you want to do commentary,
Yeah,
or do you
I'll
want
do
to
it.
just?
No, I'm just enjoying my day out. Joe Gardner first to see if Joe Gardner today. For the Sunrisers, bowling from what end is that, Kev? Please?
It is the Salters.
Oh gosh, you're going to challenge me now.
Salters Field end.
Salters Field end.
Yeah.
Is that Salters Field?
Well, I would hope that was the Salters Field and not behind us. Otherwise, somebody's completely got their map wrong.
Every chance.
Joe Gardner then with her right arm off spin comes in past the umpire, and Adams uses her feet and works that to mid wicket, where Nicola Hancock is waiting. Didn't she bowl well this morning?
Yeah, fantastic.
I say this morning, is it still this morning?
No, it's
just
well
ticked
into the
over.
afternoon.
Into leisurely lunchtime, we're going to call it today. Gardner in again, down the leg side this time, and it misses everything other than Amara Carr's gloves, as wide as called. One more to the total, 86 for 2.
Joe Gardner has 19 wickets in this competition at 30 apiece.
I was trying to think, she did start bowling seam in this competition, I think, back in 2020, and she comes in again and it's shorter delivery. Adams again works to mid-wicket, and can't get past Hancock again at mid-wicket, and there is no run. But I can't remember when she made that change to spin. I was trying to remember the other day, because everyone was like, oh, did she used to bowl seam? And I said, well, yeah, fairly sure, but made a change. As Adams is down the wicket this time, and again finds Hancock at mid-wicket. So I think, but I just can't remember when that change happened.
Yeah. I've done a bit of commentary with Joe over the last couple of years or so. She's done so.
Yeah, she's a great character. Great for this team. She just drifts slightly onto the pads of Adams, who works it back on the square, and there's one more to the total. 87 for 2 as Amusa and Kumar does the fielding there. .88 for 2 here at Radlett. Southern Vipers setting a total against the Sunrisers. As Norgrove this time uses her feet down the wicket, works it out to deep mid-wicket. Flo Miller does the fielding out there. Another one to the total. Steady building here for the Southern Vipers. Just trying to build through this over. 3 conceded so far, including that wide down the leg side.
Do you think this really is just a 200 wicket today?
When I turned up, I'll just come back to that in a second. As a paddle comes out from Adams, it's running down the hill next to us. It's going to get 4, I think she is. Slowing up slightly. Nope, Surankuma gets there. Another 2 to the total. Good positive option from Adams, using the pace of Joe Gardner. That's the end of the over. 91 for 2 after 27. When I turned up and I thought, looks, a good day for batting, doesn't it? You turn up to a ground and the sun's out, and you just think flat outfield. I mean, I obviously can't go and expect the wicket myself, but I just thought it just felt like a 230, 240 pitch. So they bowled really well to try and drag that back, but I still think that the Southern Vipers would be looking to get 200 from this point, and that would be a pass score for me.
Yeah, there's been no momentum in the innings yet, has there?
Not thus far.
Complete opposite of what we saw at the weekend at Western Storm.
What a game that was.
Wasn't it? Won by 4 runs, the Vipers. What did they get? 295.
It was the chase as well. It just toed and froed.
Oh.
I couldn't leave my ears.
Oh, sorry, it's me. Comeback bowls, and that's probably one of the few short balls she's bowled outside the off stump, and Abby Norgrove has taken full advantage of that and picked up her 4 runs. Apologies to just picking that up a little late, but a poor ball, it has to be said.
It was a hit a little bit uppishly though, wasn't it?
Yeah, and with that ring of fielders on the offside, you do initially think, oh, that's going to hand, but fortunately Norgrove, it was in the gap, but she moves on to 35 from 75 deliveries. I do get the feeling she's maybe just finding the middle of the bat a little bit more in these last couple of overs or so. Yes, Kopak again, bowls. Norgrove works it away and calls it mid-wicket. Well, it was hit in the air, and Norgrove goes for 35. It's 95 for 3, and that's a mistake, I'm afraid, from the Hampshire young batter overs or so.
Yeah, just got a little bit
back again. Bowls.
underneath
Norgrove
it.
works it away and calls it mid-wicket.
Shot.
Well, it was hit in the air.
It might have found the boundary rope, but on this occasion, straight into the hands of Villiers, and she doesn't drop very many.
Last couple of overs
She
or
certainly
so.
wasn't going to drop that one.
Yes.
Just a slight little intail of swing from Kopak. She bowled well this morning, 5 overs this morning, and come back brilliantly as the wicket-taking option for the Sunrisers, and she's done it again.
35 off, I think 76 balls, I think that is.
Yeah, she gets a little small warm round of applause. She's probably be disappointed to get out when she did, and you would almost say, like, if you started slowly but then was able to catch up and make a big contribution to your team, you'd be thinking, oh, great, that's okay. But when you get 35 from 76 and then get out, you then leave a little bit of work to do for the rest of your teammates.
Yeah. I'm sure the batters coming down the order, including Georgia Elwes, who's walking to the crease now. Already had a chat with Captain Georgia Adams as the fielders scatter back to their positions. But I'm sure the batters coming in have said, look, gosh, we're going to have a lot of work to do here, and we can't afford to just have a few deliveries, having a little look at what's going on. They need to get into their strides now pretty quick. Plenty of experience from Georgia Elwes here, 32 years of age, former England international as well, and one of the main batters still in the Vipers lineup. I noticed the game that we did together at Wormsley, I think it was against Thunder, where it was a little dodgy, wasn't it, with the rain and with the Duckworth-Lewis, that this partnership here put the Vipers back on track. The experience that these two showed at the
two Georges.
The two Georges out there at the moment. As Kopak comes in and bowls to Elwes. Elwes works that nicely, plays that late down to third. She's off the mark straight away. That's the experience you want, isn't it? Straight away. Don't muck about for a few balls. You've got a proven player with a proven track record that knows exactly what to do in any situation that's thrown at her, And straight away, you wanted to get off the mark, and she's done that.
And you just feel like, even with that shot, that one shot, she's only faced one ball, we've only seen one ball from her, she just looked in control, didn't she? Like, she knew what to do, like, she's been in this situation.
Kopak bowls, Adams drives up towards mid-off. But you just know out there, I mean, obviously Georgia Adams was like everybody else, she can get out at any time. But you just know that when she's out there, she'll play the situation that you want the Vipers to get into or work towards. She'll play that way.
Yeah, and she'll do whatever best for the team at that given moment, and she'll know when to accelerate, and when the partnerships are key.
Kopak in again. Right arm over, bowls full, worked on the leg side by Adams. Now it's in the gap behind square on the leg side. She's turning for 2. The throw comes in, but she's easily home. And the Vipers move on to 98 for 3. So while these two are out there, we kind of expect the scoring rate certainly to increase, and may just give the Sunrisers a little bit more to think about than they've had to so far.
Yeah, they will need to get into their work quickly, like you say, Kev, because otherwise you could end up using up more deliveries that you don't have to hand at this stage of the game.
Kopak comes in again to Adams, slightly short, pulled away, just past Maddie Villiers at mid-wicket. She was diving to her right, but the ball was still a yard or so away from her. She'll pick up 2, but again that ball's in the air. So this time Adams was okay, and that is the 100 up
at this stage of the game.
Vipers. Slightly later perhaps than they would have expected. It's come up after 28 overs. Kevin James and Charlotte Taylor with you.
It's a little bit funny, but I think it was just a good length delivery that got a little bit big on Adams, maybe, but she got nicely on top of it in the end, and it's almost a very similar delivery to I think Norgo's was a little bit fuller. She was trying to drive it through mid-wicket. That was more of a steer into the leg side, but easily could have gone into the hands of Villiers once again. So just need to be careful. You don't want to lose 2 or 3 here. This is the key. You don't want to, you need to build partnerships. You don't want to lose 2 or 3 quick wickets.
Yeah, key overs. How's your injury, by the way? Quick injury update.
Had a scan on Thursday, so just waiting the result of that. And then if it's clear, I should be hopefully in a good place to have a return to cricket programme set for me. If it's not clear, then it's still a bit of an unknown. Where do we go? So I'm sort of in a bit of a waiting boat.
So maybe more commentary or a bit of cricket.
Yeah, who knows? Somebody's going to benefit as Joe Gardner comes in again and defending his Elvis. I'm not sure who it will be that'll be benefiting, whether it's me or whether it's you, Kev. Basically, you might see a lot of me or not enough of me.
Well, I hope we don't, obviously, but from a commentary point of view, it's great. It's great when you're on.
Just a slight field change here. Mid-wicket and point of change position. So Grucock and Hancock do a swap. It's a flightier delivery this time from Gardner. Pierce the gap by Elvis. A good looking drive, but we'll only get 2 as it pulls up just short of the rope. McGregor pulls the ball in, 2 more to the total. 102 for 3. We're into the 29th here. A couple of looser deliveries since the return of play after the drinks break. Sweeping this time as Elvis down the leg side, can't get a bat on it. Card as well. A wide is called.
But it's early days from George Harris, but straight away you feel there's a bit more impetus. There's a bit more. Yeah, come on, let's up things.
She's a busy cricketer,
yeah.
So she'll naturally play this way. She's defending solidly this time back to the bowler Gardner. So she'll be looking to score, but I think she'll play that way at whatever stage the game is in, to be perfectly honest with you. She does like to keep herself busy, runs well between the wickets. Has done that her whole career. She defends a second delivery in a row, this time to Cordelia Griffith. Extra colour. Extra cover.
So last year you said you were here. You played in that game, or you?
No, I don't think I played. I can't remember sometimes whether I'm here just watching or whether I'm playing. I think I was involved in the 15. As pushing into the offside, quick single taken by Elvis. Good fielding by Hancock, who hits the stumps with the throw from point, but doesn't cost any more to the total. 1 more added to it, 104 for 3.
Have you ever played here?
having a warm-up game. We
Right.
played Sunrisers in a warm-up game, and I played here. I think I actually batted for longer than I bowled. Actually, I think we're in a bit of a you know that when I come into bat, we're in a bit of a pickle if I've got to bat for a serious length of time. But I do remember it being awfully hot that day as well. Gardner in again, and Adams uses her feet, gets an inside edge onto the boot. And it balloons back to Gardner, and that's the end of the 29th. 104 for 3 are the Vipers, setting a total here for the Sunrisers to chase later today.
It's got to be a good last 21 overs, isn't it? That's for sure. Sunrisers will hope that they just keep doing more of the same. When you bowled here, did you get the ball to turn? Did you find it turn much here?
I bowled from this end. So what's this end called?
This is the
Remind me.
pavilion end.
Makes sense. Pavilion's
Yes.
next to us. So the pavilion end, I got it to skid down the slope a little bit, because I'm not giving any secrets away, but I don't necessarily turn the ball a massive amount.
Put your drift
That's actually
on.
not a secret.
No, not in the game.
No.
Not within the game.
No. And so I just got it to skid sort of down the slope a little bit.
Now we've got a change of bowling here. Looks like Esme McGregor is coming on with her medium pacers.
First we're going to see
19-year-old.
of her today. I think she got player of the match voted by the Sunrisers fans in the last game.
Did she?
I think so. Good contributions. Let's see.
She's 19, as I say, playing just her 8th game.
They made 20 off the bat at the end of their innings.
Oh, okay. Now she bowls, and that's cut away nicely by Elwes, but it goes down to Flo Miller, down on the cover boundary. Again, Elwes, as we've been saying, a little busier than what we've perhaps seen from the Vipers so far. 5 from 7, early days, but that Vipers contingent up on the balcony away to our right will certainly be hoping they see a lot of her out in the middle between now and the end of the innings. It's Georgia Adams back on strike. McGregor bowls wide outside the off stump, not called wide.
She also got the key wicket of Dunkley, McGregor did, against the South East Stars.
Is he slowly but surely coming back into form, isn't he, Sophia Dunkley?
Yep, I think so. Spent a bit of time with the South East Stars over the last few weeks, and no doubt doing some work on her batting technique and making sure that she's in that, in the frame for those T20s.
Yeah, that's cut away nicely by Adams, as Flo Miller again picks that ball up right on the tight on the rope away to our left. Vipers move on to 106 for 3. Is Dunkley in any of those squads against Pakistan? I can't
I'm
remember.
fairly sure she's in both.
Is she in both, is she?
Yep.
I only looked at the Vipers names and there was enough of those. 6 of them.
Yeah, fairly sure she's in both, but it's also been a bit of a toss-up between her and Capsey in recent times about who plays in that sort of top order role.
McGregor bowls again. Nice drive from Elwes. Griffiths couldn't get there. And again, work to do for Miller, running to her right this time. Now, Adams wanted 2. Elwes said no. I think maybe Elwes might have just been right there.
Yeah, I think so. I think she was right to send Adams back on that occasion. Can't afford a run out. This partnership's got to be a prolific one.
Certainly does. Needs to be 107 for 3 in the 30th over here at Radlett. Very sunny Radlett. Floated up a little bit. Driven but off the bottom of the bat by Adams, who looks really, really annoyed that she couldn't squeeze out a run or 2 out of that.
Yeah, she's got that pose now where she leans on her bat in disdain.
Could you tell when she's...
Well, most players do that, don't they? It's just like, oh no.
Maybe with Georgia Adams it's a little bit more pronounced.
Yeah.
Mainly because we see her in the middle so often, scores so many runs. Again, it's a low full toss, and Adams again can't squeeze the runs as it goes to mid-on. But it's coming off the bottom of the bat. They're very low full tosses, so it's very difficult to get the middle of the bat on those. She gets away with that a little bit, McGregor. 107 for 3, 30 gone, 20 to do.
107 the score.
Which I have to say, from a Vipers point of view, is disappointing, but from a Sunrisers point of view, they've done well. They've worked hard to get the Vipers in this position. They put them under pressure.
If you're watching the stream at the minute, you can see the run rate 3.57, which is probably a couple of runs shy of where they'd want to be. They'd like to go at a run a ball if possible, especially throughout the middle of the innings, so that will need to increase a little bit as they move past and into the back end of this innings. Another change of bowling from the, what was it called? What was that end called?
Salters
Field. I've forgotten it already. End. Grace Scrivens, Captain Grace Scrivens with the ball in her hand. Just adjusts her field slightly.
Some more off breaks.
And she's in past the umpire and beats the outside edge of Elwes. Goes on with the arm a little bit, no massive degree of turn, and Marikar does good work behind the stumps. Just adjusts her field slightly.
No, missed that. Some more off breaks.
She's in past the umpire, in again to Elwes, who's pulling on the front foot and just evades the left hand of the fielder at mid-wicket, but finds long on, and another single is taken.
I did watch the replay of that. It just looks as though it did actually come back a fraction.
A little bit in the wicket maybe for the spinners.
Just a little.
And that'll excite the likes of Charlie Knott, Georgia Adams herself.
Most of the Vipers players are spinners.
Yeah, they are missing a couple today. Nancy Harmon back in the side with their leg spin, might like to extract a little bit of spin out of it. Missing Lindsay Smith, of course, Charlie Dean from the last game all the way on England duty. Scrivens in again, this time to Adams, who's pushing at that one and finds point. Fumbles a couple of times, does Hancock, but doesn't cost anything. Steady start this from Scrivens, only conceding the one single so far. She's in again, shoveling the ball down to long on as Adams. Fielder comes in, but it drops a couple of metres in front of her. One more is taken. I thought she'd hit it straight to her. I was a bit concerned then that she'd chosen the wrong option, but luckily for her, it drops in front of the fielder. Scrivens in again, and on the back foot this time is Elwes, and can only find the fielder at mid-wicket. Jodie Grewcock there. That was a heavy ball, does Grace Scrivens.
25 wickets at 36 apiece in this competition.
Fielder goes back into the offside, and Elwes finds the gap there on this occasion and adds one more to her total. She moves to 8 after 31. Vipers are 110 for 3.
29 overs left of their innings having been put into bat this morning. Just watching the replay of that first ball to
just adjust her field slightly.
Georgia Elwes breaks. Scrivens, we're watching the right picture feed.
Past the umpire and beats the outside edge of Elwes. Goes on with the arm a little bit.
And pitched and come back into the right hander, gone between bat and pad. So there is a bit out there.
A little bit.
If you give it a bit of a tweak.
I love that word, tweak.
Tweak. Well, you get, I mean, as you know, you get spinners that roll it out, and you'll give spinners that generally do give the ball some revs. And I think the ones that will try and put some revs on the ball will actually get a bit of help out of this for sure. Here's McGregor with a right arm medium pace as bowls. There's a lovely drive from Elwes, but it's more finding Griffiths at extra cover. She's having a good game in the field. Cordelia Griffiths stopped a few runs in that position.
I wouldn't be surprised, because obviously with a wicket that spins, it tends to seam and grip. So you'd like to think that the slower balls of the seamers will come into the frame. The cutters at the end of this innings make it quite hard to score, you would have thought.
It's kept a little low on the hole as well here, isn't it? It's all conspiring, not helping the batters. There's a nice little shot behind square from Elwes, just helping it on its journey. She moves on to 9. That's off 14. The Vipers 111 for 3. Other games going on in this competition. Bring some more updates as we go through this next over or so. Western Storm 159 for 3 in the 29th over against the Blaze.
They're finding some momentum, aren't they?
They are, yeah. Sophie Luff 37 not out. Nat Wraith, the keeper, is 48 not out there. Leg ball played back to the bowler. A couple of wickets there for, is that Kirsty Gordon, west of the Blaze?
Yep.
And Thunder 134 without loss in their game against Central Sparks. That's after 29 overs. McGregor bowls, drive there from Adams, and she's picked the gap between extra cover and mid off. She's been waiting for that, and that goes all the way to boundary for 4.
Brilliant shot, wasn't it? Great strike. Split the gap between the two fielders beautifully. But every piece of it.
29 overs. Emma Lamb 67 not out. McGregor bowls, drive there from Adams, and she's picked the gap between extra cover and mid off. She's been waiting for that,
She wanted to put that right
and that
there
goes.
if she can.
99 and got run out.
Yeah.
For the second.
It was unfortunate.
Well, she wasn't too happy as well when she walked back. And there's one more other game. As I mentioned the Northern Diamonds.
You haven't yet, no.
Southeast Stars. Northern Diamonds 156 for 3 in the 31st. It's a lovely cut shot out to Miller at deep point. Georgia Adams picks up another run. That Northern Diamonds total. Holly Armitage made 66. Here at a very sunny and increasingly warmer Radlett, the Vipers are 116 for 3, trying to pick the rate up. It's over 3.5 and over at the moment. It was a little below that earlier. Slightly slower ball, and Elwes again, well judged shot, pushing it into the gap on the offside, keeping that scoreboard ticking along, which is something that the Vipers weren't able to do for quite a large part of the early part of their innings. 117 for 3, 32 gone.
Yeah, they're just starting to build a partnership, these two. Run rate's increased slightly, but you just feel like there's more positive shots on offer, taking on the bowlers a little bit more. And they'll probably need to look to target one or two of them going into the back end of this innings if they're going to get up to a defendable total, or at least one that's competitive. I said it was 200. If they keep going like this, it could end up being more than that, and if they're able to accelerate, then they could add an extra 10 or 15 on to that score as well. Scrivens to continue then, to Elwes, who's on the back foot defending back to her on this occasion.
Chris Scrivens, part of the England A squad that went out and played New Zealand back end of the winter.
Bowls to Elwes, who's driving through the covers, and again, Cordelia Griffiths, she's not let, I don't think I've seen anything that's gone to her. She's not fumbled even. She's been so clean, yeah.
Very athletic.
Not able to grab a single to her. Elwes just off the outside edge of her bat. She comes forward. She's turning and won't get a second as Hancock comes round just in front of us in our commentary position. Collects one more to the total, 118 for 3. Elwes to 11 now, 11 from 18, so busy start for her. Just wonder if one of these two is going to start to accelerate. But they look to work it still so far, as Adams does so into the offside, and Esme McGregor at cover does the fielding. That fielder at cover's inside the circle, squeezing that offside as they've got to try and hit up the slope. Scrivens past the umpire once more. Adams just defends that again into the cover area for another dot ball. I just feel like there's something happening. I just get a sense that something's brewing. Shorter delivery and pulling is Adams off the back foot. Bit of a drag down on that occasion. Good throw in from the deep from Flomer. Another one to the total, just 2 off that one. Scrivens bowled 2 overs, only conceded 5, so a really good start for her with great control. 119 for 3 off 33.
Yeah, if it's going to start, it's going to have to happen soon, isn't it, Charlotte? I'm just looking at the spinners here. Jodie Grucock still has 3 overs left. She's only gone for 17. Good tight stuff from her. Maddie Villiers has got another 3 overs, 1 for 26 she has. Jo Gardner's 2 overs only went for 9. I'm sure we're going to see a few more overs from them sooner or later. And Esme McGregor's 2 overs with her right arm medium pace went for 10. I think we've got another change. It looks like Suram Kumar is on the 19-year-old, and we're going to see a bit more of medium pace.
Yeah, good addition to this side for me. Adds both elements with the bat and the ball.
Got the keeper standing up and bowls. Nice drive there from Adams into that gap, wide of Griffiths this time. 120 for 3. You know a bit about her?
Only that she was on the under-19 tour, but we watched a little bit of that sort of series, that tri-series between England, Australia and Sri Lanka, and I was very impressed with solid action, strong action, and had great control and worked the ball nicely with the bat as well.
Comes in again, bowls, slightly short, a bit of width as well Elvis easily guides that into the gap on the offside for a single. Moves on to 12, 121 for 3.
She's got that action as well that I think you can build on, and she'll be able to get stronger and therefore add pace, and she'll obviously develop as she moves through her career. But from early sightings of her, it's a good prospect for the Sunrisers.
Comes in again and bowls. It's a nice little drive as well. It's just a little bit of extra pace on the ball, which is just helping the batters use that and find the gap. Single to Adams. She just looks like she's got a bit more of a whip in her action than, say, McGregor. McGregor looks like she floated the ball up a little bit, whereas Suren Kumar sort of hits the deck a little bit more. Comes in and bowls. And that's worked with an open face by Elvis down towards third. Thinks about 2, but there isn't. Puts the hand out. Does Georgia Elvis say nope?
I'm not coming
Stay
back
where
for a
you
second,
are.
yeah.
Yep, stay where you are, Georgia. 13 to Elvis. That's off 20 deliveries. 123 for 3. You're right, though. She's got a nice smooth action.
Yeah, it just looks strong.
Yeah.
But strong that you can build on.
Made her debut last year in this competition. Suren Kumar. Yes, that's pushed up towards mid-on. No run.
She's bowling a little bit wider at the crease line. Not on the wide line, but also on the return crease line, but definitely wider, and then trying to angle the ball back into the batters.
Now, I'm very conscious.
Really attack the stumps.
Sure, I'm very conscious you're here as a
I'm going to do one more
spectator.
ball with
You're
you.
going to do one more ball, yeah, and then you're off.
I'm going to go enjoy the sun if that's okay.
I don't blame you. You're here as a spectator rather than working off the back foot. And I single into that gap in the covers. It's time for Adams. Takes her on to 31. 124 for 3.
It's been a pleasure, as always, Kevin James. You might hear a little bit more from me. I'll do another stint in the second innings.
Will you? Oh, that's very kind of you. Thank you.
No problem.
Cheers. Thank you, Charlotte. Charlotte Taylor, the Vipers' injured off spinner. She says she's going to be back as well. Kevin Hand, who's back with us.
I'm bringing Danny Warren with me in a minute as well, so you can have a break, JMO.
Well, that's very kind of you.
What are you going to do?
Well, I was going to say I was going to go get an ice cream, but I can't see an ice cream there.
Short the ice cream today.
I wonder if is there any in the pavilion? Do they do them in the freezer? I might go and have a look. Yeah, I'll get everybody one actually. If there's one in there, I'll get everyone one.
Here's Scriven, the Sunrisers skipper. You're a good man, JMO. No matter what they say. Is this ball's cut away? There's no run. 1-2-4 for 3. Did you miss me in that half an hour? Someone teased me.
Sorry, what's your name again?
Scrivens. Bowls. This is eased away to mid-on. We haven't got a 4-day game together this year.
Oh, no.
Have we got a 1-day cup
You just
game?
need to get a better side than we would.
Well, if we do, we might not see you next year. Your position in Division 1. This ball's cut away into the offside. It's fielded at cover. You've been lucky they've had as much rain as they have at Middlesex these last few weeks. I had a pretty decent start. They beat Yorkshire. Big win that was at Lords. Scrivens is in bowls, and this is darted down the leg side and wide. So
This was one of our easier games.
Yorkshire.
Yeah.
Did they?
There's a big gap between Division 2 and Division 1 these days. Yorkshire.
This one's paddled. Fine. It's a nice little shot by Adams. Gets it away. Quite have the pace on it to keep going down the slope. They take a couple.
We're too good to go down.
Too good to go down. That was the old Brian Clough Nottingham Forest one, wasn't it? Too good to go down. Poor old Cloughie. Here's Scrivens. Once more. Where are you this Saturday? Have you got a football match? Are you at a ground? That's the reason I'm asking. As this ball's chipped back down to long on for a single by Adams. Moves to 34, 128 for 3. Have you got a game this weekend? Are you studio based?
It's the cricket season.
Saturday. No football at all in the.
I don't look at the football when the cricket.
You're not presented on the Saturday.
I don't do that anymore. I haven't done it for a couple of years.
Oh, that answers that then. Here's Scrivens. Bowls. Oh, drive at that one. Felt like she got something on it, but I didn't see what the umpire signal now. It was buys. It was buys. Great disappointment from the field, suggested there wasn't anything on it. So a single it is. Elvis has 13. Adams keeping the strike on 34. 129 for 3. 35 gone. So yeah, Danny Warren's going to come and do a stint with us in a minute to have a chat through all things Sunrisers.
Don't trip on that.
And
You'll be happy with things here today, haven't you?
yes, yeah, I think so. Well, just happy to have the game on. As you say, was one thing, but this is good. This is good from Adams here, isn't it? And Elvis as well. They've picked it up. I was saying at one point that the projection, if things went badly, could have been 130 to 150. But they're going to push on well past that now. They've got that run rate, which had fallen to 2.6, 2.5 at one point, up to 3.7 now. Sunrisers will be keen to get the squeeze back onto Vipers at this point.
Yeah, well, this is their most experienced partnership. So you would expect, while they're out there together, yeah, I mean, young Abby Norgrove, 18 years of age, it's difficult to say, look, this, that and whatever, because she's still learning the game. But these two, they know the game inside out. You would expect, while they're together, for the Vipers to get back on track. And of course the trick now for the Sunrisers is to try and get rid of this partnership. Here's Seren Kumar bowls with their right arm medium pacers. Lovely drive through the offside. But Flo Miller's came a little straighter down at deep cover, so it's just a single. And Elvis moves on to 14. 130 for 3 at the start of the 36th. Sunrisers, just to repeat, will be very happy with what they've served up so far. Been very accurate today. Drive from Adams, finding the gap a lot more now. Notice Cordelia Griffiths has gone a little squarer at cover, which has opened up that area at extra cover. That's why Flo Miller on the boundaries come round a little straighter. Different tactics being shown here by the Sunrisers, trying to minimise those singles on the offside, which Vipers are starting to find now. They're going to strengthen this offside by the looks of it. Looks like Grace Scrivens is calling one of the fielders over from the leg side over to the offside. Definitely the line that Seren Kumar's been bowling has been sort of outside of off stump, nothing straight down the leg side. Now with only 2 fielders on the leg side, she certainly can't bowl too straight. So that gap on the offside saving one has been plugged. They've still got the insurance on the boundary as well through Flo Miller. So there's a very offside heavy field now. In fact, there's three on the leg side, I tell a lie. There's one in the trees that I couldn't see. There's a drive from Elvis, and it's half stop, but looks like that area's been plugged for now. 131 for 3, halfway through over number 36. Elvis, is she going to suddenly change tactics? Is she going to still back herself to pierce that infield on the offside? Seren Kumar comes in again. Elvis just pushing forward at that one. Griffiths fields. It's a good line. That's a good line from Seren Kumar. The field on the leg side is mid-wicket and deep backward square leg. It's a good field actually. It's a good field from the youngster's point of view. She can keep that nice line going. That's turned away on the leg side. That's too straight. Elvis just nudges that away. They should pick up 2 just in front of square. This is where they have to be a little careful here. Elvis is good enough just to close the face on anything that's straight. And it will always be at least one, and on that occasion, as we saw, a couple of runs. 133 for 3, 1 ball left of over number 36. Elvis is on 16 from 25. Seren Kumar comes in again, and Elvis can do no more than just push at that one. Keeps a little low, maybe just held in the turf a fraction there as well. 133 for 3, 14 overs left.
Kevin James, time for a break. Go find somewhere cosy, find a sofa. Yeah, wipe the sweat from the brow. Cheers, Jamo. Danny Warren's going to sit down alongside us as promised in the commentary tent here at Radlett, and well, talk us through at the moment what's a good partnership building for Vipers, a dangerous pair, as Kevin James was saying, the most experienced pair of the Vipers, rebuilding this after what was a very good start for the Sunrisers.
Yeah, but it looks a decent pitch to bat on, doesn't it? It's been under covers a while, so no one really knew what we were dealing with. The outfield's getting a bit quicker as the sun beats down, so look, you expect to have to work really hard when you play Vipers and players like this.
Full toss from Scrivens, and it's away, backward of square, just slipped out. And a gimme for Adams, she moves to 39.
Yeah, and the key is to make them work as hard as you can. Balls like that, graces like this, pointed to...
Full toss from Scrivens, and it's away, back of the square, just slipped out. The gimme.
You guys have talked about it a few times on comms so far. The ground staff have done an amazing job to get everything ready here, but the one thing they couldn't do was mop up that puddle.
It's nicely flighted by Scrivens to the channel just outside off, and Adams a stroke into the covers. Griffith does the fielding. Third ball from Scrivens. It's eased just fine of the mid-wicket fielder, and they'll pick up a single. Adams on to 40, 138 for 3. Yeah, the run rate had come down to nearly 2.5 at one point, hadn't it? They'd really put the squeeze on. It's the natural flow of an innings at the moment. The Vipers have got it up again as a crucial finale coming up to this innings. You fancy as Scrivens bowls. This is cut to backward point, just gets through. But still will be a little bit of a greasy top on the outfield here, won't it? 139 for 3. But yeah, incredible effort first of all, just to get the game on.
Yeah, and it certainly looks like a decent batting track. You talked about the field. It's a slightly undulating ground here, isn't it? So it's difficult for the fielders.
Use of the feet to this one from Scrivens. So pick up a single, moves to 41.
Yeah, and it's difficult to, even with the smaller boundaries that we brought in today, to miss some of those wet patches. It is quite difficult to defend the pockets that you get here. It's a weird shaped ground. We've talked about it before, and something that takes a bit of getting used to. So there is naturally a way to score runs.
Last ball of the overs, right under the nose of the batter, and Elwes defends into the offside. 17 Elwes, Adams 41, 140 for 3 Vipers. But yeah, the start in particular, it looked slow and low, didn't it? The surface to begin with, which you just wonder. We talked about the outfield, but also the pitch itself hardening up. Might become better to bat on as the day goes on, and that will certainly be the hope of Sunrisers.
Yeah, it will certainly be the hope. It was certainly the plan. I think you never know what a good score is when a pitch has been undercover for the amount of time that this pitch has been undercover. I said it just now, that full credit to Nick Searle and his ground staff for getting this game on time without losing any overs, because it was so wet here on Monday. Puddles in the outfield yesterday. Real struggle to set the ground up from both a cricketing and an operational perspective. But look, we got out there. We started at 10:30. We're set fair for 50 overs of really enthralling cricket.
Surin Kumar continuing, that ball's cut away. A bit of width outside off stump. Sweepers there, so just a single. Adams onto 42. And it's a funny ground, Radlett. You couldn't. I don't think it's ever really failed Middlesex. It's been something of a fortress for Middlesex in this and over the years that they've been playing here. But you can turn up and almost get one of two pitches. Nice weights, and that's eased to cover. Griffith doing the fielding there. Second ball of the 38th. But yeah, over the years coming to Radlett, in my experience, it either plays like this or it's got bounce in it. There's never kind of a middle, is there?
No, and you really do get value for your shots as well, don't you? It runs away downhill in both directions. You've got a big square.
Solid defence from Elwes. To Surin Kumar again, for 10 off 2.3 now for the seamer.
Yeah, it's a real ground where if you do your cricket well, you'll get rewards, both with bat and ball. If you play the game, do your skills well, you're likely to get something out of it.
Lee's two backward point. Goodness from Surin Kumar. Surin Kumar, 2 ball scare the over. Another solid defence again. This is really good from Surin Kumar at this point as well, isn't it? Because this is a point where the ball could come onto the bat at precisely the time that the fielders would want that.
Yeah, and it's a role that
the batters would want that. Sorry.
The fielders want the ball to come onto them if they can, ideally straight into their hands without bouncing would be good. But Ami's building up a nice bit of pressure here as always. As the next ball is key. If we can get out of this over, then she's certainly started to drag things back.
Last ball's eased away once more into the offside. That's outstanding. Yeah, the applause from the pavilion. The coaching staff very, very pleased with that one. Done for 10 off 3 for Surin Kumar now. 141 for 3 Vipers.
And that's the key here. You, as I say, you get value whether you're batting or bowling if you do things well on a ground like this. And the job for any team, the job for us as Sunrisers today is to do our skills better than the opposition, to keep consistently putting them under pressure with the ball, and then see what the second dig looks like. As you say, it's a toss that when you win it, you have to have a bowl. You know that the conditions are slightly damp and you don't know what the pitch is like, but you also know that there's the capacity for chasing a score here. We've enjoyed playing here the few times that we have. Played a game here against Storm, I think in September, where it was similar weather conditions actually. I'm not sure what Radlett does for the weather forecast, but we turned up then in September and it was a baking hot day, wasn't it? The players are out there enjoying a bit of warmth, and with Nick Hancock coming on now, hopefully she feels a little bit more at home now the sun's come out, and there's the Australian who's suffered the 9 degrees that she's had to play in a few times over the last week or so. Gets hopefully some just reward for her efforts in the first dig, where she was very consistent without managing to get anything against her name in the wicket column.
So the 39th over. It's a length ball just outside off, and that's that channel there, really, isn't it? Where all day long it's trying to leave it in that channel, force the batter to try and find runs. Hasn't been easy. 141 for 3. Basically, when the bowler's on top, there's very little the batter can do on this Radlett surface at the moment. It's been one of those where if the bowler's on the money, even in white ball cricket, it's hard to force masses. Short and bowler, top of off. It's the end of Adams. Just a fraction short of length, pace off. And it takes the top of off as Adams plays across the line. Short and bowler, top of off. Down onto the stumps. Talked about sometimes it can be a bouncy surface here at Radlett. That one not quite getting up as expected. Either way, top of off's hit. And fourth wicket falls, 141 for 4.
Yeah, the length looked like it got her a little bit more excited there. She finally had something to try and get over to the leg side, which was offering a bit more reward for her, and yeah, it didn't quite work.
We saw it with the first wicket of the day as well, didn't we? The attempt to play across the line from McCacken. He felt LBW to Kopak. Again, it was the length. Straight away thinking, okay, short of a length, get it away, didn't quite get up, ended up playing across the line to it.
Yeah, and I think sometimes because of the way the ground slopes away, you feel like it's going to come up a bit more on you, whereas it's a really true cricket wicket out there. As we've been saying, if you do your skills well, if you're bowling that channel, if you're hitting the top of off stump as Nick Hancock did there, very close to the bottom edge, whether it did or didn't, but she cramped her for space. She was hitting a line that just made her work really hard for the runs, and I suppose credit back to the previous over where Surin Kumar ran through 6 balls for 1 run. That really put the pressure on. So they'd gone 6 dot balls as a team before Nick took that wicket, and that's what they'll be talking about out there. They need to put that pressure on. They need to make sure that they're always asking the question.
Emily Winter is the new batter, and off the mark first ball, single punched out to deep cover. Joe Gardner sweeping up out on the boundary. 142 for 4. Yeah, we were looking at this morning, that power play. It's a sticky one for Vipers. Sunrisers bowled really, really well. Depending on the target, whether there is almost the role for somebody to go particularly hard at the top. Think about a tactic of trying to attack through that power play. Hancock's fourth ball's onto the toes and clipped for a single for Elwes onto 18. How methodical the approach to the chase will be. But even the end of the Vipers innings, would there be some thought of, right, somebody go out and go at it, really try and put in a cameo with a good strike rate. If it comes off, it comes off.
They got dangerous players all the way down. Obviously, Elvis and Windsor, who are out there, have scored a lot of runs themselves in this cricket, and Elvis at international level. So you've got to keep doing your job really well.
Hancock on a length outside off. Through it goes to the keeper. We saw a couple of edges this morning in that power play. One just out of reach. One just popped out of the fingertips of the gloves.
Level. So you've got to keep doing your job really
Car
well.
behind the stumps. This one. On a length again outside off. Hancock died on a length outside off. Through it goes to the keeper. We saw
It will be interesting to see how Vipers approach the power play with the ball in hand, because they have in the past opened with spin, but looking at their scorecard today.
Oh, use of the feet and misses it. Walks down the track. Leg stumps pushed back. And Windsor departs for 1. 2 in the over for Hancock. Massive over here for Sunrisers as the Vipers look to kick on. They're 143 for 5.
And it's worked. Good decision by Grace Grivens to bring Nick Hancock back into the attack. Turn to your overseas star. Ask her to.
Oh, use of the feet and misses it. Walks down the track.
Hit the stump. She's done it twice now. 2 balls that look like they cut back ever so slightly. That has definitely come in on an angle to Emily Windsor, who tried to give herself a bit of space and has found her stumps castled.
I was a bit sheepish when I came back on a few moments ago, because earlier I was saying the projection could be something around 130, 150 here, when that net run rate had dropped down to, or the current run rate, sorry, had dropped down to about 2.5, because you could just see a tumble of wickets and all of a sudden it really does become a scramble. But they've got a partnership going, they've got a couple of good strike rates. Elvis is still there, dangerous of course. Harmon joins her now. And what have we had? 39 overs, so approaching the final 10. You've got wickets in hand, anything can happen in a final 10 now, can't it? But just have to be a little bit careful once more now. Vipers.
Yeah, it's a difference now between potentially chasing that 180 that you feel your work's deserved, to be looking at 220, 230, just depending. As we say, they've got ball strikers, we've got small boundaries and a couple of pockets here, so yeah, continue to do your job, continue to do it well. Ami Surunkuma definitely deserves a wicket next to her name as well after the spell that she's bowled, so hopefully buoyed by Nick Hancock at the other end, she'll continue to do what she's been doing.
.143 for 5, 39 overs done. Kevin James just passed me the ECB Development 11 to face Pakistan in the game tomorrow. This is dug out from Elvis' first ball from Surunkuma. Holly Armitage, skipper, Georgia Adams, Sophia Dunkley, Lauren Filer, Bess Heath, Grace Potts, Bryony Smith, Lindsay Smith, Maddie Villiers, Izzy Wong and Danny Wyatt. Next chamber. It's the T20 tomorrow. This ball's cut away by Elvis for a single out to cover. 144 for 5. Villiers actually bowled incredibly well today, didn't she? The spell that she started with, so tight, so economical.
Yeah, I think Maddie's had a started the season really, really well. Look, she's looked really promising with bat and ball in hand. She's changed the momentum of the game in both disciplines, and that's kind of she's the heartbeat of our side. She's someone that when you need a little bit of inspiration, you want to throw the ball to someone like Maddie Villiers, and she can counter-attack with the bat. So yeah, we're really excited for her to get this opportunity. That's a really strong looking side to take on the Pakistan women that are touring, and a great opportunity for Maddie to be back in that fold.
Well, short from Surunkuma and cut to points, but good stop by that tightly knit offside fields. No run taken. Jamie threw the question to me earlier today, actually. What's been the secret to Sunrisers' success this season? The pick-up in performances, or the pick-up in results, I should put it that way, the pick-up in results, which has been a steady incline. Surunkuma puts it on a length again, that's stroked by Harmon into the covers.
Yeah, I heard him ask that question, and actually I didn't then listen to your response. So I might have to ask you to remind me what the answer is. But look, I think the end of last season started to indicate where this team could go. I think one thing for us is that consistency and that continuity that we've been able to put together as a side.
2 to go the over for Sir and Kumar. It's another good one on the spot. This is really tight stuff at the moment.
That for the first 4 games of this season we were able to name none changed starting 11 for the first time in our history. That actually takes a bit of time when you're doing something new to work out the best combination, the best formula, and I think that consistency has been really important for us. That our long-term goal has always been the same. We want to build the best domestic team in the country.
Right up there into the block holes finish from Sir and Kumar. Dot ball dug out by Harman. 0 from 4 for her. Elvis 19 from 36. 10 overs to go here at Radlett. 144 for 5 Vipers.
And our plan is to have the best squad of domestic cricketers that you can build, both by creating them ourselves and seeing someone like Amy Surinkuma, who's come through the pathway in this region. At 17 herself is the youngest player out there, but she joins a whole host of other academy graduates in Jodie Grewcott, Flo Miller, Esme McGregor. We've got Charlie Phillips sat on the sidelines over there, who's a really exciting young pace bowler, but we can't currently get her in the team. And I think this also should be noted, and massive credit to these girls, that they're doing all of this without 3 of their professional players. With Abdihar Maqsood has been in the over with Scotland qualifying for the World Cup, which we're all so excited for Abs to have achieved that, because it's a massive thing for her and her Scotland teammates. And we're currently also missing Eva Gray and Kelly Castle, who were a mainstay of our side last year.
Hickok starting the new over, a couple in the lasts. Teased by Elvis into the offside, and there's no run.
And credit too to Andy Tennant and his coaching staff. Look, Andy came in beginning of last season with a really, really clear plan, and that clear plan wasn't, I'm going to turn you into a winning team overnight. It was, these are the things that we need to address, because in the long run we will have success, and in the medium term we'll be going in the right direction, and it showed that plan is working.
Hancock puts that one right up there outside off Stump's dugout. It was a wide Yorker in the end, which just allowed the opening of the face. Griffith to come round.
So how close was I to your answer then, Kev?
Yeah, pretty much. I think I was quite diplomatic in answering it when Jamo, with his BBC hat on, asked me with my Sunrisers hat on. I said that the thing with Sunrisers, they were never far from a good team. That was the frustrating thing, wasn't it? That they were always very close. Hancock bowls, leg side to wide signals, good stop by Carr behind the stumps. So many games spring to mind where I said that just didn't quite get over the line. Used the analogy almost that they actually stood on the line, and then the team would still come and storm past them, and that's how close the games were. Because you could look at just the wins defeats column and make a judgment based on that, but actually if you looked at the scorecards, looked at the games, always in the game, always thrilling games. As Hancock bowls is pushed up to mid-off, quick singles taken, well run. Done well there to squeeze the single out there. It's Harman off the mark as well, 5th ball, 147 for 5.
And as you know, in cricket, it's so often those key moments that are the important part of the game. It's not the obvious. It's that, how do you swing momentum in your direction in an unseen, certainly in 50 over cricket, which is where we've had our success, and we're excited to enter the T20 competition in the next week or so to really test what we've learned from that format. But within a 50 over game, there's so many ebbs and flows, and you sometimes don't notice the moments that are actually really important in the outcomes.
Hancock's 4th ball of the over, it's dug out right up there. It wasn't quite on the money, Yorker, but nonetheless Elvis was respectful of it. I think as well, one of the things that
that are actually really
watching Sunrisers over the years was perhaps just a little X factor. 4th ball of the over, it's dug out. The line sometime being a player, but it wasn't quite whole money. I think now 1 or 2 of the additions, or 1 or 2 of the players who are just that little bit older as well, have brought in that X factor. Hancock bowls down the leg side, it's going to be another wide.
And it's the belief as well, and I think that belief permeates through the side, because if you look back over the run that we've been on, both at the back end of last season and currently, different players have played their part in winning games, whether it be bat or ball. It's never been left to one person. Obviously the standout innings of the season was Grace Scrivens up at Kidderminster a week ago, but we've had some fantastic partnerships, and we've had some really important moments that other players have played, especially with ball. Kate Coppat's been fantastic.
It's good from Hancock on a length. Once more it's defended by Elwes. You look through, you know, the names in this list, and they're names that have been there for a very long time. Okay, Hancock in addition, but overall this isn't a particularly changed side. This hasn't been a side that's been revolutionised. The players have been there, and it is almost a coming of age, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, well, you look at someone like Jodie Grucock, she's benefited from being a professional. That's probably what the real key message is, that these girls weren't professional 4 years ago.
Clipped off the toes, final ball of the over from Elwes. She'll pick up a single, moves to 21. It's the end of the 41st, 149 for 5.
So they weren't able to dedicate all their time, their life to developing their cricket skills and developing their knowledge and really immersing themselves in it. So you look at someone like Jodie Grucock, she herself is still only 19. She's burst on the scene, she's been successful with the bat, she's been asked to do a job with the ball that she may not have naturally found that she's done in the past, but today she's bowled 7 overs for 17 runs, and to come on first change and do that against a quality batting lineup, you're bowling at Georgia Adams, who's the leading run scorer in this competition. You're bowling at Charlie Knott, who's one of the most exciting young cricketers in the world at the moment. So she has the composure to just do what she knows she can do well, and to do her skills under pressure. And that time has allowed her, and obviously I'm picking on her, but there's so many players there who deserve a huge amount of credit for the work that they've put into their game.
Surin Kumar continuing with the 42nd over of the innings. Length ball run to backward point by Elwes. And I was just pausing for thought for a moment. The other thing that I think always struck me for Sunrisers when it weren't quite getting over the line in some matches was there was often a grizzly pro in the opposition lineup, which perhaps Sunrisers didn't have. But that's where Sunrisers are now, reaping the benefit. Surin Kumar, no ball called. This ball's cut to point. No run. No ball brings up the 150 for Vipers. But I think that's fair to say probably that a lot of the, I don't know if the statistics would back this up in terms of the youthful sides of Sunrisers, but certainly it felt as though, you know, that gnarly old pro, that little bit of experience, be it the X Factor, whether you want to call it that X Factor or gnarly old pro, that perhaps that was just a little bit evident sometimes in some of the games.
Yeah, sometimes, and like, I wasn't to say that any of these girls hadn't played a huge amount of cricket, but they hadn't played a huge amount of cricket at this level. Like, our average age is still 23, and that's across our squad. So there's so much excitement about what can be achieved with this. Look, our oldest player is 30, and with all the support, like, you would hope that these 30-year-olds are going on and having 4, 5, 6 more years as a professional cricketer.
Oh, it's for the use of the feet on that one. And put down by Gardner at long on. It was the free hit, my apologies, of course, it was free hit as well for Gardner to collect down below, so not the job in that sense, but they do pick up 2. As Elwes gave it the charge, she moves to 23, 152 for 5. If you're going to drop one, drop off the no ball. Surin Kumar needs this one away to backward point, and this could be tight. Could be really tight and gone. Brilliant. Sharp work in the fields. Outstanding from Sunrisers. And well, Elwes dropping the single. Harman pays the price. Another one falls for Vipers. And just when they'd really like to be getting the charge going, getting things moving at this stage, another one goes. Surin Kumar needs this one away to backward point. Here's the replay for us to have a look at, and it always looks. Oh wow, look at that from Carr. That is incredible work. Could be really tight and gone. Brilliant. Sharp work in the field. Outstanding. Absolutely stunning job. I didn't quite see that from the angle we were at first time. Just always was slightly. Could be really tight and gone. Brilliant. Sharp work in the field. Outstanding. From take and turn of the wrist to get the ball back on the stumps. That's as good as you'll see from Amara Carr there. That is outstanding. 152 for 6.
Yeah, I'm in awe of what she's pulled off there. Jodie Grewcock gave her a lot of work to do to turn that into the run-out opportunity that it was. But again, that's pressure building. You're looking at the scoreboard. You've got less than 9 overs to go, and you know that you've got a decent batting track and a quickening outfield that you're going to need to defend. So that's the pressure that the bowlers are putting on. Like Amu's bowling a brilliant spell here that is making them take decisions. Like she wants to get down the other end so she can face as much of the next over as possible, and it's led to an opportunity that the girls have taken. And again, professionalism leads to the fielding quality, and across the board I would say this in every game that I've watched this year, the fielding has been absolutely amazing by these players, and you have to earn absolutely everything that you go out there as a batter. So full credit to everyone. Namara Carr just shows the quality, and you talk about that. She's going to hate me for calling that grizzly old pro, but she's that person in our team. She played a brilliant innings at Kidderminster to come in and steady the ship when she came in, and saw it home with Grace Scrivens.
From Kumar to Southby.
So I apologise to you, Amara. You are our grizzly old pro that we look to do to have that moment of magic and to have the calm head when we need it. But that's because Amara has now been afforded the opportunity of playing for 4 years.
That's from Kumar. 2 to go the over with that no ball earlier in it. That's a little bit of width for Southby to work with. Gets off the mark, second ball. Yeah, I was tentative in putting that forward, the gnarly old pro bit, but I feel as though was my answer a good one then to JMO? Did I sum it up quite well?
I liked it. You went for gnarly, I went for grizzly. I'm not really sure what the difference is between those words, but Amara, I apologise now. But she, again, such an important member. Always an incredibly talented cricketer, but just throughout the KSL era hadn't had that consistent amount of time on the field.
Nice drive, but top ball to finish the over. 153 for 6. Are you going to pop back and see us in the second innings?
I would love to.
Please do, Danny Warren. Thanks so much for your time. Kevin James is going to sit back down alongside for the final 8 overs of this Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy match here at Radlett, which is finally poised, I'd suggest, at this stage. You'd probably just fancy Sunrisers at this point to see this innings through now. There's a lot on Elwys to make sure that she anchors what remains of this innings and gets somewhere around that 180, 190 mark. Welcome back, JMO.
Thank you. Oh yeah, I'd much rather be in the Sunrisers position. I mean, this wicket's drying out all the time in this sun. I think they're going to have the best of the conditions when they come to bat. I think the Vipers have got a lot of work to do here in these last 8 overs. I think that was a big wicket as well. I know Elwys is still there, which is important from the Vipers' point of view, but Nancy Harman strikes the ball well. She helped win them the game a couple of games ago against Thunder at Wormsley. Her and Alice Monaghan put on a few runs at the end. They both struck the ball very hard, and that's a blow. I would have fancied the Vipers if Harman and Elwys could have kept together for a few overs, and then Monaghan comes in. Potentially, they might have got a decent total, but that's a big setback.
Here goes Grewcock from the Salters Field ends. Ball start up. Southby. 1 from 3. Has to play the supporting act to some extent for a moment. So this one has some width. It's cut away. Bit of work for Jo Gardner to do out on the ropes. She does it well. Holds him to 2. She's got a strong arm as well. Gardner, outstanding arm. Back to Grewcock at the non-strikers end. 155 for 6.
Yeah, that's a strong area, that. For Rihanna Southby, out on that offside, a little bit short, outside off stump.
Lots of flight from Grewcock. It's cut 2 points, no run. .365 is not a terrible run rate at this stage here at Radlett. One of the factors, again, is the shorter boundaries here, in particular one. So this is driven away for a single out to Gardner, which I perhaps didn't factor in when I was saying when they slipped to 2.5 that 130, 150 was a projection they were potentially on for. Of course, that shorter boundary, you just have to factor that in slightly. And in general, the ground itself here isn't the biggest. So to have an even shorter boundary than usual in one area is something of a game changer. Flipping that ball hand to hand. Nice bit of flight again. That's really well bowled. Elvis can't do much with that at this stage.
No, I just think for a large part of the Vipers' innings they've been a bit passive, especially early on. They just didn't seem to really try and get the game with with a scruff of the neck a bit. They just seem to just happy just to play. But take nothing away from Sunrisers, they bowl well.
Grewcock finishes the over nicely with the ball on a length, which is eased into the offside. That's 43 bowls, 156 for 6. Elvis very much the key now, 23 from 48. Southby 4 from 6. 7 overs to go. And, well, even 190 on the board from here, it's almost a case of just make sure you get it, isn't it, for Vipers at this stage. Don't let it go in a complete heap. It's another one now, especially were it Elvis to fall. And this really could be a troublesome end to the innings.
Yeah, very much so. Elvis is key, no doubt about it. Meanna Southby needs to give a good support and keep the scoreboard ticking along. As I say, Alice Monaghan yet to come in can strike the ball very well. So, there's no reason why they might yet still get to 200. Here's Saran Kumar bowls. That's a good length ball. She's bowled well, hasn't she? Bowled very well in her, was it 6th over? None for 15 so far. And for a young 19-year-old, not experienced at this level, in a situation where she really needs to maintain the grip that the Sunrisers have got in this game. It's exceptional bowling. That's just worked to mid-wicket by Southby, and there is no run. But again, I'll just go back, and I don't. Abby Norgrove used up 76 balls for her 35, and she's only 18, and she's gaining valuable experience. That's what these games are all about. It's as much about obviously your side winning, but it's about bringing forward this next generation of cricketers who have, basically grown up through academies. Oh, it's in the air. Oh, it's going to be caught. Oh, Joe Gardner's falling just short of her. And Southby will come through for a single. It's as much about that as anything. You want your next generation of cricketers to experience tight situations, to experience the real tough ends of games and what have you. So, but Abby Norgrove sort of set the tone for an innings in a way that they didn't quite. They didn't allow the Vipers to really say, right, we'll try and dominate here. We'll try and put the pressure back on you. I think it was the Sunrisers that got an early foothold in the game and have kind of stayed there. It's cut away by Elvis. That's a beautiful shot. She's found the gap back with a point. 3rd runs around. She'll come back for 2. But there is still time. But as I say, the Vipers will play exceptionally well here to get a score of 200 plus.
Yeah, that's what we were saying earlier about almost that pinch hitter, wasn't it, to take a gamble at some point, but it wasn't for the want of trying, because I think how not approached, he came in, tried to play positively.
Well, it just wasn't easy, was it really? I mean, as I say, I think the Sunrisers will have the best of the batting conditions, which is ideal. That's nicely turned by Elvis Fine. There is nobody there, so 3rd man is having to run round to fine leg, and they'll come back for 3. It was never going to quite reach the boundary. Outfield's still not that quick. 3 runs to Elvis. Takes the Vipers total on to 162 for 6. Charlie Knott tried, couldn't quite get underneath one and scooped it really to mid-wicket. Alan McGacken trying to work the pace, played across the line to Kate Kopak, and was keeping low there, and it was difficult to get going, but I always say you have to find a way. As that's worked to extra cover by Southby. That's the end of another over ticked off here. There are 6 overs left, with the Vipers on 162 for 6. It hasn't been easy, but we're talking about a side, the defending champions. They've won this competition on numerous occasions, and yes, they've lost their England players. They've lost 5 players to the squad, or certainly 5 players that were played in the last game. Lauren Bell hasn't played in any, but even so, they've got enough strength in depth that they'll feel that they should be further on than they are.
Jodie Grewcock continuing at the Salters Field end. It'll just be interesting to see how Sunrisers go about this, because you're absolutely right that Sunrisers are going to have the best of the conditions when chasing. The outfield will be a little bit drier as well. Ball should race away that little bit more. Grewcock starts with a floated ball, driven for a single, just in front of Cordelia Griffith. And again, that surface should harden up a little bit as the day goes on. It should be easier to bat in the 2nd innings. So with that, are they just pragmatic about and methodical about the chase, or do they, as we suggested, perhaps gamble a little in that power play, try and pierce the pierce the infield, pick up those boundaries early on, which just gives them that jolt at the start.
Well, they may feel that with the conditions improving, and if they feel that Vipers are way below par score, that actually there's a chance of a bonus point here as well on the chase.
Grewcock gives it a huge amount of flight on this occasion, too much, and it's driven. Beautifully placed, look at that, in between extra cover and cover. Gardner at deep point won't get around either, and that's what we're talking about in terms of getting it through, and that kind of throws forward. It's a huge power play as well. On this occasion, too much, and it's driven. Sunrise beautifully placed. Look at that.
It's only the 13th boundary in the innings. You know, for a ground that's not that big, and with boundaries having been brought in down the bottom end.
Grewcock with a flight, just easing it back up the track on this occasion. Southby. Vipers will come harder. Sunrise with the ball. Beats the edge of that one. Again, just outside the off stump. We were talking about the flat batted shots outside off stump. They're not easy either. Right back at the start of the day, we identified it, didn't we? That standing up tall and punching off the back foot outside off is perhaps the better option without a great deal of bounce in this surface. So that one's right up there and driven for a single just straight at the mid-on. Carr, who produced that fantastic run out, should go back to that actually, because the angle that we were sat at, well done keeper, you know, done a good job, but then when you actually saw the angle on the replay of how wide the throw was, that was an incredible piece of glove work. Little moments like that really change matches. Grewcock bowls, it's driven to, got a slight fumble, throw goes into the non-striker's ends. Disappointed she let them get through it. My apologies, it wasn't Griffith, it was Surun Kumar at cover.
Yeah, I mean, that should have been a chance of a run out there, shouldn't it? Should have been picked up cleanly. We're on the square there as well, it's not like you're on the outfield.
169 for 6, end of the 45th. Grewcock, number 27 from her 9 now. 7 off that over. It's that one that she let slip a little bit too much outside the off stump, and unless it's a real long hop or a very juicy half volley, it is really hard to get the full strength into your shots on this surface.
Yeah, you know, it is difficult, of course it is, and that 169 is probably worth another 20 more, if I'm honest. But even so, you know, I think a side like the Vipers, even though they're missing their England players, you know, it should be a little bit further on than this. But even so, they're working hard. There's still time left. While you're out there in the middle, there's always a chance of putting on a few more runs, and who knows what might happen in these last 5 overs.
And again, that short boundary is the other one to factor in. That's what we can't really weigh up at the moment, can we? How much that's worth in this match.
But nobody's really got in, have they, and really sort of dominated the bowling, and it may just be that that's the way it is out there in the middle. That it's very difficult to do that. Maddie Villiers bowls with her off spin. She's round the wicket, and that's worked on the onside bail. She'll look for 2, I'm sure. Throw comes in, and Southby had to just hurry for the last few yards as Joe Gardner threw at the bowler's end. They'll be running hard now, the Vipers, that's for sure.
Let's pause for a moment. It's the first bowl at this end from Villiers today, isn't it? Her opening spell, 7 overs were entirely from the Saucers Field end.
Maddie Villiers been named in the England development squad for the game against Pakistan tomorrow. That's cut away by Elwes for a single. She moves on to 33 now. The experienced right-handed batter for the Vipers. Expertly read out by Kevin Hand earlier. ECB Development 11 to face Pakistan tomorrow, T20 game. Maddie Villiers in that side for Sunrisers, and Lindsay Smith for the Vipers, who's not playing today. And Georgia Adams. Mustn't forget Georgia Adams, she's in that as well. There's another light aircraft passes above us as Maddie Villiers comes in again and bowls. Southby drives straight to Griffiths and extra cover. She's been excellent in that position. Obviously the go-to fielder for the Sunrisers in the most important of positions. She doesn't let them down today, that's for sure. Southby cuts that away into the gap on the offside, runs the first one quickly. I think there'll be any more than one as Flo Miller comes in off the boundary. She's patrolled that area expertly today as well. And the Vipers move on to 173 for 6 in the 46th, having been put into bat this morning. Top scorer so far in the Vipers innings, Georgia Adams, who made 42 off 63. Sophie Norgrove's 35 off 76, a little slow at the second highest score. As Elwes flat bats her away on the onside as Joe Gardner comes in off the boundary in front of us. 34 now, Elwes off 55 deliveries. 174 for 6, the Vipers. Villiers again bowls, flighted, driven by Southby. Through the hands of Villiers on the far through, she just bangs the ground. Disappointed that she couldn't pick that up and prevent a single. Southby will keep the strike. And it's 175 for 6 with 4 overs left.
We should see a little bit of crash bang wallop in a moment, shouldn't we? So this comes to an end. You get to the point where 4 overs to go, 24 deliveries. Again, do you take a pragmatic approach? Try and go to run a ball in that time. Hit the 200s. Potentially a few dot balls in there. A few good pieces of fielding slow you down. You don't make the 200. Maybe again, as we saw that incredible run out by Mara Carr. Do you actually think, well, let's take an over, take a bowler, let's go after? But that's not going to be easy because they've bowled well here, Sunrisers, in particular Hancock. 32 from 8, gave it a really good start. Enjoyed this one. I thought it's been gripping throughout. Like I say, you get a low scoring list day every now and again, just that way of having to work it out, whether you're a bowler, whether you're a batter, just working out what you've got to do, how you've got to go about it. Hancock angles that one back in, tucks up Southby. 12 from 17 is a good start from her, 12 from 18 now. And for the bowler on a pitch like this, as we said from early on, it's very apparent what you need to do. Keep it on that length, just outside off, or just on off indeed, hugging off.
Yeah.
This is what Vipers will do from the off. They'll know they'll need to be good in the field as well, take their chances. Hancock will bowl the last 2 from the Saltersfield end. It's this one into the block hole and dug out for a quick single underarm throw. They're comfortably through. Griffith coming in.
She's done a good job, Nicola Hancock, in her final game. I presume she's returning to Australia. I presume that's what.
Yeah, and you mentioned the absentees. Gray running on the drink a few moments ago. Gray presumably comes straight back in to the side for Hancock. Castle as well, Kelly Castle, former skipper. It's given a little bit of width, and that allows Elwes to really free up the arms. Point's just got something on it to take the pace off. Suran Kumar can come back. That's a brilliant piece of running. They've turned for 3. And, they've done really well. Short ground, small ground here at Radlett. 3s are in any form of cricket very difficult, very hard to come by.
I've got a feeling that Southby drove that 3 as well. I could just see Georgia Elwes sticking her thumb up there. I think she pushed Elwes there all the way. Turned 2 into 3. That's the aggressive run you want to see, and I'm not sure we've seen enough of that from the Vipers.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's Hancock 3 to go of her 9th over. That one, not so much width, full again, and it's hit hard. Getting a single to Scrivens, the skipper, at mid-off. 5 off the over, 2 to come.
That was a calculated, risky run in a way, because the outfield is bobbly, isn't it? As I say, you always should put the fielders under pressure in this ground, and there you could see straight away she wasn't going to pick that up cleanly, or she didn't pick it up cleanly. In the end, it was a comfortable single. On an outfield that is a bit more of a carpet, that would have been more risky.
2 to come still of the over for Hancock, 47th of the innings. She bowls that one just full of a length. It's dragged straight of the deep mid-wicket, and it's a boundary, and a big boundary. This is good from Elwes. She's into the 40s, 41 from 57, 184 for 6.
Well, if you're watching the picture feed, and I can see him now, there's a guy lying down. That's the wettest area of the ground.
Now, either it's straight
out
of the deep mid-wicket, and it's a boundary, and a big boundary. This is good from Elwes.
Because that was the area where the boundary rope has been brought in, because this morning that area was so wet down there. Do you think he's realised?
Is it one of those where you sit down and then you realise I can't get up now? I'm just going to stay here for the day. Everyone's going to be looking at me otherwise.
Lying on the ground, really? If he walks past here, we'll know how wet it is down there.
Aye. Here goes Hancock for the final time in her 9th over. And that is driven back over her head for 4 more. And here comes the charge. Elvis isn't wasting any more time. She's on to 45 and she's gone after one of the key Sunrisers bowlers as well. Goes Hancock for the final time in her 9th over.
Elvis coming down the wicket at Hancock. Too many people have done that.
Is
It's
driven
right in the
back
slot.
over her head
Down
for
there.
4 more.
Beautiful shot
Here
straight
comes
down
the
the
charge. Elvis. And over that is JMO. How's your maths? 13 off it. 188 for 6. Comfortably the best over of the innings for Vipers.
There's Georgia Elvis out there as well, marshalling things. Southby's been great with aggressive running between the wickets, but Elvis has just been superb at shot picking.
We said that one player could make the difference in this game, didn't we? In terms of somebody really going after it, and Elvis may have played this perfectly.
Top score in the Vipers innings now for Georgia Elvis. Here's Maddie Villiers with her off spin. Southby pulls that around on the leg side, off the front foot, along the ground. In off the boundary is Flo Miller. Is she doing boundary to boundary, or has she just moved away to her right? I don't know, but she's been patrolling the area down towards the railway line. Now she's up amongst the car park and the trees. 189 for 6. As Villiers comes into Elvis. Elvis just pushes that into the gap on the leg side. Knew exactly what she was doing. Always a single there. Big gap there now. And the Vipers move on to 190 for 6. Run rate, and well, the run rate's now over 4, which I think for the first time in the innings it's just climbed above 4. It's only a fractionally over 4. And Elvis 46 from 59. Southby given her good support, 15 from 21. There's a 22nd delivery faced as it's driven. Full delivery there from Maddie Villiers. Work for Gardner to do. She picks it up cleanly at deepish mid-on. There's Elvis back on strike, 192 for 6, I think the total will be.
She's got such a strong arm, Gardner. She really does. You see that kick up to Villiers there, strong as they come.
Yeah, you always put the fielders on the boundary with your strongest arms. Joe's certainly that. She's quite close to us. She might have heard me say that. Here comes Villiers again. Elvis again works it on the onside. Now they may push Flo Miller here. Flo Miller's going to win that battle, keeping it down to 1.
Well, they're the 2 strongest in the Middlesex side. Villiers is the strongest by a long way, one of the best arms. Women's game, I'd suggest. So she got a little bit of her own medicine there from Gardner. She now knows what it's like receiving a throw from her.
Very full again, but Southby managing to dig that one out and play it up to Gardner once more. Certainly in the game in this over. Our man down the bottom has decided to get up on his knees on the boundary's edge, so maybe he's either very wet and just realised it, or he's just changing position. Gardner again. Oh, slightly slower ball. That's a nice sweep there from Elvis. That's got that square on the next side. That's 4 runs. Well, Georgia Elvis is playing this perfectly here. And that takes Elvis. Is that a 50? Yes, it is. Yes, she just raises her bat. A nice sweep there from Elvis. That's got that square on the next side. That's 4 runs. And that half century has come at a very, very important time for the Vipers.
Yeah, it's a brilliant innings. Absolutely brilliantly, and you almost say, has she played this perfectly? She has, in the sense that she's played it in the only way that was really available to her. She had to play the long game and hope at the end that she'd be able to accelerate as she's doing now. And look at this, all of a sudden 197. We said, would they do it in singles and get there to the 200 with the 24 balls left with the two overs to spare? You know, they've put on 22 in the last 2 overs. 2 overs to go now. All of a sudden, Sunrisers will be worried, won't they? On a projection that somewhere maybe up to around 180 at one point. They've now got the chance with this end from Elvis to go a long way past 200 in the grand scheme of things.
Elvis is top scorer of the season. Couple of 40s before that.
Sunrisers need a wicket. They need Elvis, really. But Southby's doing some damage as well. 17 from 23. Hancock's last over. This goes up in the air. First ball swung over the top of mid-on. It's going to clear the fielder and plug. They'll take 2. Got underneath it a little, but with mid-on up, Just managed to get enough leverage on it. It's clear mid-on. Hancock won't be enjoying the end to her innings here. Plenty to ponder there for Grace Scrivens in the background. Skipper having a chat with the experienced pro. Hancock just thinking things through with Scriven at the moment, and going to bring up deep thirds. They've got cover back, deep mid wicket and deep backward square, and long on. Villiers is just going to be pushed out to deep square because of her stronger arm, so she swaps from her infield position to deep square. It's exactly as you said, the strongest arm out on the ropes. Plenty to ponder on this field, so suggest she's going to be on the stumps, keeping it straight. Goes a little too straight, it's down the leg side, and that brings up the 200 for Vipers. Wide signal by umpire Chantry.
Yeah, it's 56 these two have put on now in the last 8 and a bit overs. So the run rate has definitely shot up somewhat from the early stages of the innings. It was just over 4 and over overall, now it's 4.15 overall. These two have done a good job. Need to do a bit more for me though.
Wide last up again. The field suggests it's got to stay on the stumps. Goes for the wide Yorker instead. Loops it into the block hole outside off. It's a gamble. Deep cover is back, so the gamble was that even if they did connect, deep cover would have a chance of collecting dugouts wide Yorker. You'd imagine back on the stumps of this one with the field as it is. 3 back on the onside. 49th over of the innings. Hancock bowls. Oh my goodness me, what a catch by Carr. What a day she's having behind the stumps. One of the finest stumpings, run-outs you'll see earlier. The gloves work gets even better with that catch. Really had a lot of ground to cover and holds on. Southby gone for 19. Hancock with the wicket. But Amara Carr over of the innings. A great piece of work behind the stumps. Really good grab. Everything was shaping for the onside. Oh my goodness me, what a catch by Carr. Carr's body itself just looked as though it was ready to go leg side. There we go. And then came the adjustments. Oh my goodness me, what a catch by Carr. Well. That was the other half. What a day she's having behind the stumps. That ball was dipping on her. 200 for 7.
And a 48-man partnership between Elvis and Southby has been broken. That was scored into 7 overs. That's a useful innings from Rihanna Southby. The new batter is Alice Monaghan. I think from a Vipers point of view, not too much damage done there because Monaghan can hit the ball quite hard as well. So as good as Rihanna Southby did, and she did well, 19 of 26 deliveries. The Vipers will feel that they've got somebody equally as good going in now to support Georgia Elvis. Time running out. They've got to 200. We didn't think that was going to happen for a large part of their innings. It looked like they weren't going to get anywhere near that. So slow were the Vipers at one stage, but this second half of the innings is much better. Just 78 they had after 25 overs. But maybe that's reflecting in the fact that the sun is out. It's been perfect batting conditions, even though the wicket may not have started perfect with all the poor weather they've had here, all the wet weather. Apparently a lot of the top areas of the ground away to our right were under puddles yesterday. There was 1 or 2 people talking to me this morning saying they weren't 100% sure that this game would go ahead. But it's drying out fast, no doubt about that.
We've got a good game of cricket on our hands here, I think. Vipers will come back at Sunrisers with the ball. Again, these early stages, Vipers will know exactly what they've got to do with the ball on this. You can see it here with the field. They've changed it again actually for Monaghan. They've brought up long on to deep to mid on, so deep third has now dropped back. So they've got deep mid wicket, deep square, deep third as well as cover. So looking on or around top of off is the target for Hancock. 3 to go she's got. That's exactly where she places the ball. Singles dropped out to deep mid wicket.
That's what you want to do as a new batter. Get your established batter on strike as much as possible. Monahan's done that for the very first delivery. A couple of games ago in the win over Thunder, Monahan hit one of the biggest sixes I've seen in a winnings game. Over mid-wicket, it went a long, long way. Be interesting to see if you can get that one out again before the close.
She's out of earshot now, but I can't hear that and not talk about the biggest one that I've seen. It was Joe Gardner.
Really?
She was in earshot a moment ago. It was huge at Wantage Road. She put it up to the committee room at Wantage Road.
Perfect place.
Yeah. Hancock's got 2 left of her day. This one's driven into the onside. It was chipped. Go fully through with it in the end, not quite to the pitch. The field all set back. Pick up a single. Out to deep mid-wicket. So free hit really here for Monaghan. Last ball of the over. It's basically 2, 4 or 6.
Yeah, that's what ideally you want, isn't it? Get Elvis back on strike for the start of the last over. But, well, you've just got to throw caution to the wind now. There are 3 wickets still in hand.
Don't take a single and we'll forgive you an easily run 2. Last ball of the day from Hancock. It's an inside edge onto the pads. They're going to take the single. Trickles away into the offside. Not really the outcome they wanted, but again, it's one of those moments where you take what you give them. The single it is. So, final over coming up, 203 for 7. It's been all about Elvis, really, hasn't it? The recovery. Excellent from Adams as well. Just above her with 42, 35 Norgrove. Southby with a decent little cameo at the end as well. Sticking along at a reasonable rate. So Monaghan, again, it's basically bat on ball, isn't it? Whatever you get with it, just make sure you get bat on ball every single delivery of this over.
And Nicola Hancock's finished her spell, 3 for 45.
Made a mess of her figures in the end, didn't they?
Yeah, they were a lot tidier than that earlier, but this last 10 overs or so, the Vipers have really kicked on. 144 they were after 40 overs. Here's the last over. As Monaghan faces De Villiers. Yeah, it is. That's turned away on the leg side. Is it a leg by? It's a leg by. Elvis was always going to run one there to get herself back on strike. 204 for 7 then, the Vipers, with 5 balls left of their innings. Still Freya Davis, still Mary Taylor to come, if needed. Elvis just looks around the ground, probably just giving herself a couple of moments as well, just to recompose herself. Goes for the big one on the leg side. It's in the air. This could be caught at deep mid-wicket. Flo Miller takes it, drops it. Straight in, straight out. Then they come back for 2, or is she going to be run out? Oh, is she out? Yes, she is. Run out. Going for a second, Georgia Elvis. Well, she's out in the end. She could have been out, caught deep mid-wicket. The Sunrisers said, nope, I'll tell you what, we'll make it a little bit harder for ourselves. We'll get you by running her out. And that's exactly what happened on the second as well. Elvis goes for 50, recompose herself. Goes for the big one on the leg side. It's in the air. This could be caught at deep mid-wicket. Flo Miller takes it, drops it.
Watching quite rightly.
Straight in, straight out. Then they come back for 2, or is she going to be run out? Oh, is she out? Yes, she is. Run out.
Was there a hesitation? Were they ball watching the catch to some extent? And she set off slowly.
Well, probably just giving herself a couple of moments
we'll get a look at
just
it and see.
Recompose herself.
Drop.
Goes for the big one on the leg side. It's in the air. This could be caught at deep mid-wicket.
Yeah, she was
Flo Miller takes it, drops it. Straight in, straight out.
The first one hard.
They come back.
Should have been absolutely fine for that second. That was my feeling, that they had to have gone slow at some point. And it was resignation of the first run, which was a mistake in the end from Elvis. It's cost her. Otherwise, that should have been a comfortable 2, but it's a good innings nonetheless.
205 for 8 now, the Vipers, in the last over. I think maybe because this outfield is still a little bit soggy, that when you drop a catch like that, you maybe expect the ball to go further away from you as a fielder. That's maybe what Elvis was thinking. Good Yorker outside the off stump, and Freya Davis can't get a bat on that, so that is a dot ball. And it's a little unfortunate now when you get the tail enders in, where your main batter has gone. These last 2 or 3 balls might be wasted. Davis needs to get a single at the very least as Villiers bowls down the leg side. There's a gimme. 206 for 8. Still 3 balls remaining of this Vipers innings. Well, they've got themselves over 200. That's something. Villiers flighted, and Freya Davis misses that cut shot. It's a wide the other end, or the other side now, outside off stump. Just gifting a couple of runs here. Maddie Villiers trying to vary her pace, Can't quite keep the same control on the ball. Quicker one. Davis works it away on the onside. They run the first one quickly. Are they going to take Gardner's throw on? Or Davis is going to. And I think she's going to be out by a long way. And she has another run out. The third run out of the innings. And to be honest, Davis was never really going to make that once Gardner decided to throw at the keeper's end.
Monaghan's immediately going over to apologise.
Can't quite keep the
So
same
sorry, she
control
called
on
it
the ball.
back.
Quicker
She was actually
one.
being
Davis
selfish.
works it away on the onside. They run the first one quickly. Are they going to take Gardner's throw on? Or Davis is going to.
Decision as well.
And I think
she probably should have taken the strike.
I agree. Couldn't agree more. I think that sometimes in the heat of the moment, in the frenetic sort of bit of the last innings where you know you want to scramble as many runs as you can, all you're thinking about is the next run, rather than thinking actually Monaghan would have been the better batter to be facing.
For once, she should have been selfish. She should have thought, actually, do you know what? Let's take that single, and I'll take the strike last two.
208 for 9 now. So there are 2 balls left. So actually, of course, the Vipers, what they don't want now is to waste this delivery by getting out. So they've actually got to try and make use of the last 2 deliveries. If Mary Taylor can get a single and give Monaghan on strike for the last ball, who knows?
Taking
Might
on the
be able
wrong,
to push it into the 210s.
taking on the wrong arm as well, weren't they? And Joe Gardner.
Yeah.
As we said, if there's 2 that you don't take on, it's Villiers and Gardner.
That's why Gardner's where she is, deep mid-on, just to our right. So here's De Villiers then, bowls to Mary Taylor. Mary Taylor works on the onside, perfect. Now they're running the first one quickly. Stay there, which they do. Flo Miller in quickly from deep mid-wicket. Brings Monaghan on strike for the last delivery. 209 for 9.
It's such an easy game from here, isn't it? How often do we say it? You know, it's the easiest game in the world from the sidelines.
I'd be just like them out there.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. I mean, Monaghan's doing the right thing for her side, but actually,
De Villiers bowls, and Monaghan goes for the big one, doesn't time it, goes out towards Joe Gardner. I think they'll get 2. It's gone well to her right, and she doesn't pick it up cleanly. 2 runs it is, and the Vipers will finish on 211 for 9 off their 50 overs.
yeah, I think they've done all right there, haven't they? The Vipers in the end, as we said at one point, that could have been a 150 score. But you look at that excellent innings by Elwes. But there was a recovery there before as well. So it's it's a decent score. I think we've got a good game of cricket on our hands, Kev, basically.
That's for sure. So the top scorers in the Vipers innings were Georgia Elwes with 53 from 63 deliveries, Georgia Adams with 42 from 64, and Abby Noah 35 from 76. Slightly slower knock from her early on, but to be fair to her, the conditions were a little bit more conducive for bowling. 3 for 45 from 10 overs for Nicola Hancock on her final game, and 3 for 21 also from Suran Koma.
Yep, brilliant stuff from both, I think there. I think both sides will walk off slightly disappointed, but equally happy with other elements. But if you probably have offered that to Sunrisers at the start, they'd have been the ones that would have taken it. But there were certainly elements in that innings, or moments in that innings, when they'd have hoped to have kept their Vipers to a little fewer than that. So we'll take a break here on the BBC Sport website and app, and on the Vipers and Sunrisers streams. I think we've got a very, very good game of cricket on our hands. Hancock's 3 for 45, just pushed up a little bit at the end, wasn't it? The economy, and indeed Villiers started really tightly. 1 for 48 from her 10 in the end. 53 Elworth, 42 Adams, Norgrove 35. Excellent from Vipers. Join myself and Kevin James back after the interval on this one then. The target to win is 212. What it should make is for a very, very good game of cricket.
see the green cable, that comes out, and this is going in. Just so I can control it from where I'm sat, so I make sure we get the take the green one out and put that one in. Thank you. Any food down there?
take me about an hour 15, hour 20 from home. Yeah. And like 2.5 hours. But Grace said to me it's going to be good.
Trying to get him up there.
Wide of the left hand post.
Right, welcome back to Radlett, where we're about to get underway. The Sunrisers reply to the Southern Vipers total of 211 for 9 in this Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy encounter in Hertfordshire. The two umpires, Jack Santry and Gabby Brown, making their way out to the middle. The Vipers in a huddle there. They'll know that 211 for 9 will take a bit of defending in conditions which are improving all the time. Very misty, very wet this morning when the Vipers were put into bat. The first half of their innings reflected that, and the fact that the Sunrisers were very accurate in their bowling. They only had 78 off 25 overs. But Georgia Elwes, with 53 off 63 deliveries, got them back on track, or to a respectable total at the very least. Earlier, Georgia Adams made 42 off 63. Abby Norgrove, the 18-year-old who opened the batting, a much slower 35 off 76 deliveries. But I'm sure the Sunrisers will fancy their chances here. Nicola Hancock in her final game before she goes back to Australia, 3 for 45 from her 10. And there were a couple of wickets for Kate Kopak, the fellow opening bowler, with 2 for 33. So the two Sunrisers batters, Grace Scrivens and Amara Carr, making their way out into the middle, with the Sunrisers needing 212 to record their 4th victory of this Rachael Heyhoe-Flint season. The Vipers defending a run of 4 straight victories. I'm Kevin James, next to me is Kevin Hand.
Yeah, it should be a good one this. I think everybody's looking forward to this chase, fancying that it's a little light from Vipers, but again, how often do you see in a game where a side fights back, as Vipers did, particularly right at the end, push that target up to 212. Again, if you're saying it was 230, you'd probably say this was in the balance. 230, 250, but 212, just a fraction light. I think the start's going to be very key for Sunrisers here. How aggressive will they be at the start, particularly Grace Scrivens? Powerful batter.
Yeah, she's having a great season. Top run scorer in this competition with 251 runs for the 20-year-old, who was part of the England A squad that toured New Zealand at the back end of the winter. And it's going to be Freya Davies, the former England international, former South East Stars, who's playing for the Vipers this year, to open us up. She's right arm round the wicket here, bowling to Scrivens, who's on the back foot, and we are underway. So 212 the target. That run rate is 4 1/4 and over the 50 overs. One which I'm sure Sunrisers will feel get away to a decent start. But they should overhaul. Twice the Sunrisers beat the Vipers last year. Did the double over them. Can they do it again? Make it 3 from 3. Scrivens works it out square on the offside. Charlie not Fields. And there is no run. The Vipers winning the first 4 games between these two. And then the Sunrisers with a victory at the Utilita Bowl last year, and then at Chelmsford completing that double. So Freya Davies, who's playing for them in the midweek for the first time. I haven't actually asked her why she's playing, because she's actually at uni, as that's a length ball which is played back to her. She's at the Uni of Surrey in Guildford. Wasn't actually available midweek, but she's made herself available for this game.
A little bit of movement on that one, Jamie.
Came back a bit, didn't it, from round the wicket. It's probably why she's going round the wicket, just trying to tuck Scrivens up there a little bit. Quite tall in her stance there, Scrivens. As Davis comes in again and bowls, and that keeps wickedly low, but she's nicely in behind that one to be able to keep that one out.
She's certainly getting a little bit to go through the air, isn't she?
She is.
It's going quite late as well.
Oh yeah, it's definitely ball coming in, isn't it? Squeezing the line even more. Lost a central contract during the winter, did Freya Davies, her England central contract. Made the move from the South East Stars at the same time. 9 one-day internationals, 26 T20s for Freya Davies. That's come back as well, and that's a really tight opening over so far from the 28-year-old.
Didn't note much movement through the air early in the Vipers innings.
It wasn't really, was there? We certainly saw the ball keep low though, which we're already seeing in this first over. But Davis getting the ball off the straight here in the air. Close to Scrivens once more. Scrivens gets a length ball, which he plays very watchfully back to the bowler. That's a maiden to start the second half of the game off with.
Good start from Vipers. They'll want to set the tone in the power play, the first 10 overs. They won't want to let this get away from them. And a sort of start here. They reduced themselves at one point to 2.5 in the power play. Their rate dipped to. But Sunrisers know this ground well. Carr is both a nudger and a nurdler, but she also does have that ability to hit the ball hard as well. She's able to go through the gears extremely hard. She may well be a perfect batter for this surface. She'll run hard between the wickets as well. And both will have learnt from their opponent in the first innings of this match. Georgia Adams from the Saltersfield end gives the first one a bit of flight. Solid forward defence from Carr.
It's an interesting move. They could have gone with Mary Taylor with the new ball, but they've decided to go, I think, slightly more defensive.
Takes the pace right off that one again. Carr defends.
I think what they've done here, the Vipers, is they've decided Mary Taylor can leak runs. So I think the Vipers have tried to put some pressure on up front.
Adams right on the spot here. And again, this is everything we talked about this morning, wasn't it? Put it on that off stump and say to the batter, right, where are you going to find the runs? Batter's then got to wait for bowler error, off line, off length. It's very difficult to do much with that for Amara Carr, particularly early in the innings. Got to get the pace of it, and just buying some cheap overs here, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean, the Vipers are doing this purely to try and keep the runs down to a premium first few overs.
There's the first run. Carr gets it away again. If there's anyone that's going to be able to work the angles, it's Carr. And it's a left-handed, right-handed combination as well, which Sunrisers would hope, rotating the strike, will keep the bowlers on their toes in trying to hold their lines. Pius Chantry is in position at the non-striker's end. Adams around the wicket now to Scrivens.
6 wickets at 26 apiece this year in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy for Georgia Adams. Their economy rate is 4 and over.
So that one slip in place. It's the left-hander. She bowls for the first time. Scrivens pushes back, and it's a single off the second over. One without loss. Sunrisers having been set 212 to win.
Well, you can see the Vipers playing straight away. It's been 2 accurate overs, only 1 run scored on the board. Sunrisers don't need to take too many chances, because that is not a huge total they're chasing. But even so, the 2 batters having a chat in the middle there, they've probably already worked out that they don't want to get bogged down too early, like the Vipers were. Just 35 runs off their first 10 overs, the Vipers. Freya Davis will be looking to bowl a similar over that she did in her first over, which was a maiden. She's going to come over the wicket to Amara Carr. Carr just steadies herself. It's Davis right arm over and bowls outside the off stump, and that's comfortably left alone. She's got a slip in. That's Georgia Adams, who's quite wide. Amara Carr, who's had 3 innings this year in this year's competition, just 33 runs with a high score of 26. Face Freya Davis. Comes in again, bowls just down the leg side. That'll be the first wide of the Sunrisers innings. Just overdid it there, Freya Davis. It's a little too straight. Interesting how she came round the wicket and got the ball angling in, not just with the angle anyway, but actually through the air. She will get the ball just to shape away from the right-hander, but she hasn't done as yet. And again, shaping away.
Yeah.
That's a good shape. Just needs to be a fraction straighter to commit the batter.
Swinging
The shape's there.
Swinging really late as well, isn't it?
Yeah.
Police helicopter overhead. Obviously heard there's an Edmonton boy in Radlett this afternoon.
Edmonton people not allowed in Radlett.
No, only you, Chamber.
Of course, a long time since I've been called in Edmonton. Surprised anybody remembers. Davison again, bowls. It just straightens. That is straight. Nicely played.
Edmonton and Tooting together in Radlett. I'm surprised there aren't 2 police helicopters.
Are you a Tooting boy? Are you Tooting? If I had to say, convince me good reasons why to live in Tooting, what would you say?
Tooting food market.
Is it?
Both of them.
2 of them. Davison again, bowls. Again, there's good shape on that, and that's in perfect line and length, and it's perfectly played out on the offside by Carr.
9th coolest place on the planet as voted for by Lonely Planet in 2019. Tooting food market.
Okay.
Worth a trip, J, mate.
That sounds good. You're selling
passing through.
No, you're selling it to me.
Every dish you can imagine available in there.
Yeah. You still go down there?
Oh yeah, it's
You
great.
do? Of course, do you live there? You live there now? Of course you do. It's on the line of leg stump. That's driven to mid-wicket, where it's fielded by Georgia Elwis.
Well, in those parts, yeah.
Very nice.
Tooting back common.
Yeah, I know that. I'll pass through that a few times. Yeah. That must get busy, doesn't it? No, you have sold it to me. I mean,
Wandsworth Commons, the other side of Tooting.
Is that close, is it?
Yeah, it's more Tooting than it is Wandsworth.
Okay. Last ball of the 3rd over here. The Sunrisers are 2 without loss. Here's Freya Davis. Comes in again as well. And that's pushed out just behind square on the offside. Throw comes in. Oh, should have been out. Surely have been a run out. Wow, what were they doing there, the Sunrisers batters? A lack of communication there between the 2, and that nearly cost Grace Scribbens a wicket. Just watching that again on the replay, and Scribbens take a while to get going. In comes the throw. Well, I tell you what, if Brianna Southby could have done an Amara Carr, which he did to get rid of, was it Nancy Harmon? From a Grew Clock throw. I think it was a very similar situation, and she was a goner, Scribbens.
Yeah, that would have been a problem, all right. Yes. Saves. Adams gives it a bit of flight. Eased into the offside. 3 without loss. 4th over. It's a tentative start here. As you'd pretty much expect. Nice bit of flight again. He's back. Just 1 run conceded so far in 8 deliveries for Adams. And that run rate, 0.9. This is what it's all about at the start from Vipers. They played this really well. Another one right onto the stumps, into the block hole. Where are you going to find the runs from? Mara Carr.
Yeah, and already it's produced half a chance, isn't it? Which, well, interesting, isn't it? All run-out chances were taken in the Vipers innings, and the 1 chance they've had, they missed it.
Oh, pushes one past the edge. Lovely line and length. A bit of drift.
Yeah, a bit of slider. She bowls quite low arm, Georgia Adams, just slides the odd one past the outside edge.
Just that one slip in play still. It's all about the runs at the moment. Keep them down. Tightly knit offside field. Extra cover does the fielding. There's another forward defence from Carr. Trickles away. We did wonder how Sunrisers would go about this start to the innings themselves. Vipers clearly got their plan for it. It's another dot ball, and it's 11 dot balls out of 12 for Adams. Conceded just the 1 run. 3 without loss after 4. Another maiden for Vipers. Their plan was always going to be quite clear based on what happened at the start of their innings. Put it on that off stump, just full of length. Don't drop short. don't offer the money width, and it's going to be very difficult to score, and that's how it's proven to be. Our one ponderance was whether Sunrisers, knowing that that's what Vipers would come out and do, as they did themselves, would they think about gambling in the power play, saying let's take a chunk out of this. It might gamble a wicket or two, but do we try and do something substantial in this first 10 and take a real chunk out of the 212?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. They've had a couple of chats between overs, the two batters. Obviously aware that it's a very slow start. It's very early days, of course, and I'm sure the chat between the teammates would have been, don't lose early wickets, but it is a slow start. Here's Freya Davies around the wicket to Scrivens. Again, it's come in. Again, it's a dead straight delivery, which is perfect from Davies. And Carr could do no more than play that out on the offside. Well, the Vipers need to do no more than this at the moment. At the moment, the Sunrisers have shown no inkling to try and get after the bowling. Why should they? But of course, they can't keep this up for too long, because it really will start to put the pressure on. Here's Freya Davies again and bowls, and Scrivens just pushes forward. Scrivens pushes forward. Again, he's back to the bowler. This is tremendous stuff here from Freya Davies. She looked a little bit out of sorts in the first game she played. Freya Davies went for a few runs. Went for 72 in 9.5 overs in the opening game against the South East Stars at Beckenham. But in the 2 games since, she's tightened up. And she's right on the money here as well. In again to Scrivens, and it's a little bit wider outside the off stump, and that's cracked away through the covers. That'll be 4. The first chance that Grace Scrivens has had to get after Freya Davies.
Yep, that's what we've talked about all day, isn't it? That little bit of width. And Davies round the wicket, just served that one up. It would have been close to being a wide, actually, wouldn't it? Looking at the tram lines. And equally interesting that Scrivens, that was a back foot punch, wasn't it? As much as a cut. We talked about flat batted shots, cut shots. Timing might be hard because of the bounce at the surface, or the lack of it.
Davison again, he's very wide, called a wide. He's just lost that shape there for a moment. Freya Davies, so 8 without loss.
One thing I didn't really feel is you see Davies around the wicket now to the left-handed Scrivens. I didn't really feel at any point that extremely short boundary on one side, because you did think, you know, sometimes you see a very short boundary, particularly played at Lords,
yeah,
that it can really dominate a game.
I'm not sure it has today, really, is it? Davison again bowls. That's better. Oh, she's playing a missing. Oh, did that get an edge? Did it fall just short of Southby? That was close. Close either way. Here's the replay if you're watching on the picture feed. As Davies comes in, and Scrivens, well, that front foot is not too close to the ball there. That's down the line of leg stump, and that ball's going outside off. So she's a little way away when she's playing with the bat from her body. Davison again, that's wide of off stump, and that's this time hit out into the covers. I think that's Nancy Harmon there fielding, who has run out in the Vipers innings for just a single. 8 without loss. Last ball of the 5th over coming up. It's a slow start from the Sunrisers, even slower than the Vipers at the moment at the same stage. As Davies is in again and bowls. That's nice. That's back to where Davies was at the start of that over in the previous 2 as well. Right on the money. Pushed out on the offside. End of the over, 8 without loss, 5 gone.
Yeah, that's good stuff. She's missed out there slightly. That was it, 5th ball of the over for Scrivens. She didn't quite time it in the same way, but what's the point of Radlett here? If you can find the gap, sometimes you don't even need to time it because the boundaries are short on any given day. There's one in particular, which from Davies' right arm around to Scrivens is basically mid-wicket. Deep square around to long on. It's almost as though it's almost a little bit like Trent Bridge, if you can visualise the new stand at Trent Bridge, where it almost cuts a line across, doesn't it, one part of the ground as it's the start of a new over. Davies dropped into the offsider, full defence from Carr, 2 from 18 for her. Yeah, that unusual straight line that you have at Trent Bridge due to the new stand, it's a little bit like that on one side of the grounds. Here at Radlett today, lots of flight and a use of the feet from Carr. That's what she had to do really in the end, and that's what's being asked of her now by Vipers, is just use the feet to find that angle wide of mid-ons to turn the face, play with the spin, pick up the single.
Yeah, this place reminds me of Trent Bridge.
The food. We did right there. What did you have for lunch? What sort of sandwich
Cheese
did
and
you get?
pickle sandwiches, yes.
Adams gives this one a little bit of width, allowing Scrivens just to drop it into the covers, into the gap for a single. Brought your own ice cream though, Jamie.
They were nice, weren't they? Got that earlier for you guys.
Very kind of you. Very kind.
It's nice. It's nice there was some available.
I did just pop in to use the facilities in the pavilion just before play resumed and saw the players had for lunch. So there's a lot of flight on this. It's a low full toss in the end, and Carr's able to tickle a single to deep square. Yeah, pretty good chili con carne they had, by the looks of it. Pretty good. If it wasn't tight on time, I would have tried to have burgled as a plate to share, Jamie.
Really?
But I'll toot in an Abinson in Radlett, burgling our way through. And forward goes Scrivens, pushing back to Adams on that one. Again, the use of the feet, just trying to create angles. It's not being overly aggressive, but that's how well Vipers have done here. As this one is back onto a length and defended into the offside. 6 gone, 11 without loss, but even to score a single, Sunrisers are being asked to come out of their crease, and that's good from Adams. She's conceded 4 off 3 overs, 3 in that over. But that's the game that she and the Vipers have set up for Scrivens and Carr. If you even want to turn the singles, you're going to have to use your feet and get out of the crease, which of course comes with risk.
So Adams and Davies have both completed 3 overs each. None for 4 Adams, none for 7 Freya Davies. Scrivens 5 and Carr 4. Slow start from Sunrisers, but a measured start, I'm sure. They were chatting about this in the break. Don't want to lose early wickets. They could have so easily have lost Scrivens a couple of overs ago. She was slightly short of a crease. The throw perhaps wasn't quite good enough from the outfield, but nevertheless they haven't lost a wicket, and that's the most important thing from the home side's point of view. This is such a quiet ground, isn't it? I mean, this is an out of the way English countryside ground, isn't it? It's one of the quietest grounds I know. Here's Davies bowls, start of a new over, straight, and Carr pushes out on the onside, apart from when the trains go, of course, which are hurtling along towards London, the fast trains which are away to our left. But even for me, there's not been as many of those as I can remember.
It's a train strike.
Oh, there's a train strike, that's why.
Is it today?
Of course, yeah, there is a train strike, yes.
It is.
You're right.
There we go.
That's why it's so quiet. Yeah, because normally there's one every few minutes, isn't it? But I could probably count the number of trains on one hand that we've heard since 10:30 this morning. Davies bowls again, trying to heave away on the leg side. That'll be a wide. Southby having to move smartly to her left. In fact, it's been more light aircraft and helicopters go above us than trains go past.
Chartered aircraft because of the train strike in Radlett.
Well, it is that sort of place, isn't it, really? I mean, to be honest, you do get the feeling that not too many people here have been inconvenienced. They'll just say, well, we'll just wheel the helicopter out instead. It does feel like that, and it is that sort of area. Here comes Freya Davies. Bowls, and that's turned away square on the leg side. Nice looking shot. Should only be a single there. And it is. Single to Carr, and moves on to 5. 13 without loss. Yeah, a minor inconvenience that we'll just get the helicopter out instead of taking the train. Or the light aircraft just down the road, and the nearest aerodrome. We'll perhaps leave that in its hangar for today. Might bring it out tomorrow.
That was one of the great Bob Hunt lines when he came to commentate at Merchant Taylor's School and the helicopter came overhead. Oh, that's just little Timmy's butler dropping him off. Your old Bob.
The late Bob Hunt. Now, amazingly, I was down in Wiltshire last week because he sadly passed away, didn't he? Recently, one of our fellow county cricket commentators. Davies bowls to Scrivens. Again, it's a good length. Scrivens could do no more than just push forward. And I was down in Wiltshire, and for some reason my car radio was tuned into BBC Wiltshire Sound. Now, without anything unkind to BBC Wiltshire, I don't know why it was tuned into them. But as I got in the car, I could hear a montage of him, because he used to commentate on Gloucestershire as well as Forest Green Rovers. And there was a nice montage on, and I have to say, I did listen. I was about halfway through it when I listened. Scrivens off the back foot, works that into the covers. So, yeah, a dear friend of ours.
They did do
There's a train.
they did do a show with him, a one-off show, I think, with him and his son, who's also a football commentator, isn't he?
Okay.
A couple of years back, when Bob retired, and I remember listening to that, and they were coming up with all the great Bob Hunt stories from over the years.
I did hear some actually, but a couple that I can't mention while we're doing this. Davis bowls to Scrivens. It's wide. He doesn't time it. Ball just bobbles out towards extra cover. Georgia Elwes Fields. But, yeah, some couple of those sort of commentator stroke broadcaster gaffes that we all make once or twice here and there, which you wish you hadn't done. Apparently called Harry Redknapp, something not Redknapp, but something that was a little bit more rude. Yeah. Here comes Davis. That's driven out towards extra colours. Well stopped. Scrivens picks up a single, moves on to 6, 14 without loss.
Huge friend of Radio Solent, Harry Redknapp, wasn't he, in his time at Portsmouth and Southampton?
Yeah, well, and he lives down in Dorset as well, so he's still in our patch.
That's when we first met, J-Mo.
You worked for Solent for a while, didn't you?
2004, that was.
I remember you being a very enthusiastic member of the sports team.
Are you suggesting I'm no longer enthusiastic?
Well, no, I didn't. No, I wasn't just saying. No, I remember you sort of showing some of us up. We thought, this young whippersnapper, he's doing this, he's doing that, he's doing that. He's squeezing every minute out of his working day.
Here's Adams. 7 overs, number 14 so far as his full one pushed back and there's no run. It did occur to me a few moments ago as well, so that was 21 cricket seasons ago now when we first met. 21 cricket seasons. Adams bowls, this is tickled to mid-wicket and there's no run, which puts me now older than you were when we first met.
Wow, so where does that leave me? Wow.
Adams bowls, and this ball's pushed away into the offside, and there is no run. Sorry, that was a DT one that I think I worked out I'm not quite as old as DT was when I first met him, David Townsend, former Middlesex commentator. So here's Adams bowls, and this ball's pushed away. Oh no, it's beaten. It's beaten. Yeah, shoots the gloves.
Did that straighten a fraction? Looking at the replay here. It's difficult to tell with Southby in front of it.
Adams again. A little straighter. Able to close the face, pick up the single. Scrivens 7 from 25. With Scrivens 7 from 25, it also takes the pressure off Cara as well, and her 5 from 22. Because if Scrivens is playing at this place, Sunrisers almost clearly have said we can do this across an entire innings here. We don't need to do it in a rush in power play 1. Back over the wicket now to Adams. To Carr, sorry, from Adams. And again, this is where if they're clever, then the right-handed, left-handed just keep tickling the singles and not let Adams settle onto a line. As she's done very well for the most part so far. Number 6 for Adams off 4. 16 without loss after 8 Sunrisers. The run rate's up to 2, and well, actually, as I say, at one point, I think it was before the power play was done, or maybe just after, the run rate came down to 2.5 for Vipers. So Sunrisers may well just have that in mind. Look, partnerships clearly appears to be the way that they're thinking they're going to do this.
Yeah, I mean, as good as it is, and you know, the Vipers would be happy that actually at the corresponding stage after 8 overs, the Vipers had more runs than this. They had 22, but they haven't parted these opening pair. And what they are doing is they're using probably their most economical bowlers up here, and the overs are running out already for them. As Davis starts a new over, hit Carr on the pad. They'll come through for a leg by, throw going at the bowler's end, and that's backed up by Ella McGacken there. She nearly wore that. But a good bit of backing up. She got a body in front of it. The ball wasn't going to go anywhere, but she made sure by getting her body behind it. 17 without loss. In a way, these are, for me, probably the 2 most economical bowlers that I think that the Vipers will have today. The others potentially could go for a few more. And I think the Sunrisers know that. It's played square on the leg side. Carr's just come down a few paces. Predictably, the throw from McGacken goes in at the bowler's end. You've got, as I say, Mary Taylor, who tends to be slightly more expensive. You've got Alice Monaghan, tends to be a bit more expensive. You've got Nancy Harmon with her leg breaks, tends to be a little bit more expensive. So I think the Sunrisers are probably working this out. Here's Davis again. Nice drive towards extra cover. That's a good stop as well from Georgia Elwes.
Well, it seemed to me in that first innings, watching it unfold, as though you almost had to go from one extreme to the other in the chase. It was either a case of, right, go out there and use power play one, gamble a couple of wickets and just see if you can take a big chunk out of it, or do it this way, which is, as I say, get themselves in and build a partnership.
So Scrivens 7 from 27 to face the next delivery from Freya Davis, who's staying round the wicket to the left-hander. Again, that's just come in a fraction. Again, Scrivens just pushing out at that one a little bit, maybe getting a little frustrated with the accuracy of these deliveries. Just watching that again, that delivery just comes again with the arm. She's opening the face of the bat there a little bit, almost as if she's trying to find an angle that's not there. So she doesn't get a leading edge doing that. Davis runs away from us again. Bowls, the ball just holds its line, and Scrivens a little easier pushing it out into the covers.
Because we haven't seen anything at all here from Scrivens or Carr to go after it in the power play. Say, all right, let's take a little bit of a risk. We'll lose one, we'll lose 2 wickets. They've clearly got the long game in mind. So it's not even as though there's a middle ground, is there, between, right, let's go for an attack in the power play, or let's just play the long game. It's one extreme or the other. There's been no indication of a middle ground.
There's not, is there? There's not been one aggressive shot. Not one, not even close to being an aggressive shot. They just played every ball its merit. There's a bit of width, but just played into the ground there by Scrivens. The ball bobbles out towards mid-off, and that is, apart from the leg, well, it is a maiden, just the one leg by to start off with. Davis has bowled 5 overs, none for 10. Scrivens has 7, Carr has 6. Now Carr, of course, is the more experienced of the two. She's 30, but Scrivens is just 20. So you would have thought Amara Carr will be the one probably giving directions to Scrivens, even though Scrivens has played some decent cricket over the last few months.
Yeah, and say, if these two bat through the vast majority of this innings, then Sunrisers are winning the game, aren't they? So if one of them bats through the vast majority of this innings, Sunrisers should be winning the game.
Now we've got to change of bowling. Of course, I forgot about Charlie Knott. She was a bit expensive on Saturday, but apart from that, she's been very economical.
Should be over the wicket from Saltersfield ends. Dance that one down the leg side to begin. They'll run the wide as well. It's a useful little leg up in the final over of the power play.
She's been
Was it not signalled a wide? Is it a run? It got bat on it. My apologies.
Oh, it might have been inside edge onto the pad, I think. Yeah.
18 without loss.
Yeah, 66 off 7 overs in the narrow win over Western Storm at Bristol at the weekend. 56 in a previous game against Thunder at Wormsley. Before that, she was in the 30s and 20s with her spells. So she's getting increasingly expensive.
Run rate just dips back down below 2 and over. The required 4.75. You know, in bowling the most economical at the start as well, you're basically turning this almost into a 40 over match, aren't you? It's getting through these 10 overs, power play one, as knocks around the wicket for Scriven. Opens the face, Scrivens. Get a couple for this. That is that short boundary that we've been talking about with that unusual angle. You get a good view of it if you're watching on the stream right now. For listeners, I think Trent Bridge in terms of the way that the rope goes at a straight line at one point.
Every tree I look at around here, every green hedge, I think of Trent Bridge all the time.
Ball's just a fraction short of a length, laying Scrivens up on her toes, but only pushing into the offside gently. No run as the covers do the fielding. Deep cover back, deep square. A lot of flights past the edge. Attempted drive from Scrivens.
I think it may just have turned a bit out of the rough. It was quite wide of off stump, but it induced the drive. Georgia Adams, I think, might be saying, shall we have a slip in here? I think Georgia Adams herself is going to go in and slip. Now, it's interesting because, for me, that was actually fairly wide of off stump. But I think she's getting the ball to straighten a fraction, at best anyway. But wider, that's turned, but that was out of the rough. I don't think she wants to be bowling too many out there, if I'm honest.
She's got the over for not. Oh, look at that again. Pushed right up there. Might just hit a foothold, that one.
Yeah, there's definitely. She's giving it air. She's pitching it right up. She's saying to Grace Scrivens, go on then, drive me.
Just the edge
Good
of a
take
foothold,
from
that
Southby.
one. It was, wasn't it? And final ball of the over, same again. Well, three fine deliveries to end that over. We're going to get another look at it once more. Again, look at that go. That's really gripped. There is a foothold there that you'd almost think is a little bit too full, but it seems to be on a perfect spot for not. 20 without loss, that's the end of the power play. Scrivens 9, Carr 7.
Yeah, they're talking about it. The two batters out there in the middle, you can see they're both giving the hand gestures saying, yeah, that's turning, that's turning. But I'm sure they'll be saying, look, it's just a fraction wide. Nothing too much to worry about. If she bowls it straighter, there won't be as much turn. But if Charlie Knott continues to bowl that line and that length, I think that's going to cause Scrivens some problems. She's got away with it in that over. Now, Mary Taylor is going to take over from Freya Davies at our commentary end, at the pavilion end here at Radlett. And Freya Davies has done a good job. First up, 5 overs, none for 10. 3 wides in that. Now, Mary Taylor, who's just 19 years of age, will bowl seam up. But she needs to keep this tight here. She's bowling to Amara Carr. Comes in and bowls, Carr's forward. It's a nice start from Mary Taylor, who was another one of those under-19 players for England that was out at the little Tri-Nations mini tournament in Sri Lanka against the hosts and Australia.
Tell you the other player that Middlesex Sunrisers, are missing for this one, who we haven't mentioned at all yet today. The turn we've seen in that last over.
Say. Yeah. I do know. Mary Taylor bowls a little wide off stump, but she's missed the cut shot there, Carl.
Look, Sood's away with Scotland at the moment, qualifying the World Cup, but her leg spin would have been pretty useful on this surface, looking at what we just saw in that last over. Yeah. Right, the off-break bowler's aiming at slightly different.
I thought you were going to mention somebody else. A former Viper that was in the Sunrisers team but is not now. You know who I mean? No, you don't. I will tell you. Taylor bowls short, cut to point, fielded by Charlie Knott. Ariana Dowse.
Oh yes, of course. Sorry. Yes.
Who got 100 for Sunrisers last year. Probably the innings that secured her a contract. I know she played at the start of the year, didn't she?
So Sunrisers are missing 4.
Right.
I must admit, I completely forgot there was a 4th missing from this game.
That's well, Ariana's just not in the side, is she really? She only scored. She didn't get too many runs. That's cut away, and that's a great stop at point. Oh, she wants a single sent back, quite rightly by Scrivens.
Almost felt she deserved the single for the shot.
Yeah,
brilliant stop.
Yeah, she had 4 innings at the start of this tournament, only with a high score of 13. Ariana Dowse, so not in the Sunrisers side currently, even though she secured a contract at the back end of last year.
Very highly regarded.
Yeah. 104 against the Blaze, 105 against the Blaze. That's cut away. She's found the gap this time. Goes out to deep cover where Ellen McGacken is fielding, patrolling that boundary away to our left. The total moves on to 21 without loss, coming towards the end of the 11th over. 105 against the Blaze last September for Ariana Dowse. Another light aircraft. Another person in Radlett having to get the aircraft into London. Here comes Taylor. Pulled away by Scrivens down to fine leg. Slightly misfield. But hasn't done any damage. Just a single. Scrivens will keep the strike. So 22 without loss. 11 overs gone. And at this stage the Vipers had 35.
Yeah. 35 for 1 as well, I think, was it? 1 down at that point. And that's basically the game that Sunrisers are setting up for themselves here. Don't throw it away at the beginning. Set it up at the beginning. We've seen that batting became easy. The other thing is as well, of course, as we've seen that movement through the air, the ball gets softer. These white balls in limited overs cricket have a limited amount of time where they're a danger. This ball's dabbed away back at a point by Scrivens.
That's well played, actually. He's played that very late. Played that nicely into the ground. You can see what Knott's doing. Just trying to entice her with the shots outside the off stump.
Once again, bowls cut out to deep cover, just a single. 23 without loss in the 12th. Scrivens on to 11.
Be interesting to see if Knott gets anything out of this pitched ball into Carr, because she's got a bowl in a completely different area here. Not sure there's any rough outside Carr's off stump. Nothing of note anyway.
Knott gives it a bit of flight, and again a tickle from Carr. Moves to 9 from 31, 24 without loss. It's still got that real feel of cat and mouse, this game, like it had early this morning. Will batting become easier as the innings goes on this afternoon?
They're determined to take no chances, aren't they?
What a flight. Treverne nicely sweepers back, just a single. Scrivens moves to 12. 2 to come from Knott.
It's totally risk-free batting. I mean, you know, for them to be even behind the Vipers at this stage, you know, it means they are batting very slowly.
Big bit of flight on this again. Big stride from Amara Carr. She's not the tallest, but still got a long way forward on that one. Bat and pad together.
Yeah, Jack Chantry's not giving that one. Not even sure when he played county cricket he was given too many of them.
Bit of flight into the block hole. And they've just started to get the rhythm of it now, these two, haven't they, in terms of turning the singles. These were all dot balls to begin with, but Carr and Scrivens just getting the pace of it, just turning the singles now, ticking it over. Still only just going at 2.1, just about to nudge 2.2. 26 without loss, but it's a no panic ploy here from Sunrisers, and we should be in for a really thrilling chase in this one, because it ain't going to happen quickly at this rate, and equally there will be wickets at some point, and then the tension will come.
Yeah, quiet atmosphere here at Radlett. Scrivens 12, Carr 10. No wickets down as yet, just a half a chance. A few overs back where Scrivens may have got run out. Throw wasn't quite good enough into Rihanna Southby. And Mary Taylor will continue with her right arm seamers from our commentary end, the pavilion end. She's bowling to Amara Carr. Bowls. It's turned away on the leg side. And there is no run. Well, the Sunrisers are definitely doing this with minimum of risk. But slowly but surely, the run rate required from here on in is building. It's over 4.9 and over now. That started way below that at the start of the innings. It's nothing to worry about yet.
Yeah, that's where I think they both set out their stall here, haven't they? I think Vipers, as you say, they've gone strong at the top.
They have. Taylor bowls again. Carr's playing and missing outside the off stump, trying to play that with an open face.
And it's, you know, if this were a 40 over match now, and you were saying, all right, go out and chase, is it 190 now or 40 overs? Yeah, it's far from a given. So they've taken a lump out and they've taken the power play out cheaply. So
and the bonus play out, the bonus point out.
Yes, that was the other thing we were pondering.
Taylor in again to Carr. Carr's on the back foot, plays that quietly out on the offside, but the Vipers fielders are very alert there. Let's quickly give you the other scores from the other Rachael Heyhoe-Flint games going on. Northern Diamonds against the South East Stars. That might yet be a very good game, because the Diamonds finished on 311 for 9. Holly Armitage, top scorer there, on 66. Bess Heath made 63. In reply, the Stars are 56 for 2 in the 10th. Bryony Smith has gone. Oh, wrapped on the pad. Oh, that looks very close. Not out, says the umpire. Gabby Brown watching that. If you're on the replay, on the picture feed, watch this replay.
I felt she went a long way across, didn't it?
It's close. You can just about see leg stump, but the ball is angling into the right-hander. I think a few people would have given that out. Unfortunately, not the one that matters, as that's driven out towards mid-wicket. The trouble is, the only thing with that is, as the ball started to get close to the batter, you could just see the shape of the ball just angling in a fraction, but countering that, Carl was across the stumps.
That was my feeling. I thought, wow, that's close. She's gone a long way across.
Yeah. So you just get the feeling at the moment, things not quite going Vipers' way at the moment. Nothing's caught the edge. Half chance of a run out and a very close LBW decision there, down the leg side, and that will be a wide. So South East Stars have lost Bridie Smith and they've lost Tash Farron. Farron's been in tremendous form since they pushed her up the order. Western Storm were 275 all out against the Blaze. Nat Wraith was top scorer there with 73. There was 4 wickets there for Kirsty Gordon. And in reply, the Blaze are 52 for 1. Good length ball, nice line there from Mary Taylor to end it over. 13 overs gone, 27 without loss. And the Blaze have lost Graves for 24. Tammy Beaumont is not out on 28 there. And very quickly, Thunder made 284 for 7 against the Sparks. There was 100 for Emma Lamb, 107, 67 for Smale. And the Sparks are 33 without loss in the 8th.
27 without loss after 13 here. As we've been saying, it's a methodical approach by Sunrisers. They know this ground well, they know how this pitch plays, they know what you've got to do. Let's get over the line on this one. They're playing the long game. As Taylor continues from Saltersfield end, and no ball calls. Yes.
Applause for a no ball.
And a free hit for Scrivens. And this is what we talked about in the first innings, wasn't it? That you were almost waiting for bowler error at the start of the Vipers innings. Sunrisers have very much come out with that mindset here. Here's the free hit. Down the track comes Scrivens, lifts it just wide of mid-on. Doesn't get hold of it. A single's taken.
It's always been hard to hit over the top. You can count on one hand the number of shots we've seen like that.
We said early on, didn't we, square of the wicket seemed to be the area today to score at Radlett. Bowlers drop short, offer a little bit of width. Seen too many sweeps today, have we, as his car awaiting. This ball's onto the pads from Knott, right arm over to the right-hander.
Yeah, it's a difficult wicket to sweep on as well, isn't it, with the ball keeping a little low.
We've seen a few attempts to paddles, haven't we? Scoops down the leg side as there comes a sweep from Carr. Through to the keeper it goes. That's one of the first full-blooded sweeps of the entire day. But prior to that, all we've really seen is an attempted paddle. There was the no-look paddle, wasn't there, as well, in the Vipers innings. 29 without loss. A lot of flight from Knott, defended by Carr, just deflects back with a square on the leg side. Carr 10 from 42. She backs up to this one from Knott. Gets it away nicely, finding the deep backward square. They're thinking too. Carr is very quick, but not that quick. Single taken. The no ball at the start of the overs helped for Sunrisers here, but only one to come of it. 2 singles and a no ball so far.
It's quite nicely played there by Carr, wasn't it? Just riding the spin.
Slip in place again for Scrivens. Just drops a tad short Knott, and Scrivens backs up and turns a single to deep square. 31 without loss after 14. Not none for 11 off her 3. Ooh, was that an overthrow? It is, but they're not going to take the single. Not sure who it hit, whether it hit the batter or
Bad throw, I think.
Deflected away, however it went, but it's retrieved. No extra run taken, so what? 4 off the over, 3 singles, the no ball. Only 1 without loss after 14. The required rate climbs above 5 for the first time, and this is what we've been talking about, isn't it? That, you know, in terms of it being a 40 over match, going at 5s, it's pretty much the scenario that we face now. We're down to 35. Still a lot of runs to score.
At the same stage, the Vipers had 43, and we were saying then, what a slow start from the Vipers. This is even slower. It'll be Mary Taylor to continue. She's bowling to Scrivens. She's round the wicket with her right arm seamers. Scrivens drives into the gap almost. Wide of mid-off, but Adams just slid into that one, and what looked like runs, maybe even a boundary, was kept down to a single. 32 without loss.
That shot probably sums up the day, doesn't it, for the batters, because even the balcony there, they all thought that was a boundary off the bat. It was up there, it was in the slot for Scrivens, but the timing's just not there on this surface for the batters.
No, just about everybody struggled a little bit. There's Taylor again, this time to Carr. Carr's playing a missing outside the off stump, trying to nudge that away down to third. Now, nothing's hit the edge of the bat. I would say 7, 8, maybe 9 balls now past the edge. Nothing's caught the edge. Half chance of a run out. Scrivens early on in her innings. So there's nothing quite happening for the Vipers at the moment, who are squeezing the Sunrisers innings at the moment, but they need to keep squeezing. No let up. Taylor bowls. They'll always be under pressure, all the bowlers, as that's pushed up towards mid-on. Can't afford to have a bad over, bad 2 or 3 overs, a bad 10, 15 minutes, because that could very well be game over.
Well, it is. It's not approaching that point just yet, but again, there will come a point, won't there, where there'll either be a clatter of wickets or there'll be a burst of runs. A particular bowler just doesn't quite hit her mark. The batters get on top. You can feel there'll be a pinch point, won't there, where this innings will really take a dramatic turn one way or the other, and then we'll be in for quite the finish.
Taylor to Carr, foolish. She's driving up to Adams at mid-on. She's kind of a shy, although Carr had already decelerated by the time that Adams lined up the throw.
But in 14 overs, this has climbed already the required rate from 4 to 5, which is a big jump on a day like today, a pitch like today. Because you're pushing it away from being able to do it in singles. Boundaries have been at a premium the whole time.
Taylor round the wicket to Scrivens, who turns that away on the leg side. Runs the first one quickly. She's turning blind here, Scrivens. She's going for the second. Oh, she could be run out here. What's the umpire given? He's gone. She's gone. Scrivens has gone. And I have to say, she turned blind. I was watching her. You do not do that. And she was committed to go for the second because Carr was already down the wicket. She couldn't see what was happening, and she had to go, and she's paid the price. She goes for 16, 33, that'll be 34 for 1, I guess.
He had a real think on that, Chantry, didn't he? He really did. Jack Chantry was the square umpire. He had a long think about it, and slide, fumble, pick up. Was there a moment's pause with the slide, with the fumble? And there you go, you can see that moment's pause by the fielder's reaction.
That was Nancy Harman out there in the deep. But if you're just watching the... unfortunately, Scrivens was out of camera shot, but she turned blind.
Seeing it on this one now, which I don't think is going to reveal either way. Umpire's decision's the umpire's decision. Let's see if there was any hesitation. Back she goes. Slight collision. Oh dear. Yeah, and the dive goes in. There go the bails. She was definitely short of a ground. Very good umpiring by Jack Chantry.
About 6 inches, wasn't it, or so?
Yep.
Less than that, I would say.
She was comfortably short. It was a very good call. And as you always say with an umpire as well, you like it when an umpire takes a moment. Now, even if you think you're sure as an umpire, still take a moment. It's good when an umpire does that. Just the moment's pause to say, yeah, have I definitely got this? Yes. And up goes the finger. He's absolutely right on that one, Jack Chantry. Excellent umpiring.
Yeah, it was good umpiring. I think Scrivens might consider herself a little bit unlucky because she does, you're right, she does bump into Mary Taylor a little bit. A lot of that's because she's got nothing in her vision.
Yeah.
When she's turning, she's totally blind to everything that's going on out in the middle and out in the deep. She's not looking that way. She's looking towards the car park.
Yeah.
Nothing going on there.
Big moment, the first wicket. They've been building something.
And the competition's top run scorer is back in the hutch as Cordelia Griffiths faced her first delivery from Mary Taylor. That's a nice looking shot off the back foot. Nice punch shot.
She's got a
Out
cracking
towards
drive.
extra cover.
Cracking drive on her front and back foot. Griffith, and that'll have felt good first ball, and that will have sent a little bit of assurance through the Sunrisers lineup as well, to see Griffith backing across and playing that shot. Very talented batter.
16 off 44 deliveries for Grace Scrivens.
Formerly the opener.
Cordelia.
Yeah, with Naomi Datani for her opening pair. Big job for Carr to go up and open nowadays. Keeping the whole time, then straight back out there and open. So off from 46 she has not. Continues from the Saltersfield ends. Huge amount of flight, loops down the leg side. And goodness me, another one's gone. Oh dear. Called through. Well, I assume it was Griffith that made the call. She was a long way short. She didn't even bother trying to ground it in the end. She knew that was a long, long way out. 2 run-outs in 3 deliveries. Goodness me, this has turned on the Sunrisers very quickly. 34 for 2.
There was slight hesitation there from both batters. Carr never really thought there was a run in it. She just answered Griffiths' call.
I think even
Griffiths knew she made a mistake.
Yeah, I think even with her hesitation, or without it, it would have been a long, long way gone, wouldn't it?
So Griffiths goes for that. That's the 5th run out of the game. And I do put this down a little bit to the fact that batters feel under a bit of pressure, because he's
Quite.
not that easy to score as quickly as they think and want to score.
Quite. I agree fully. Jodie Grucock comes out. And 34 for 1. Carr 12 from 46. Really, they need to play their whole innings around Amara Carr now, don't they? Yeah. Wicket keeper opener now for Sunrisers. She's got in, she's got the feel of the pitch. What they mustn't do now is lose another wicket, because that required rate will certainly start to climb, as one batter is going to have to get a feel of the pitch now in Grucock. What they can't afford is to have 2 new batters out in the middle. 34 for 2.
161 runs at 23. Jodie Grucock this year with the highest score. Oh no, actually, what am I doing? I'm looking at the bowling figures. Ha! Jodie Grucock, 95 runs at 23 apiece, high score of 38.
The flight on that one, rocking back. Grucock punches through the square on the onside. Just pausing for a moment, because the run out, of course, the rules changed now, hasn't it, in terms of batters crossing and not crossing and so on.
What is that rule? I can't remember.
That was why I paused there for a moment with Grucock on strike. Bit of flight. This ball, oh, is padded up outside off stump by Amara Carr. Oh, I see, the scoreboard has got a problem, that's why. I was looking at it, I was just thinking we haven't given the wrong person out. I knew it was Amara Carr out there. Griffith out, but the scoreboard at the bottom of the screen just frozen for a moment. A bit more flight, and Carr waits on this one. Tickles a single, fine. We'll get at least a couple. There's that short boundary, which has barely been in play today, has it? They've taken 2. Carr moves to 14 from 49.
I think that's Ella McGacken. Oh no, it wasn't. It was Nancy Harmon, I think, throwing herself. No, Abby Norgrove throwing herself there to the boundary rope, making sure that it didn't go all the way. There's definitely a bit of turn here for Charlie Knott.
She's in again. Lots of flight. That meets the splice of the bat on this occasion from Carr. We haven't said that many times today, have we? 15.4. It's 15.5 now bowled. Here's the last of Knott's 4th. It's back on the square on the leg side, and no run rightly on this occasion. That was the downfall of Griffith, one nudged there a few moments ago, and Griffith got it wrong, incorrectly called through. She paid the price, And 37 for 2. It's a costly one. 2 run-outs in 3 deliveries for Sunrisers. You can already hear the team talk at the end. Come what may in this match, it's not a good look, that one.
No, you know, as I say, the conditions here just putting the batters under a little pressure here, and perhaps thinking about singles and twos when perhaps they're not there. It comes about because the batters are just piling up the balls faced without actually necessarily looking at the scoreboard and seeing where they think they should be in terms of the number of runs, and it has created pressure. 3 run-outs in the Vipers innings already, 2 out of 2 in the Sunrisers reply. And we've got a change of bowling for the Vipers. We've got another seamer coming on in Alice Monaghan, who's playing a 28th match in this competition. 10 wickets at 34 apiece for Monaghan. She'll bowl a little quicker than Mary Taylor, but sometimes that ball coming on a little quicker does help the batters. I'll have to wait and see on that one. I'm sure they'll give her a couple of overs to see how the Sunrisers players feel about facing up. She bowls with quite enthusiastically, Alice Monaghan. As I say, she'll get it through a little quicker than Mary Taylor. Mary Taylor just taking a breather after bowling 3 overs, none for 6. Here's Monaghan round the wicket to Grucock. It's short, and Grucock pulls that away, helps that away down the leg side for a single, and she's doubled her total to 2. And the Sunrisers are 38 for 2. At the start of the 17th, the Vipers had 47 at this stage. So 2 slow starts here at Radlett. The Vipers were very slow in their first 25-30 overs, and the Sunrisers at the moment even slower. Monaghan, blonde haired, comes in and bowls to Carr. Good length ball to Carr, who plays that quietly. Something we've seen, as Kevin mentioned, a lot from Carr. 52 balls she's faced now, and she's only scored 14, which is all right, but it'll only be all right if you get close on the run chase, because this is extremely slow. That run rate required is slowly inching up. It's not quite 5 1/4 and over, but it's not far off. It was way under that at the start, wasn't it? About 3 point something. Here's Monaghan bowls. It's a fullish delivery, which Carl works out on the onside. With the Vipers innings, they scored at 4.2, so that will give you an idea of what the Sunrisers were facing.
What'll frustrate Sunrisers at the moment, as we talked all the way through that first innings and talked about it again in the power play, is gambling a wicket in the power play. You know, in T20 you talk about gambling 2, don't you, in the first 6. List A, maybe gamble 1, maybe 2.
Well, who's the positive batter in the Sunrisers lineup? That's a nice pull shot there from Amara Carr. That should go all the way. I don't think Emily Windsor's going to get that. She isn't. In fact, it's Emily McGacken patrolling the boundary away to her leg side. Slightly too short there from Monaghan. Allowed Carr to get on that very quickly indeed. Nice pull shot from the Sunrisers opener. Side off stump, and she hit through that ball nicely.
And again, that's something we've talked about today, isn't it? Dropping short. We haven't seen too many bowlers dropping short on this pitch. They know they can't. That's a brilliant piece of timing.
Got to pitch the ball up. I haven't seen too many drives that appears to field today, that's for sure. That is full. That's driven into the ground, back to the bowler. There's been very few balls where the batters have actually driven off the front foot and beaten the field. Very, very few indeed. In fact, on this pitch, you want somebody to bowl short.
Yeah. That's only the second boundary of the innings, isn't it? Scriven's got 1 away.
Yeah, square on the offside. Square on the offside, if I remember rightly, from Freya Davis. Slightly short ball. Davis bowled well. Yeah. Monaghan again bowls. It's a better length. Nicely played by Carl. Works that down to 3rd. Appreciated by 1 or 2 of her teammates, or on the balcony and the chairs just away to our right. Tense moments for them.
It had fallen very quiet for the last couple of overs, hadn't it? That boundary from Carr just lifted everybody again. It is, you can't quite say in the balance just yet, but it's pretty close. So that required rate of just over 5 has certainly brought the Vipers back into this in a big way. You asked who are the power hitters. I mean, look, when you've got Jo Gardner coming in at 8 as she's down on the card, that's low. You know, Gardner's a powerful batter. And if there were one who you were thinking almost maybe Gamble send her up in the power play, as we discussed earlier, then Jo would have been the one to go to, I think. But yeah, Flo Miller and Sarin Kumar Maddie Villiers in next. Flight on this one from not to start the new over to Carr. But Griffith is a blow to lose. Griffith can score very quickly, and obviously Scrivens at the top as well. And that's why, as I say, it'll be frustrating to see 2 run-outs. That gives this one Flight once more, backing up, waiting on it. Carr turns a single just fine of mid-wicket. If you'd say they were 44 for 2 at this stage and they'd tried to go after it, and they'd got a few runs, but they haven't tried to go after it yet, the run rate's gone up above 5 and they've lost 2 wickets, so giving themselves a slight problem here. Notts chops a fraction short, and this time it's Grewcock who gets it away and gets it through. One thing you can't do is drop short on this one.
Emily Windsor flinging herself on the boundary rope there. But you're right, the short ball is not the ball to bowl here. Stands up waiting to be hit. Fletch is back. How are you, Fletch? You need a hug? Well, Kevin Hand is on hand. Single out on the offside. Fletch, the media manager here, who cut himself, has been in A&E. Come back with his hand all bandaged up. Well, it's a thick bandage. Yeah, mate, you'll be good to go.
Notts in again. This one's tickled. Oh, and they thought about the single again to the short fine.
Please tell me you're not going back to the big matches going to let the man win. And I went, well, I hadn't answered, which went, well, just open it up again and come back. So I said, you tell me I can't win. Absolutely right. So I said,
It's a bit of flight from Knott, and it's turned into the onside to mid-wicket. 49 for 2 at the end of the 18th. 6 off the over. Grewcock has 7. Carr has 20. I had to correct you though. Media manager, director of communications. Director level now.
Well,
he's not a moth chasing media manager anymore, Fletch.
A moth. Brings back happy memories at Lords about, God, that must be about 10 years ago now. So 49 for 2, 18 overs gone, and for the first time the Sunrisers are ahead of the Vipers total at the corresponding stage, because after 18 overs the Vipers were on 48. So the Sunrisers have a fraction of a fag paper in front. Now it's Monahan. This is a big spell for her to try and keep the runs to a premium. Grewcock pushes forward, and it's off the pad, I think. Southbeat dives to her left, can't quite pick it up cleanly. The deflection off the pad, and leg byes signalled, and the Sunrisers move on to 50 for 2, needing 212 for victory. That run rate has come down a fraction, but it is still just over 5. I think as a minimum the Vipers need to keep it at least just over 5. Of course they need to push it higher, but from a Sunrisers point of view, it's well within range, that's for sure. Monahan with that little skip at the top of her mark. She does. That's turned away on the leg side for another single. Carr's very measured in this innings. 21 of 61 deliveries. She's the experienced one out there, playing her 33rd game. She's approaching 500 runs in this competition now, but with an average of only 17.
Got an amazing guest coming in just a moment. You're going to love it.
Amazing.
Amazing. You're going to love it.
Here's Monahan driving his Grewcock up to mid-on, and there is no run.
Mark Lane, former England manager, is going to sit down with us, and a man of Hampshire as well.
There's a few of us around. We get everywhere.
Well, you're just a wannabe man of Hampshire. You're a man of Middlesex, you see, whereas Laney's a man of Hampshire wearing Middlesex colours.
It depends on which team is doing best. For a while now it's been Hampshire. Here comes Monahan. Round the wicket to Grewcock. Grewcock again is driving up to mid-on, where Freya Davis gets a very awkward bobbling ball, but she manages to get her body in behind. And there is no run. Grewcock is on 7 from 7. The 2 run-outs have cost The Sunrisers, 2 of their batters, Scrivens for 16 and Griffiths for no score. As Grucock, the left-hander, faces Monaghan once more. Grucock drives, this time up to mid-off, just for something a little different. And this time it's Georgia Adams that does the fielding. And there's no run. Just the 1 run and the 1 leg by so far off Alice Monaghan's over. As I said, all the Vipers bowlers need to keep things tight in this game. Not one of them really can afford an expensive spell. They haven't got really that too many runs to play with. As Monaghan runs away from us again and bowls. Grucock drives on the up, she's found the gap, but McGacken comes in off the boundary rope, away to her right, and that's the end of the over. And is it the end of me?
It is for the moment. We've got one Middlesex and Hampshire legend being replaced by another Middlesex and Hampshire legend.
Can't be 2 of us, surely.
52 for 2 after 19. Mark Lane, former England women's captain, now Middlesex coach, sat down alongside me. Captain, coach, whose captain was Charlotte Edwards, of course.
That's right, yeah. Hi, Kev, how are you?
Good, how are you doing?
I'm very well.
Change of scene for us.
Well, and change of weather as well, I think.
Oh, finally. You got the shorts out. Mind you, you've always got the shorts out, Laney.
Quite. Yeah, we just had a bit of training this morning and wanted to come along and support.
For the Middlesex?
We were the second team lads, so we come along and support the girls.
From Merchant Taylors?
Yep, a bit of fielding and fitness, and no, I didn't join in.
52 for 2 is not. Adams from Saltersfield end back on, and this ball's clipped out to the deep for a single. Yeah, your former captain. Bring back some good memories. 5 years, was it?
Well, I did. What did I end up doing? I did 5 years. Yep, Charlotte was my captain. So just looking at the tactics here, lots of spin, which is kind of almost like the Lottie way. So it's a sort of tactic we used. Well, blimey, back in 2009.
A little short on that one. Carr's just able to give herself room to find the single with a cut to deep cover. Yeah, pace of this one, it's a slow one at Radlett. I was saying at Radlett you can turn up and pretty much get 1 of 2, can't you? It's either a lot of bounce and a bit of pace, or it's slow and low. There's not much in between usually.
No, absolutely, and it's kind of certainly in a white ball you've got to attack width. So if you get offered any width, you've got to try and look to put that away.
Adams bowls, and that's dragged hard in front of the deep mid-wicket. Work cut out here, a slider tumbling, well done. Holden to 2. It's Emily Windsor out there on the boundary rope doing the work.
That's a great shot actually, because it wasn't that short, so just back of the length, but moved quickly into position, and you know, a good bit of fielding. Another day that goes out there for 4.
Tickle back of the square on the leg side. Sarah being distracted by the back of the tent here. Poor old Fletch, Director of Communications at Middlesex, working hard as ever. Workplace injury.
Yeah, not much sympathy for me. He'll probably put a claim in later on, I should think.
Someone just asked him how many stitches. 39. 2 to cover the over from Adams, and this ball's eased into the onside. Fortunately, comms cam isn't working at the moment. Nobody would want to see that if we told Fletch to show us his injured hands. Been off to A&E and he's back again, helping to get this stream and this broadcast up and running. So very, very grateful that we all are. Here's Adams. Lots of flight to full toss, and oh, it nearly dips into the block hole. She was waiting and waiting and waiting. Carr just ushers it to mid-on.
Yeah, a bit of a low full toss. Got to try and find a gap there. Got to just sort of rotate the strike. I think seems to be a bit of a tactic where, you know, boundaries are a premium, but actually when there is a miss you've got to make sure you score, even if it's just rotating that strike, because you've got your you know, 2 different styles of batting. So I think that they'd be quite happy to bowl at Amara there. So if Amara does get one that's a slight miss, got to be able to rotate the strike, got to move the scoreboard on, shall we say.
Just as you were sitting down, I was trying to grab quickly what the years were for you as England's women's coach, but basically the headline steps down after 5 of the most successful years, and I thought, you know what year it was, it doesn't matter, that's it. That's all I need to say to him, 5 of the most successful years.
Yeah, I took it on at got offered the job in 2008. First series was up at Lords against South Africa. I took over on an interim basis out in Australia and New Zealand. We did well out there, and Claire Connor thought might be enough to offer me the role.
McGregor around the wicket. Balls, and this has worked. Back to go on the leg side. Nothing two, but just a single as the two in the deep converge. 58 for two. So I remember, I can't remember whether it was 2008 when you took over, or whether it was then 2013 when you just finished. I can't remember, that was the first time we ever did a commentary together. I don't know if you'll remember it back then, but we were in the media centre at Lords, and you came up and sat down alongside me for an hour or two. One quiet afternoon, helped me out. Leg side clipped away down to deep backward square leg, and they'll pick up a single.
Yeah, that
59
was
for two.
That was 2013. That was.
That's when he just finished.
Yeah, just finished. So, yeah, I had a brilliant time. Really enjoyed it, and it was. I learned a lot about myself and how to coach a team, and worked with a fantastic captain in Charlotte. Had a great sort of journey with the likes of Claire Taylor and as I say, Lottie and Catherine Brunton and our prime Sarah Taylor. So we had a good side.
Skip to get going again. Dropped short though. She's pulled. That is where the short boundary is on the onside. It's not quite that, but it's more at deep at cow corner, the shortest part of the ground. So just a single as the fielder's able to get rounds, and then it was straight to Middlesex after that, wasn't it?
Yeah, finished in 2013. I had a year out. Spoke to my mate. We went for a lemonade down the pub, and he offered me a job as a bit of a groundsman. So I cut some outfields around the sort of Surrey area, around some of the clubs around that way. I really enjoyed it.
Just clipped out to deep square. I think two again. It's a slightly longer part of the outfield out there, but only taking the risk. 2 run-outs already in this innings. When I saw you, I thought if there's ever anybody to talk about the change, I mean, obviously Charlotte Edwards herself, but yourself from women's cricket in England from then to what we're watching here now, exceptionally high quality cricket that's being played, and even in the 3 or 4 years watching Sunrise, as the increase each year in the standards has been hugely impressive. Obviously there's going to be a change up again at the end of this year. So it's Monaghan around the wicket. Oh, it could be a no ball, that one, and it is called no ball. Waist high full toss, and got a single out to deep square. So a bit of an expensive over here, just helping Sunrisers tick along once more, but looking backwards to this summer now, before the changes come in. Here's the replay for those watching on the stream of the waist high full toss, and yeah, no doubt about that one at all. Free hit signalled as well. The change from them 2008 to now. I think I did Claire Taylor when she scored the century at Lords against India. I commentated on that match. It was a really fantastic game of cricket, fantastic game. That was the highest level, that was international level. The levels below that of what we're watching here, regional, but even Middlesex women, Surrey women, the last couple of years, the increased level of standards all the way down. It's been absolutely something wonderful. And I guess the speed with which the standards have improved, it's been so impressive. As Cara waits for the free hit, she clips it away with a shuffle of the feet, and goodness me, she's timed that. Time has been tough all day for the batters. Not for Cara on that occasion. She's on to 28 from 67.
And just going back to your point, I think even when I was back in the day, the girls really took on, very receptive about coaching and having that support around them. So we were sort of reliant on the counties to kind of help us produce international players. Yes, we had our academy, England Academy and stuff, but each session was a learning session for these girls.
One hop over the wicket, solid defence from Carr.
Yeah, and I was blessed that Jack Birkinshaw was with me for a while. Carl Crowe was with me. I even had Alan Coleman was my fast bowling coach back in the day. So no wonder I got the Middlesex job.
Called into favour.
Yeah, exactly. So we surrounded them with good technicians, and used to do lots of camps. We spent a lot of time in India working on our game against spin, and that came to fruition when we went 2009 to Australia. We managed to win the 50 over World Cup there, and then it's the first time that the same World Cup's been, or the 2 World Cups have been in the same year. So with them at Lords, we won the 2020. So we were blessed to win both World Cups in the same year, 2009. So if you want to nominate me for an MBE, you're more than welcome, Kev.
I was just about to say you must sit here with a fair bit of pride, and I do say that in all seriousness. You know, having been part of, you know, a really formative period. I say formative period, a period where things moved on a lot for women's cricket in this country.
Yeah, I'm very grateful to the women's game as well. You know, what that allowed me to do, and it allowed me to sort of kind of go on and do other things.
Adams around the wicket. Let's just get this one away, Grewcock. Oh, it slips through. Now, how costly does it slip through? The pace is taken off it, so it won't go all the way. They've taken 2.
Yeah, but as you know, Kev, my passion's developing young cricketers and seeing them going on to a path. You know, it's I've always said it's about like a bus ride, and my job is to take them to a certain point, and then the next people take them on. Same as the women's game. It's been brilliant to see that. You know, a lot of women and girls that I've worked with are now involved in the game. So Sarah Taylor, Charlotte Edwards.
Solid defence on that one from Grewcock, push back.
You know, people like Lydia Greenway, Isha Guar, you know, involved heavily in the sort of media as well. So it's wonderful to see that these girls are given that opportunity, and you know, they're very, very good at what they do, and hopefully I've played a small part.
Leg side wide from Adams around the wickets. Grewcock looking sweet. 69 for 2. Clearly taught Isha everything she knows about the media.
Oh yeah. No, she's great. I think she's one of the best, if I'm honest.
This one's just a fraction short and backing away. Grewcock tries to cut, but it's into the ground, into the offside. There's an almighty wingspan on a bird over the top of the ground at the moment. As your knowledge of our feathered friends, what's that one up there? Red kite or?
Well, it is probably a red kite, but I'd like to say it was an eagle.
This is swept away fine by Grewcock. And downhill, well, goodness me, that's probably the best. It's the first time I think we've had a ball come down here all day long. There's not been much straight down the ground at all today, and obviously this one's played behind square down the ground, but we've seen so little coming down. But that just gives you an idea of how slow this outfield is.
If you come here in August and you get it just over the brow of that hill,
it's
off into the rugby field. So, and I mentioned the Eagle because I'm a Crystal Palace fan, so that's the only reason I mentioned it.
I was trying to think, Hampshire Eagles, Hampshire Hawks. Forward goes Carr, pushing into the offside. Yeah, we won't linger on Crystal Palace this week too much, Laney, thank you.
You're not United, are you?
Irish blood, Irish passport. Had a choice of 2. Liverpool or United. Would have been disowned if I went the other way. 73 for 2. Bit of flight on this. It's clipped away into the onside. Mid-wicket comes around to field. Carr 28, Grewcock 20. End of the 22nd. That's an almighty sized bird, that one. It's fortunately gone on now. Obviously it spotted something down in maybe Salters Field it like the look of.
Just going back to your point, I was just wandering around, having a little walk around the ground, and I just bumped into Rihanna Southby's dad, who is a Sunbury girl. She used to come into Guildford when she was very young, and I used to do a lot of work with Rihanna, just to see sort of how these girls have, you know, probably wasn't as fashionable 10 or 15 years ago, coming into a male-dominated cricket centre, and hopefully people like Claire Taylor, who would have been in and around Charlotte, they've become role models for these girls now to go on and earn a living out of the game. So it's actually great to see Rees here as well.
Change of bowling coming up out in the middle, but Mark Lane alongside myself, Kevin Hand on the mic. We'll get Kevin James back in a little while. Mark, who's England's head coach. The women's team now with Middlesex helping the seconds. Arming into the attack from the pavilion ends over the wicket to Grewcock. A wrist spin. A little bit of turn on that as well. Swept away out to deep square. Grewcock moves to 21. There's been a little bit more turn, it seems, in this innings.
But I think it looks like the slower you've bowled it, the easier it's been now to play, because I think you've just allowed to let it spin, and then and it was like earlier when we first come in, there was a bit more pace on the spin, so it happened a little bit quicker, which made it harder to score off, it seemed to anyway.
Harmon, second ball of her first over, drops a little short, has cut away, have to be quick. They are. Some good fielding today, some great wicket keeping as well. That Amara Carr run out earlier, I don't know if you've seen the replay of that yet. Laney, an absolutely brilliant piece of work behind the stumps.
Yeah, brilliant. And then just watching you know, I hate to say it, but the two Sunrisers, I know one was a long way out, but the other one where Rihanna positioned herself in and around the stump. So, yeah, it's good. High quality keepers on show.
Strike short again. Oh, that's going to get through. It's on the bounce. Again, we mentioned the outfield here. Not that it's a bad outfield, a poor outfield, but the square is the top of a mound all the way around as well. So the trajectory that the ball even hits the surface here at Radlett can be a problem for the fielders. And it was one bounce and through. Boom.
Yeah, good clean contact. Moved quickly, got in a good position, and this partnership is just allowing the Sunrise to get a bit of momentum into their innings.
Harmon gives that a lot more flight and goes through her. What a ball that is. That's the ball of the day from Harmon. Absolute ripper of a delivery. Having dragged a few down, she almost had to give that one more flight. And that's gone through everything. Over the top of middle, I'd suggest. Maybe an inside edge on it? Was it a little inside tickle?
So there's another Hampshire legend would have enjoyed that in a great shape more.
Indeed,
that,
indeed.
so.
It was runs too. There was a little inside edge on it. Nonetheless, it still went a long way. 81 for 2. Greencock's on to 27. Big moment that could easily have gone onto the stumps.
I think just the Vipers have just got to try and get control back, and I think there's enough in this surface to, you know, wickets could come bang bang in pairs, and
it's a flight again, and this time Greencock's a long way forward to this one.
Yeah, and just change the momentum of this game, or almost just stop the momentum, and then it's just about, you know, because 200 trying to defend 211, you do need to keep regularly picking up wickets. You know, you've got Greencock 27 off 24, and Amara Carr's just playing that anchor role, so maybe the tactics are working, using Amara as that anchor, and then the other batters coming around. But it looks like Greencock moves well, strikes the ball cleanly, so I think the Vipers need to get a bit of a pinch on here and look to try and nick one wicket.
What do you think has been the biggest thing? I'll let you go in a moment. We'll get Kevin James back on. But last thought, on the change from 2008 to now, what do you think has been the biggest change to see that incline in standards across the board for women's cricket? I mean, I'm sure opportunity is the easy answer.
Yeah, I think the whole package. I think physically, the girls have a lot of support around their physical side of things. I think, you know, cricket's a skill-based sport, so there's a lot more sort of technicians that they have that contact with, so specialists in whether it's batting, bowling or spin bowl or keepers. But I also think there's just more girls playing, so the whole standard, so it gives people like John Lewis more players to choose from.
A little bit of width on that one. Cut away. Deep third's going to come around, try and hold them to a single. It is just the one. Carr on to 30.
And just on the fact that there's you're almost accountable now because you are where you are, and it's also there's competition places which always takes the cricket up to another level. Sometimes, you know, we might have had 17 or 18 people looking to try and pick from to go on a tour overseas, but now his long list might start at 35 and then he's whittling it down again. So you know, just the strength of the whole game.
Around the wicket, Davies with this one. That's leg side, clip fine. Runs just starting to tick at the moment now for Sunrise. If they can keep this partnership together, that run rate's come down below 5 again. Required to come down below 5. The current's gone up over 3.5. It's a big turnaround here as we approach the halfway point of the innings. 84 for 2.
Yeah, and it's good. You know, there's a few of the Vipers girl missing through England stuff, and you know the people who are coming in are of a standard as well, which is really exciting to see.
Davis leg side again with this one, but this time the clip is straight to long leg. Single ball for Greencock. She's on 30.
And also, when I was involved, a lot of the girls wanted to go to Australia and experience and playing alongside these sort of Australians. So having overseas players and their experiences and their knowledge, you know, I think it's a great thing for everyone involved.
Midway through our 6th over, Davies. Right onto the spot once more. Carr defence. Davies 10 again, top of a mark. 24th of the innings. Just past the umpire. Bowls just a little too straight. Carr Gets that one away for a single out to deep mid wicket. 2 to come of the over. I won't ask you about anything going forward because quite frankly nobody really knows yet, do they? But Middlesex will now be a semi-professional county. The professional county from Sunrisers will be Essex. Semi-professional Northants as well. Hampshire obviously going to be a professional one on the south coasts. Interesting times ahead for all, but certainly for Middlesex women, they had reached a point. This ball's wide down the leg side from Davis. Through to the gloves of the keeper. Remember the first Middlesex women match at Lords against Surrey, and commentated on that game. You know, that was a monumental moment. Sunrisers have had their game at Lords at last. It's taken a while as well.
I mean, it's interesting. We've even the captain Tash Miles has come into a couple of our academy batting sessions.
This is short, hooked away down the leg side, and they shall pick up a single to end the over.
Yes, as I say, we invited Tash to come in, a couple of the sort of senior batters, because you know my role and Sanjay Patel's role is we want to be able to support all of the girls. So you know we're obviously disappointed that we didn't get the Sunrisers bid, but you know we've got plans in place with Alan Coleman about how we can, myself and Sanjay have got some experience in the women's game and how we can help offer some support and look after you know the Middlesex girls who are coming through. So you know disappointing, but on the flip side of it, I think it's really, really exciting as well for our Middlesex players.
Laney, I'll let you go. Thanks so much for your time. Much appreciated.
Pleasure, mate. Pleasure, mate.
Bring Kevin James back in alongside myself. Kevin, hand on the mic. And this one's leg side and a wide. They'll run just a single to go with it as well. 90 for 2 in the 25th. Sunrise has just started to tick. That was a Brucey bonus for his former England women's coach. Wanders past the commentary box. Oh, he comes sit down.
Yeah, that's good.
A good man as well, you know, having seen a real high of English cricket at the highest level, and now obviously the burgeoning game that we have currently at regional level.
Sunrise it's a good spell this for them, isn't it?
Excellent. It's Harmon. He's bowled one absolute corker already. That one wasn't bad either. Inside edge again, this time from the right-handed Carr, and she'll take 2. They'll have to be sharp again. Goodness me. The running today has certainly been a talking point. Carr's sharp though.
Keeps you on edge. Keeps you on edge, doesn't it? That's for sure. But yeah, no, these two have done a really good job, and Grucock strikes the ball really well, doesn't she? My word, she looks strong. Jodie Grucock, just 19 years of age. Wow. But Amara Carr, even though it's a fairly slow innings, and to be honest, she's as slow as Abby Norgrove in the first innings, but she's found a good partner here.
Harmon, lots of flight on this. It's stroked back by Carr into the offside, and there's no run. Of course, I didn't even think of it when Mark sat down that Charlotte Edwards was his captain.
Yeah, I didn't
those
realise.
5 years.
Yeah.
That's why he said he came over to see Charlotte. And we nabbed him on the way. Harmon bowls. This is eased back up the track by Carr.
Yeah, Nancy Harmon, when she gets the ball in the right areas, does look as though she's going to cause 1 or 2 problems. Just quite got the ball in the right area enough.
That ball that took the inside edge in the
Oh,
last
that's
over. Goodness me.
But it just shows what could happen if the ball's in the right areas enough.
Again now, this ball's eased away into the offside. I remember when Grucock came on, that was my one thought, is wrist spinners at the start of their spell, they can naturally just drag it down a little bit too short, can't they? And that's where Harmon's been punished in the early stages of her spell. It's the bane of all wrist spinners, isn't it, that release early in a spell. She comes in now, just only a fraction short. Carr gives herself room, picks up a single, moves to 34. 93 for 2. And, this partnership is what now, 59 for the 3rd wicket. Desperately needed by Sunrisers, and now all of a sudden it's put the game right back into the balance. Last ball of the 25th, the halfway stage of the innings. Not quite halfway there yet. Sunrise, they've got 8 wickets standing. It's Harmon to Grucock, and that's going to be a wide. Yep, just didn't quite turn enough. It did turn, did straighten, but it was already just as it pitched too wide. Harmon looked around.
The blue line's the one to look for, and it was just outside the blue line.
almost ripped it back inside the boot line. If it was a little bit shorter, actually, it may well have turned back inside. Try again with the final ball. That's where she wanted it to be. Might feel just missed out a little bit there. Just cuts it down to mid-off to end the over. 94 for 2. 25 bowls here at Radlett. Target is 212. Elvis with 53. Adams 42. Norgrove 35. And 3 for Hancock, 2 for Cobback, and 211 for 9 as we take a drinks break at the halfway stage. Yes, 94 for 2 in reply.
Yeah, the Vipers had 78 at this stage, so for about the first 15 or 16 overs or so, the Sunrisers were behind the Vipers, even though the Vipers started very slowly indeed, but this partnership has now nudged them ahead. So this is the one that needs to be broken. You'll see, if you're watching the picture feed, the worm, and you'll see from about over 16, 17, where the Sunrisers at least matched Vipers, and now they've gone ahead.
They need a little orange circle in there pretty quickly, don't they, Vipers?
They certainly do need a couple from my point of view, but you know, they haven't done too badly, the Vipers here. There's a little bit of help for the spinners in the wicket, but as yet none of the bowlers have picked up a wicket. They've had to rely on 2 run-outs. Freya Davies 6 overs, none for 17. Georgia Adams opening with her, none for 17 as well. That's what they want, you know, a run rate of under 3. That's what you want. But you've got Charlie Knott going at 4s, you've got Harmon going at 7s, and you've got Monaghan going at 6s. That's not going to win you the game.
And the gamble paid off at the start to some extent with Davis and Adams, didn't it? Let's get that run rate down at the beginning. That partnership 34 looks good there for Scrivens and Carr. It was good, but it didn't reap the reward of the amount of time that it took. And we actually put a little bit of pressure on this Grewcock and Carr partnership, but it's coming off now, especially after Griffiths run out. Only faced 1 delivery. Misjudged to run out herself, but it's a good game of cricket as we fancied it would be here. You still wouldn't quite feel confident in either side's shoes right now. A couple of wickets now, and we've seen how difficult it is to get that run rate going.
Well, drinks break, yeah, how often has that been mentioned, and a wicket soon after, so the Sunrisers need to be aware of that. I'm sure they are. And the Vipers in their group will be talking about trying to keep the pressure on with the ball, but if they can't and they just have a few overs which are pretty average, then of course the fielders have got to back that up as well. So this game can very much go either way.
The form they're in at the moment, Sunrise, they'll be desperate this year to make an impact, won't they, for the change up of next year for the counties.
Oh, 100%. I mean, it's you know, they are an improving side. There is no doubt about it. You know, 6 wins from 14 last year was their first wins in this competition. Anyway, from when it started at 2020, and they had led the table for a little while this season, so there are massive strides. I'm sure in a way they must feel probably out of all the regional sides, the Sunrisers probably feel the most disappointed at the way things are going to change for next year, because whatever you think about the rights and wrongs of the regional competition, it's been a very, very good competition. The Sunrisers arguably were put at the most disadvantage because they had to start from scratch, whereas a lot of other regional sides, your Western Storms, your Southern Vipers and what have you, were already a side in the Kia Super League. So, you know, in 5 years they've come an awful long way, and that's no time at all. So I wouldn't say they're starting all again, but whatever it is that's decided about who goes on to Essex and who doesn't, and who stays at Middlesex, and that's not just the players, that's the support staff, whether coaches, whether physios, whether analysts, whatever it is, it's all one big working team. I'm sure the Sunrisers have probably got as many issues to sort out as regards what happens next as anybody. So yeah, a real upheaval, but it's obviously something they're going to have to deal with, and I'm sure already they've got plans in place, and I'm sure there will be many more plans down the line, not least of course player contracts and who goes where. I'm hearing the Essex team are going to be based in Colchester. Whether that's true or not, I don't know, but I did hear that. So any of the Sunrisers that are thinking about moving on to Essex, that's a massive change just in location. Well, it's going to be Freya Davis to get over number 26. The second half of the Sunrisers reply underway. Right arm over to Amara Carr, and she just, as she has done so often in this innings, just prods that back, and there's no run. She's 34 runs off 80 balls. She's holding this top order together after those 2 run-outs in quick succession in the 15th and 16th over. Scrivens and Cordelia Griffiths took the Sunrisers from 34 without loss to 34 for 2. Davis bowls again. Forward is Carr. She's looking increasingly confident out there. The stride she's getting in now when she pushes forward. She's got everything moving just nicely. The body weight into the shot, a nice big stride. She's able to just push these balls into the gap. And virtually play for a partner, really, because Grucock's more than a run of ball 31. The left-hander, only 19 years of age. Another one who went on that mini tour, that mini tri-series with England under-19s, Sri Lanka and Australia. Grucock works that away on the leg side for a single. She moves on to 32. That run rate required from here on in is just under a 4 3/4. It had been over 5s for a little while. So you just tell how these two have really got the Sunrisers' reply back on track. Keeping up to date with the other games going on around, because this is the last round in this block of fixtures in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy. That's pushed out square on the offside, and then we get into the Charlotte Edwards Cup, which is coming up pretty soon, and the final. I think the whole competition's in about 3 weeks. It's a very short competition. The final's at Derbyshire this year. And the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy final, I'm not quite sure where that is. I'm not sure if it's been decided. I'm sure it has. I think it's Northampton again. I'm not 100% sure. Somebody will tell me differently. As Carr drives that out on the offside. So the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy finals in Derby, and the Charlotte Edwards Cup finals are also Derby. And there you go. Derby's got a hold on the women's domestic game this year. 96 for 2. Fletcher's still moaning. Here's Freya Davis. Anybody would have thought that he's cut himself as that's worked up to mid-on. It looked a little scratch initially. I'm sure it was a little scratch initially, but he's managed to make it out something far worse. End of the over, 96 for 2. The target for the Sunrisers are 212. Right, the Northern Diamonds, who are playing the South East Stars. Northern Diamonds made 311 for 9. The South East Stars, in reply, the current leaders of this group, are 131 for 4, 25 overs gone, so they need another 181 from the final 25 overs with 6 wickets remaining. Sophia Dunkley, bit of a return to form for her recently, is at the crease, 43 not out. Here's Nancy Harman with her leg breaks, bowling to Grucock. Grucock's forward, that goes out on the onside. The Blaze, who are chasing Western Storm's 275 all out, are 123 for 5 at the halfway stage. That's 25 overs. So they need another 153 with 5 wickets remaining. Grucock pulls that away in front of square on the offside. There was a misfield there, slightly from Monaghan, but they didn't take advantage. And just a single. And the Central Sparks, who are chasing Thunder's 284 for 7, are 82 for 2 after 21. Low full toss, which is worked away on the onside. Certainly not hammered away, just helped away on the onside by Carr. She moves on to 36, and that's after 21 overs, so the Central Sparks need another 203 from 29 overs with 8 wickets remaining there. So it looks fairly stiff from a distance. Here's Harman again. Grucock sweeps nicely behind square on the leg side. They'll pick up 2, surely. No, does well out there, Charlie Knott, out on the deep. And Sunrisers move on to 99 for 2. Here at Radlett. It's been a nice warm day here at Radlett. It's been sunny throughout the game. The pitch and the outfield has dried rapidly. As Harman bowls again, and forward is Carr. That's Charlie Knott, I think, who's come up into the covers for that one, or is it? No, it's McGackham. Both got long hair, which hardly narrows it down, of course. Carr facing Harman again. Harman's got very short hair. Low full toss, swept away. Slight top edge there as Windsor dives in front of the scoreboard at the far end of the ground and can't quite pick it up in front of the rope. And it goes for 4. Again, teammates, they're getting excited when they see a boundary. Low full toss there from Harmon, down the leg side. Wasn't quite timed well enough, but Windsor sliding into that one, couldn't pick it up cleanly. And the ball ricocheting off her body over the rope. 103 for 2, 27 gone.
Sunrisers, Vipers, BBC Sport all together for this one here at Radlett. Kevin James, myself, Kevin Hand, bringing you the commentary of this one. And yeah, they have got themselves into a much better position now, Sunrisers, but still an awful lot to do. 100 runs from 108 runs from 23 overs. Someone's got to get them. 109 it is still. For victory, Grucock 34, Carr 40. One of these two needs to be there at the end, really. It's that kind of pitch, that kind of day. Perhaps be the one thing that Vipers will look back on. They didn't really have a partnership just like this.
Highest partnership of the game, 69.
Is not from the Salters Field end. The wicket she comes and just drops a fraction short. It's hooked away, or swept away down to deep backward square for a single. Grucock's on to 35, 104 for 2. Vipers will know 1 wicket, certainly 2. This will be right back in the balance again. Still in the balance at the moment, that required rate and that run rate. Until they tighten up, or perhaps even go the other way, Vipers will be in this. Not over the wicket bowls, that's left alone outside off by Carr, 104 for 2.
It does look very much as though they've settled for Carr to bat the right way through, doesn't it? She's playing like that, as if that's the way they've decided.
Lots of flight, swept hard down to deep backward square for a single by Carr, onto 41, 105 for 2.
She's doing it pretty well, isn't she? Nice sweep shot from outside off stump.
Grucock had a few spit out of the rough knot earlier to the left-hander Scriven. So she goes to Grucock, this eased away into the offside.
Yeah, she hasn't tried that to Grucock, has she, really? Just float it up there, get it into the rough just outside of stump and invite the drive. She hasn't really tried that line of approach. Worked with Scrivens, didn't it?
You can just about see him there, can't you, those 2 footholds? One's just too short of both. Cut for a single. This is where it's changed. They are milking the singles much easier now. The Sunrisers, but the boundaries are coming as well. And that's how that run rate has climbed quite dramatically from the the power play, which was trickling along. Flight again onto the pad of Carr to flex away into the onside. Into the 28th, 106 for 2.
Well, just 6 runs in front. The Sunrisers at the corresponding stage. The Vipers had exactly 100 after 28 overs, 100 for 3. And you can just see there on the worm that run rate in the last couple of overs just being picked back a fraction, pulling it back to somewhere near where the Vipers were at this stage. But they've got 2 batters in there at the moment, Sunrisers, who are going along nicely. They're just having a chat there in the middle, just making sure they know exactly their roles and how they're going to play together, but they've done a pretty good job so far. Probably don't need to change too much. Grucock 36 off 35 has given that Sunrisers innings some much needed momentum, and also it's allowed Carr just to play the way she wants to play, and both in their way of playing it perfectly. Now Mary Taylor is back into the attack for the Vipers, the young 19-year-old who was out with Grucock out in Sri Lanka in that tri-series. She's going to be bowling to her now. Comes in, Bowls to the left-hander. Grewcock's on the back foot, nicely steers that down to third. Windsor comes in off the boundary. Grewcock moves on to 37. 107 for 2. Which means the Sunrisers need another 105 runs here at Radlett. Taylor bowling to Carr now. Bowls, Carr drives to extra cover. And there is no run. She hasn't looked in too much trouble, actually, Carr, as from the moment she's been out there. She hasn't played a lot of shots, admittedly, but has looked quite solid out there. Played a miss maybe once or twice at most early on with a new ball, which is fair enough. But apart from that, she's looked pretty immovable. Not doing a great amount of damage at the moment, but there'll come a time. That's pulled away, a full toss, quickly gone down to Windsor at fine leg. As I say, she hasn't done too much damage yet, but as the innings gets closer and closer to the Vipers total, then maybe her contribution will become more into focus. At the moment, she's playing it just right. And there's a very, very good partner in Grewcock, which has taken all the pressure off her. Taylor into Grewcock once more. Short. Grewcock pulls that away. She's hardly missed a shot like that. And to be fair, she's been fed a few. But she's very quickly onto those short balls, and she hits it with such power. Taylor just dropping too short. Leg stump just outside. It's a bit of a gift for the batter, but it's been put away with absolute disdain.
That was one thing that the Sunrisers did well. They didn't drop short. There wasn't that many. It's felt as though there's been a lot more to be put away square of the wicket.
Agreed.
In this innings.
6 runs already off this Mary Taylor over, 112 for 2. She's coming round the wicket this time to Grewcock. It's better. Grewcock drives up to mid-off, picked up by Georgia Adams, moving smartly to her left. But you're right, just got to keep that ball pitched up a little bit more. We haven't seen too many drives down the ground in the game. We've seen a lot of shots hit square, both on the off and the leg side. But very few batters have been able to pierce the field straight. And yet probably not enough balls that have been fuller. Taylor bowls. It's just pushed up to mid on this time with Freya Davis fields. It's a better length from Mary Taylor that to end that over. But it's 112 for 2 now, the Sunrisers. Remember that target is 212, so they need 101.
Conditions remain the same as they were at the start of play, certainly a lot better than they were before the start of play, with a lot of, well, dew, I think you said this morning, was it? Not dew, fog.
Mist. Fog and mist coming up from the south.
I saw a lot of that in the distance. I thought it was rain at first, and I could see it driving through London, some of the bigger buildings in the distance. I thought, oh dear, this doesn't look good for the day. But fortunately, no problems with rain, no problems with overheads. Nearly had a big problem underfoot, but the ground staff done a great job. Here's Knott starting the new over. This is tickled around the corner by Carr on the back foot. 42 from 93 now. Just keeping her nose in front of Grewcock at the moment. 41 from 39. Forward goes. Oh, she's got her! Inside edge, onto off stump. Carr just pushing outside of off stump. Knott gets one, perhaps with a little bit of grip, takes that inside edge and takes the off stump. Carr goes for 42, huge breakthrough. 112 for 3.
She's tossed it out there. I think that's come back a lot as well. She's driving a long way away from her pad. Yeah, that's come into her pad and then ricocheted back onto the stumps. Inside edge onto the pad. A little bit unlucky. That's the line. That's the line for Charlie Knott, really. Invite the drive. And it's Carr has made a mistake, but she's made a very, very big contribution there. She can see she's driving. Looks like she's hit onto the pad. And it's just clipped the bottom of the off stump. Only knocked one bail off as well.
Yeah, disappointing for Carr. Cracking innings. Had to really put it together for Sunrisers. 34 for 2 they were, 112 for 3. To battle back from the early loss of her partner Scrivens, a run out, and then Griffith running herself out as well. Just afterwards, 2 run outs in 3 balls really threatened what had been a pedestrian start already by Sunrisers. But Carr and Grewcock have given it a chance. Now Villiers called up to play for England tomorrow in that T20 development squad side against Pakistan. Big job to do here first for Sunrisers. Vipers no wickets will bring them quickly back into this.
78-run partnership between Carr and Grewcock ended. That came off 14 overs.
Here's not. Well, it's a bit of flight and all through it goes to the gloves of the keeper. Villiers trying to cut first ball.
Gave herself a lot of room there.
Not again. Salters field ends. Bowls and it's punched away off the back foot to mid-wicket. And no run.
A little bit of turn there for Charlie Knott. Maddie Villiers has played 17 T20 internationals, the last of those back in September 2021. Playing for that development side tomorrow against Pakistan.
Bit of flight on this again and swept hard by Villiers. Gets this one away fine and gets it away for 4 as well. That's short of boundary. There's that mud patch we're talking about down there. And the target to win. Well, the runs required now below 100. 96 more needed.
Oh, that's a good shot. And she's got a full swing of the bat there, full flow of the arms as well. That's how to play a sweep shot. Never in any doubt that. All along the ground and swept with power.
Lots of flight. Eased away into the offside. End of the 30th. 116 for 3.
So Maddie Villiers in this year's competition with the bat. Has 56 runs at 18 apiece, top score of 21 from her 4 innings. This is her 5th. So 20 overs left in this innings. 96 runs needed. That run rate under 5 and over. 3 wickets down, so 7 wickets in hand. And Grewcock going along nicely. So if she gets out shortly, that will make it very, very interesting indeed. But Grewcock has the power really to see the Sunrisers home, so if she's batting near the end, the home side will win this. And it's Mary Taylor then to bowl to Grewcock. Low full toss hit in the air up towards mid-on, bounces a few times as it reaches Freya Davis. Grewcock's 41 from 41 now, run a ball. Into the 31st over. Fascinating contest this has been, very watchable, even though it's been low scoring. Wicket has never always been easy for the batters as Mary Taylor comes in and bowls. Low full toss, driven through extra cover. Chase on here for Georgia Adams as the ball makes its way out towards the rope. Adams will probably just get there, she does. And that will be 3 runs for Grewcock there. Nice looking shot. Again, she's got real power, she just pushed at that one. Wasn't really a full-blooded drive. Almost reached the hole. Almost reached the rope. Taylor bowling there, and you'll just see that just a low full toss there. She picked the gap perfectly. 119 for 3 then the Sunrisers. As Taylor's over the wicket to Villiers. Full work to mid-wicket, and they'll pick up a single as it goes again to Adams. 120 for 3.
Yeah, usually here, I don't know if you're in earshot when you see the Park Lane, or Tony Warren said it earlier, as soon as you're over the verge that is the square of this one, it's 4. There's no stopping it. Not today, it's a much slower outfield, much slower than usual at Radlett.
Yeah, we said it before that this ground sort of, it's like a crown in the middle and then it all slopes away from the square as Taylor bowls again. It's quite a low full toss, almost a Yorker, but worked by Grewcock away on the leg side. So everything slopes away from the square, more so away to our left, which is slightly downhill anyway. But yeah, when we look to the far end of the ground, you can't actually see people, can't see their feet. And in fact, there are people sitting down directly ahead of us that we only can see their heads. Georgia Adams is just having a chat with Mary Taylor there. Sunrisers need 92 of just over 19 overs. From here on in, Grewcock drives, but this time picks out Elvis at extra cover. There is no run. The sun's not quite as strong as it has been today. Probably just a couple of clouds forming now. But it's still been a lovely day. One of the best so far this summer, which isn't saying a lot. Let's be honest, there hasn't been too much to compete with it. Here's Taylor again, down the leg side. Well stopped by Southby, but it is a wide. Another extra which the Vipers can ill afford to concede. Total moves on to 121 for 3. One more ball of the 31st over. Sunrisers looking to make it 3 out of 3 against the Vipers. Beaten them in both games last year. Looking to beat them again here. Short, pulled away by Grewcock in the air, and that's gone for 6, I think. Oh, it's 4. Just short of the rope. But a poor ball there from Mary Taylor, and again, and we've said it many times, you cannot bowl short on this wicket. If anything, you want to be over pitched. You certainly want to be bowling more half volleys than balls like that. And Grewcock and Villiers, that was Grewcock, sorry. Grewcock has not missed out on any of those shots square. She's very strong, cross-batted on the leg side. And she's proved it again there. 48 or 44 to Grewcock, 125 for 3.
Yeah, on any given day on Radlett, you don't want to drop short because of the nature of the boundaries here. It's such a small ground that even a top edge can fly for 6. So it's a rarity on Radlett when you're dropping short. You're really using it as a surprise ball. Actually, we watched square on, didn't we? Blake Cullen, it was the first time really I'd had a good look at Blake Cullen. So James Vince, he was really ramping it up to the short stuff, wasn't he? We were sat square on to the wicket that day in a T20. So it's not 25 for 3, starting the 30 seconds. Back in behind that one, this is eased away into the offside and no run. Villiers on 5. This is swept up in the air. Gone, that's a great catch. Absolutely brilliant piece of work out in the deep, holding on. And Monaghan takes the catch. Villiers falls for 5, going for the big shot again. This time holes out, straight down the throat, not strikes, 125 for 4.
That is a really good catch, and she's done well to hold on to that as well. I think that's come out the sun a little bit for Monaghan, which makes that catch even better. It just looked like it hit her in the midriff and was threatening to come out and bobble out, and she somehow managed to hold on to that. That is a really good catch. I'm not sure that Villiers meant that to go in the air. I think that was just a little sort of hike on the leg side which caught the top edge. But an important wicket nevertheless from a Vipers point of view.
Suren Kumar comes out, still Joe Gardner to come as well, who's a powerful batter. Still work to be done, they're not there yet. So we've been saying all the way along, this pitch, this day, a couple of wickets. Vipers will be right back in this and right back on top. That required rate still just teeters on the point where it could easily slip up over 5 and over, and if you've got a couple of new batters or even one at the crease at that point, then it becomes something of a problem. 87 to win.
Yeah, that's a lot resting on Suren Kumar's shoulders now, just 19 years of age. When you get these tight situations, this is only a 9th match in this competition. It can be quite daunting, but this is where characters are formed and made and reputations made. You find out a lot about players, young players in these situations. Interesting to see how she plays this out. She's got a good partner at the other end in Grewcock, who won't put her under too much pressure. It's how she sees her own pressure at the other end.
2-5 for 4, not 2 for 27 now. 4 balls to go of her 8th over, the 32nd of the innings. Suren Kumar bowled well earlier, a youngster, and starts well with a nice drive as well, opening the face. Sweepers out there, just a single. 26 for 4.
Nice looking shot first up.
Bags of talent. Once again around the wicket bowls, it's dragged short. Oh, straight to mid-wicket, that hurt. Hit hard. Fielded in there, stopping the run, but yeah, it's hurt. Slammed along the floor to mid-wicket. Once again, loss of flight, dug out by Grewcock on 48. Only one batter to reach 50 so far in this match. And Grewcock be the second. Need a fair bit more from her than that. This is swept fine. That will be the 50. It's not going to make it all the way. It's coming right down to us, but yet again it stops. And they've turned for 3. 50 from 47 deliveries from Jodie Grewcock. It's not quite match winning just yet, but it's given her side every chance. It's been an outstanding innings, which has upped the tempo. Over 4 and over they go, pretty much for the first time. Sunrisers starts to tuck up on that required rate. 4 fours. Strike rate of 108. It's precisely what Sunrisers need.
First half century of the season for Jodie Grewcock in this competition. One bad time to get it on a very important run chase for the Sunrisers here. 83 more they need. They need Grewcock to be out there as long as possible. So, end of the over. Now, Mary Taylor is taking a rest. I'm not surprised really, because that last over was fairly expensive. 5 overs, none for 21. As I say, she's going for over 4 and over, and the Vipers can't afford that because the run rate required is 4.5 and over. They can't afford bowlers to be going for over 4s. They need some bowlers to be going for 3s, just to try and put a little bit of pressure on this Sunrisers batting. Grewcock.
The end of the over, I hadn't realised. 129 for 4.
So Georgia Adams back into the attack. 6 overs, none for 17. So she has 4 left. Freya Davis has 3 left. Charlie Knott has just 2 left. Here's Georgia Adams with her off-spin bowls. Grewcock's off the back foot, punches that up to deep mid on. 130 for 4 in the 33rd. At this stage, the Vipers had just 119. So the Sunrisers are comfortably in front at this stage. Field changing for the right-hander Suren Kumar. Bowled quite nicely in the Vipers innings. 6 overs, none for 21 with a seamers. Gets well forward there, pushes that to mid-wicket. Third over being bowled by Georgia Adams here, comes in over the wicket and bowls. Suren Kumar's on the back foot, goes out to extra cover this time where Ella McGacken fields. It's not Ella McGacken, tell a lie, it's Abby Norgrove. There's Georgia Adams again. Suren Kumar's played on, she has played on, and that's the bottom edge. It's gone into the bottom of the off stump, and that's another wicket, and it's 130 now for 5.
It's tightening up, isn't it, here at Radlett? We said it would if wickets tumbled. It's never a straight line, is it, cricket? There's always something that happens. Suren Kumar, yeah, just a little bit of room outside off, not quite enough, tried to give herself more room and ends up chopping on. Talked all day about flat batted shots, haven't we? The bounce perhaps isn't there. How many bottom edges have we seen on attempted cuts today? Pretty much tells the story. With slow and low one here. Here comes Flo Miller. 130 for 5. They've got to be careful of that wickets column now, because that required rate has always been teetering either side of 5. I mean, climbed dramatically from 4 at the start of the innings. Look to play the long game. They still can. Time's on their side. The wickets column could go against them very quickly here, Sunrisers.
So the current rate is under 4s. They need 4 3/4 from here on in. And Flo Miller, the new batter, 20 years of age, playing her 12th game in this competition, has a high score of 30. 30 today will be pretty handy for the home side. She high score this year is 30. She averages 25 this year. Again, she's got to play for Jodie Krewcock at the other end, who's playing awesomely at 52 or 48, but she's not on strike as Flo Miller pushes Georgia Adams out on the offside. So the bowling change has worked from a Vipers point of view. Georgia Adams coming on, wanted to take a wicket early on, she has. Which puts a little bit more pressure on the chase inside as every wicket falls. Flo Miller turns that away nicely on the leg side, gets off the mark. One or two of her teammates enjoyed that as well to our right. Always nice to see a teammate get off strike in a tight run chase, which I'm sure this is going to become. 81 needed here. We have 17 overs left, and it might not sound a huge amount to chase, but in the context of this game, that's probably worth about 100. There's the worm again. It just got themselves. It threatened to get close again, didn't it? Around the 29 over mark, but the Sunrisers have got themselves ahead, but they've lost 3 wickets in doing it.
What did we say about over 25 there? You could really do with a couple of orange circles.
Yeah.
Got 3 of them. Game's right in the balance now, and if anything, you'd fancy that Vipers now might be that little bit closer to victory, because 2 more wickets on the board now, and it's real trouble.
It's all about putting pressure on the new batter now.
Yeah. Miller on 2, Gardner still to come in. A lot of flight in this, turned into the onside, and again, all the way through it's been about trying to find singles, hasn't it? Get the pace of this pitch so that you can know how to work those angles. Not second ball of our 9th over. A lot of flight. This ball's pushed back to mid-on. 3-1 for 5. Flight again. Block hole delivery dug out by Miller, and this is the game, isn't it? 81 to win from 99 now. Can Miller get the pace of this pitch quickly enough to keep the singles ticking? Less than a run of ball required. But that's been difficult to go at today, impossible to go at really. This is swept away, just a little short. Goodness me, it's top edge, I didn't realise. 2 combined on the boundary rope to prevent the boundary, a single taken. I thought she got over the top of that, she hadn't. It went up into the hazy white cloud up above the Salters Field end now, but fortunately lands safe. 132 for 5. Not again. Bowls and short, cut away. Sweeper out there. Krewcock's onto 53. Krewcock holds the key for sure, but she needs support at the other end. She needs a steady head just to keep the scoreboard ticking.
Yeah, in a way, I suppose the Vipers won't mind if Miller gets a single here. Final ball of this over.
Solid defence from Miller to the final ball of the over into the onside. Just the 2 off it. It's another good over for Vipers. Sunrisers 133 for 5. 79 needed from 96. 5 wickets in hand. Countdown's on.
It is. Vipers have 124 at this stage. 16 overs left. 2 batters having a chat in the middle. 79 to win off 96 balls. That's still heavily in favour of the home side, but they only have 5 wickets in hand, and a lot rests on Jodie Krewcock. To be fair to Flo Miller, she's got a pretty good record in this competition, although she bats low down the order. 123 runs at 20 in just 11 matches. It's not too bad at all. So it does show that she can support whoever's at the other end, at the very least. Georgia Adams to continue with her off-spin round the wicket to Krewcock, who sweeps that around on the leg side, but there is a fielder, that's Mary Taylor on the 45, and there is no run, and Georgia Adams is now into her 8th over here, has 1 for 19 as Adams comes in again, pulling her away again, but straight to Mary Taylor. Good field placing that. Krewcock definitely favours that leg side, doesn't she? Sort of behind square, square, just in front of square. She's very strong through that area. Adams in again, bowls, flighted this time, driving but not timed. The ball trickles out on the offside. 3 dot balls in this over to Jodie Krewcock. 79 needed, 93 balls remain in this game. 3-dot balls, and the batters are having a chat in the middle there. Wonder what that's all about. Is Flo Miller saying, do you want a single if it's there, or do you want me to stay this end? We'll have to wait and see. Here's Adams bowls, and Grucock works that away on the onside, just to Mary Taylor's right. They'll pick up a single. Grucock moves on to 54 off 53. She's certainly got the momentum in her innings. That's not a problem there. It's just how many balls she'll face. Vipers will want Miller to face the majority of the bowling, that's for sure. 2 balls left of the 35th. I'd like to say it's getting quiet here, but it's been quiet here all day. There's Adams bowls. Flo Miller turns that away nicely on the leg side. May get 2 here. No, Windsor comes quickly off the boundary. Just a single. 2 runs off the over so far. 77 to win from 91. 135 for 5, the Sunrisers. Mara Carr with 42, the top scorer back in the pavilion. Grucock out there, the top scorer in the innings. She picks up another one and moves on to 55. You can feel the tension in the Sunrisers camp, because they do from time to time applaud, even if it's just a single, certainly the boundaries. But any runner here at the moment that keeps the scoreboard ticking along is important, because the balls and the runs to win are slowly closing in on each other, although, as I say, the Sunrisers are still in front here with Grucock at the middle.
Absolutely. If they're 5 down at the end, they win the game. Sunrise, simple as that.
Or even 9 down.
Well, I don't know. I think if it's got that tight, it could be trouble. You can just see a couple of wickets now, and that required rate will be back up over 5 and over. When it first went up and over 5 and over, which started the innings, remember, at 4, was the required rate. But Grucock's fall in particular could really fall. His not around the wicket bowls, swept fine. Chase on for Windsor. Deep backward square. Taken just a single. Good work from Emily Windsor.
Yeah, always a risk when you're running into a ball at pace on this outfield of it bobbling. I've seen that once or twice at least here.
This one's given a bit of flight outside the off stump again and pushed away into the offside, fielded at mid-off. 75 from 85. If that goes anywhere near a runner ball, it's going to become tough. So a bit of flight. Oh, onto the pads, not out. 137.5.
Here's the replay of the one that hit Flo Miller's pads. That's doing too much. There's been a turn there from time to time, Danny.
Yeah, this pitch has had it in there today, hasn't it? So it's a little bit nervy. There was a bit of turn in the one that got Mara Carr by the looks of it. Although you've got a better view down here than we do, slightly to one side.
Well, more on the screen rather than what we can see. But you're right, there's been a bit of turn there, certainly for Knott. She's in again, bowls to Miller, and Miller sweeps that nicely away on the leg side. But it's just a single. How are you feeling at the moment?
We never do anything the easy way, do we? So it's all about entertaining the crowds. I overheard you and Kevin just saying, if it creeps up to a runner ball, this is going to be difficult. And you're right, it is, because you want to kind of break the shackles at some point and be ahead of that worm, don't you? But look, we bat all the way down, so we don't want to get that far.
Grucock facing Knott, and is she played on? I think she has, and she's gone. And that's the second in a matter of a few overs. The second batter that's played on, and Grucock goes for 56. It's 138 now for 6, and that, I feel, is a big wicket, not just for the Vipers, but from a Sunrisers point of view as well.
Yeah, I might head off again now. I seem to pick more wickets up when I sit in this chair for both teams, but Jodie's played a fantastic innings. She steadied the ship, she got things going when she came in alongside Amara Carr. Like, since Amara's got out, it's been a bit of a struggle for batters to start. I was just about to say that we're confident that we have batters all the way down the order. We had a really good rearguard action in Northampton on Saturday, but you don't really want to be exposing them quite at this stage of an innings. But there's still a bit of a way to go without comparing the scores. There's a decent partnership on the back end taken by Vipers, and I guess just batting that way, we need to be sensible, as you say. It's a run ball, so if you can knock it around, run well, the pressure goes back on the opposition.
And you want experienced heads out there, and Joe Gardner is certainly that. 27 years of age, playing a 34th match in the Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy competition, and probably a good batter to be coming out at this stage, isn't she?
Yeah, we do call her our finisher, so hopefully she brings it to the fore. We were here last September, we got a victory here against Storm, and Joe was at the crease for the culmination of that game as well, so I don't think we left her quite as much to do as we have done today, but both these girls are very, very capable batters. But key here, get yourself in, respect the fact that there is a bit of turn and the bowlers are getting a bit here, and play your own game, put the pressure back on. Essentially we need a partnership that makes Vipers try and do something different.
Can I ask, Amara Carr, who played really nicely, to be fair, she made 42 off 94 balls with the third batter out. Was there a conscious decision made to actually make her anchor the innings and everybody play around her, or that's the way she looked as though she was playing?
Yeah, I think once Grace Scrivens went, because Grace has played that anchor role quite a few times for us, so it's an obvious person to have there. Once Grace had gone, there's no one better than Amara to work the ball around. I think Jodie coming in gave us some impetus. Obviously we've contributed to our own downfall a couple of times with the run-outs, but the partnership that Jodie and Amara had together at the top really set the foundation here, and we could really do with another one of those over the next 5 to 10 overs.
Yeah, Jodie and Amara put on 78 for the third wicket. Freya Davis is back into the attack. Playing and missing outside the off stump is Flo Miller. So we're in the 37th over now. 138 for 6, and 74 runs are needed by the Sunrisers, and there are just 83 balls remaining in the game. 4 wickets in hand. Of course, Freya Davis, who's into her 8th over, none for 19 from the former England bowler. And Miller's on the back foot, pushes that up to mid-off, and there is no run. Are you surprised about how the wicket's played here, or has it played sort of roughly the way you expected?
I think it's quite difficult. There hasn't been a huge amount of cricket played at Radlett this year because of the weather conditions. There's been a men's twos game. I'm not 100% sure if they've even managed to get any of their club cricket on, so it's very fresh.
Davis bowls, Miller drives. She's not quite found the gap on that occasion. She wants a single. Not a great throw coming back from Ella McGacken, but there's no run.
Yeah, so you never really know what you're going to get when you haven't seen much cricket played on the ground, when it's been as wet as it has been and it's been undercover for quite a few days. Like you do generally get pretty good batting wickets here. It's a ground where you can score runs, but I was saying to Kevin earlier, you've got to do all of your skills really well. I think you get reward as a batter and a bowler if you do your skills well on a pitch like this.
Davis to Miller, turns that away on the onside. They'll pick up a single. Won't be any more than that though. 139 for 6. We're in the 37th. But no, you're right, and it's always been a difficult outfield here, isn't it? You always have to put the outfielders under pressure. It's always been that.
Undulating is the word, isn't it? It goes up and down. It goes round the corner. It's an outfield that players don't like to field on. There's pockets that you can find that give you extra runs if you're clever.
So Gardner facing the first delivery. Wow, that's a wide one from Freya Davis. Single to the Sunrisers total, takes them on to that'll be 140. My head of the board. No, there it is. Changes over now. I always think when I come here that it just needs a heavy bowler going around the outfield for a couple of days. I think it'll be lovely. Here comes Freya Davis. Bowls that straighter this time. Gardner pushes that out towards mid-wicket. Fielded by Georgia Elwis, who played really nicely for the Vipers earlier today. It may yet prove the difference between the two sides. 53 from 63 balls. My word, that was an important knock, wasn't it, towards the end?
Yeah, well, both the Georgias batted really well, very sensibly in the middle.
They did. Davis bowls. Turned away square on the leg side. Gardner's off the mark. Just the second ball she's faced, 141 for 6.
And I think the mark of both their innings is they took very few risks. They knew where their areas were. They pushed them in there. They ran really well. Put the pressure back on the fielders, which is something that both Flo and Joe out there will want to do now. While the run rate might be creeping up, there's still some time in this game, and these guys they batted together back end of last season when we were up in Diamonds. put on a fantastic partnership to see us over the line. So they'll have a plan in their head. They'll know that they need to do things really well, and hopefully the hallmark will be exactly what we saw when Georgia batted earlier, that you don't need to take a huge amount of risks if you identify the areas that you can score in and you run well. It sounds very simple sat there, doesn't it?
It certainly does. Flo and Joe out there then. So it's the Flo and Joe show for the Sunrisers at the moment. I'm just going to do this ball and I'm going to have to go. Unfortunately, because I've got to do something else. As Georgia Adams bowls, and that's hit away on the offside by Joe Gardner, but well fielded by McGacken at extra cover. Danny, I'll leave you with Kevin Hill.
Ball's tapped away into the onside. 141 for 6. 71 from 76 to win. It's tightening up here at Radlett, as we always fancied that it would. This is never going to be an easy chase. A lot of flight on that one. Bumped back by Gardner, and there's no run. Adams 1 for 22 in her 9th. Gardner 1 from 5. Powerful batter. She's got to get herself in first. There's a drive down to long off for a single. 70 from 74, and not only when you put it like that, it's an easy game, isn't it? But you look at the run rate across the innings, and that's the challenge for Sunrisers, as it has been throughout.
Yeah, it looks like you really do have to get yourself in, don't you? You have to do the basics really well, identify where you want to score.
Bit of flight on this one again, leg side in the pads, but it was always missing leg stump. They'll get through for a leg bite. By Chantry, taps on his knee. 69 from 63, however they come, just as long as they keep coming. And that is the challenge, nudging and nurdling. If they can find a boundary or two just to push a couple of fielders into positions they don't want them, or do want them I should say, as this ball's eased away back up the track by Gardner. 2 from 7 for her now. It's the end of the over, 38 bowled, 12 to come. 69 to win from 72. It is ever tightening. It's Miller and Gardner meet to mull things over at the moment, and he takes one over, and all of a sudden a lot of space will be put between the runs to win and the balls remaining. Gardner's very capable, as is Miller. We were discussing the biggest sixes we've seen or we've commentated on earlier in the women's game. Gardner's hit the biggest one I think I saw at Northampton 4 years back maybe now, into the committee room at Wantage Road.
Yeah, she hit that straight back down the ground that day, didn't she? Whereas she hit a massive one at Chelmsford, I don't know if it was last year or the year before, where it left the ground.
Oh, I do remember that one, yes. Davies is in, bowls, and this is eased away into the offside. Oh, also a quick single, they're quickly back. And this is a 6-hitting ground, Radlett, but it's just difficult today on a slightly lower surface. It's hard to get underneath that ball, get that leverage. 143 for 6 in the 39th. Davies in again. Bowls and that ball's onto the pads. Falls away into the onside. Miller 5, Gardner 2. 4 wickets in hand. It's not so much now or never, but ideally for the Sunrisers it'll be this partnership, as this ball's worked down to long leg for a single. Miller on to 6 from 20, 144 for 6. 68 from 69, just on the verge of it tightening for the first time to a runner ball. Haven't yet seen the run rate hit 6 and over in this innings. Not the required. Davies takes the pace off that one, it loops in to Gardner. This is where Vipers at the moment have their tails up. Can a Viper have its tail up? I guess it can.
It definitely can. It's an angry Viper. It's got its tail up, doesn't it? But Sun has a tail as well, I think, if
yes.
It moves across the sky at that very slow pace.
Davies moves in, bowls, and on the off stump that's eased to point. Gardner moves to 3. 145 for 6. One's come the 39th.
One of the challenges that the two of the batters out there at the moment have is it's not an easy ground to score twos, and that's actually a real strength in both of their games, is to find that pocket and to turn those ones into twos. So they're going to struggle to find an area here that's suitable.
Davies in, that's wide outside the off stump, signal so. The ball, or the runs required, the ball's remaining. It just hit 6 and over for the first time. 66 from 67 now with the wide. It's pushed down to long on. Thinking two. Harman comes around, they settle on the single. 65 to win from 66, 11 to bowl here at Radlett. Live stream from Sunrisers. 147 for 6.
And that's a great example, isn't it? She's timed it nicely to come down the ground. Not a huge amount of pace on it, but because of the slightly shorter straight boundaries that you get here, it's really hard to turn that into anything more than a single. The pockets just aren't quite big enough to do any more than a single if your fielders are in the right place. And one thing you do know with the Vipers, they've got so much experience out there. They've got one of the best captains in the game, that generally their fielders tend to be in the right place. Change of bowling here again, the spin operating from the top end, so Nancy Harman coming on. Again, there's no pace on the ball to work with for either batters, which is one of those challenges as we talk about. Can they find the boundaries? Can they get over the ropes? Not only a slow pitch, but relative lack of pace from the bowling attack makes that a bit of a challenge as well.
147 for 6. Here's Harman, the leg break, chopped short early on in her spell today. Number 26 from 9, she dragged it around though. Took a bit of punishment in her first 2 overs. In now. Just started a little too straight on that one. Swept away, single. Down to deep backward square. Look back at the fields. Look back at the outfield. That is the damper area of the ground down there. 64 from 65. This is going to be a tight finish here at Radlett. Short, pulled away. It's an upright sweep from Gardner down to long on. 4 from 10 she has now.
But that really shows how slow that wicket is, doesn't it? She's gone to half pull, half sweep at it, and it's gone pretty much straight to long on.
Flight again. Oh, now tucked up a little bit by that Miller, but she's got it away. Got it away down to deep third. They'll get 2. Thinking about the third, Gardner. It's not there. Miller's on to 10 from 23. 61 from 63 required. One big over for Sunrisers. Makes it feel a little bit more comfortable, but that's a fair way off just yet. This one's got width in it, but dragged in the end. 2 points by Millis, reaching for that one. Nice bit of flight again. That's on to middle and off, stroked to cover by Miller. Watchful. Harman 1 to go off her 4th. To go the 40th of the innings. Not a flight once more, and it's hooked hard, but only as far as deep mid wicket. Miller's on to 11 from 26. It's 60 to win from 60, and well, it's the wickets column that's the biggest threat at the moment to Sunrisers. Gardner has 4, Miller has 11. Harman none for 26 off her 4 so far. Worm on stream showing us that Sunrisers still have their noses in front. It is that wickets column they've got to be wary of.
Yeah, and I think the key here is to take it as deep as you can to be in the game. If you're going at 4s or 5s for the next 4 or 5 overs, then you're still in the game. You've still got a chance to build that partnership, to get yourself in a position where they can take it on. There won't be any panic in their minds at the moment. Keep building, keep working together, keep looking for those gaps, and like we said before, if you can kind of channel those that partnership where you take as fewer risks as you can, just for a period of time, then you're giving yourself a good shot to take this game all the way.
Conflab for Vipers, they're in no rush at the moment. Taylor having a chat. Field being orchestrated, Davies comes across as well. Adams pondering how to go about this. Vipers will be just as nervous at this point, having dragged it back to where they have now. Again, it's a position when Vipers themselves are under a bit of cosh with the bat in hand. If they were offered this right now, Vipers certainly would have taken it. 60 from 60 with 4 wickets standing. But it's game on though. Right in the balance, this Rachael Heyhoe-Flint Trophy match. First ball's right up there, as it has been all games. It's needed to be up there and on the stumps. Ask the batter to find room. Taylor going at 4s from her 5 overs so far. And again, and was just given a bit of width. Throw to the non-strikers end. They'll have to be tight. They'll have to be quick. It's going to be tight. Direct hit certainly would have been asking questions. The start from Sunrise today, they obviously decided long game was the way to go about this innings. Bat long, bat hard, build partnerships from the off, as here's Taylor again into the block hole. It's dug out down to long on. That's well done. Gardner's on to 5 from 11, but those 2 run-outs and 3 deliveries obviously hurt them hard.
Yeah, and I think you've got to give some credit to Vipers. They bowled really well in the power play. We were very briefly debating, I think a wicket got in the way of our conversation, just whether they were going to open up with spin or not, because it's something they normally do when Lindsay Smith is in the side, but she's not here today, so they obviously did. That's the tactic of theirs, to make sure that they are, I guess, making it as difficult as possible for the batters to score from ball 1.
It's well taken, isn't it, that too? Miller moves to 14 from 29, 56 from 56, just keeps it at that 6, that runner ball. Down the ground, a couple of runs, just push back. I mean, they bowled exceptionally well, and they saw how to bowl, didn't they, basically from their own innings. They knew how to come out and where to put it. This ball just angling back in, push back to mid-off. 56 for 6, one to go, the 41st. Miller waits as Taylor bowls. Driven down to the long on again, a single more to end the over. 55 to win from 54. 9 to go here at Radlett. 212 the target, Sunrisers 157 for 6.
And again, that 4-5 and over, keep yourself in the game. It's you're giving yourself a chance by building here. Look, they'll want to go at the right time, but they also know that with a sensible plan that gets you there, how do you tone those 4-5s into 6, 7, 8s and over without taking too many risks? So but they enjoy batting together. They've grown up playing for Northamptonshire together, and hopefully just have that clarity of mind that when you go through a run chase, as you're saying, it was tough going to start with. When you have a start like that, it's a long game. You've got to take the game as deep as you can, and look, if we're still watching this game in the last over, then I think we've got a thriller on our hands.
Yeah. Harmon drags that one short, it's swept hard, and it's going to beat the fields. Much needed boundary for Sunrisers. Miller's on to 19 from 32. Again, I said at the start of a spell, Harmon, it always is the way with wrist spinners, isn't it? They're just in danger of dragging it down too short, and it's the one area you don't want to bowl today here at Radlett, short. Particularly as a spinner, but anybody today. That's been the main scoring area. They'll probably reflect Vipers that they've just bowled a little bit too short in this innings. Harman chops that one short again. It's dragged on this occasion though by Miller for a single.
Yeah, it's a strange pitch to bowl on, isn't it? The wicket is slightly raised from both ends, so as a bowler you're almost bowling above yourself, so actually as a wrist spinner trying to get over that front leg becomes even more important.
Gardner backs up to this one. Little leg bite taken. Keeper goes to collect, no chance of an overthrow. It is backed up at the non-striker's end. 6 off the first 3 deliveries of the over. It's exactly what Sunrisers need, and that's what's in their favour. Even one decent over just takes the pressure off again. One big over, obviously. Could swing it. That one's short outside off. Punch straight to cover, doesn't get through. It'll be interesting to see if and when one of these goes after it, whether they take it a little bit deeper. That's swept nicely. Sweepers there though, tidying up. That short boundary, as we've been mentioning, it's been well shepherded, well protected today. Hasn't really come into play, that short boundary, much today.
I was just thinking that when we saw them pull the rope in, we were like, oh, this is going to be a run fest. I think we could top edge a 6 down there. It's not really been the case, has it?
No. Ball of the over, it's short and it's slapped hard out to deep mid-wicket. Bounce back off the fielder and allow them to come back comfortably for the second. Throw to the non-striker's ends, a good return. 2 more to end the over, 46 to win from 48, 166 for 6.
Slightly expensive over that from Nancy Harman. 46 from 48, what a game.
Well, we were just saying when Kevin Hand was in your seat that if we're both here in the last over of the game, then we're watching a thriller, aren't we? Because I think this has the potential to go all the way to the end if the pattern that we're seeing at the moment gets followed. But we were talking about how do you build a run chase like this. The key is take it as deep as you can. Few overs where you're going at 4 or 5 to get yourself isn't going to hurt you. How do you then turn it into 6, 7, 8, 9? So patterns emerging.
Mary Taylor to Flo Miller and drives out to extra cover. Oh, there could be a run out of the bowler's end. Oh my word, Joe Gardner was set off. Had to dive back as the throw came in and missed. Not sure who that was. That might have been Georgia Adams there. Probably only had 1 stump to aim at.
I was going to take your chair away then if you came into the seat and got the Vipers a wicket.
Watching the live picture feed, you'll just see there that, well, she started going, Flo Miller, which probably set Joe Gardner off, and she was out by a good couple of yards, had that throw hit. Nervy times. The Flo and Joe show out there in the middle is still going.
It is still going. You popped off to do your update, and it's still going. And long may it continue from our perspective. But we've talked a lot around like the slowness of the pitch, the bowlers being able to take the pace off. They're also really trying to slow the game down here, aren't they, Vipers, and make Sunrisers think a bit more.
They certainly are. Taylor bowls. Oh, she's playing a missing outside the off stump there, Miller. Yeah, the South B, as she often does, takes the bails off. Very rare that she takes the ball and doesn't have a bail or 2 on the floor. So Miller's 21 from 37. Joe Gardner's 7 from 13. 46 needed from 46 balls, and there are 4 wickets remaining. As Taylor, right arm over, comes in again, down the leg side, that's whipped away nicely down to Emily Windsor at deep backward square, and Miller moves on to 22. She's a useful player for you guys down the order here, isn't she?
She's worked really hard, and look, she's one of those underrated players that just you can see the benefit of being a professional cricketer in someone like Flo, that she's come through our academy. She's a talented, incredibly talented sports person and athlete, and having chosen cricket as her sport of choice, she's got a great opportunity here.
Joe Gardner on strike, works that off a thick inside edge, and it goes very fine. Emily Windsor's got work to do to keep it down to 1. She does well, she does so. Gets an applause from Nancy Harmon just in front of us. See it, fielding at deep mid-on. +1 or 2, I think, Vipers contingent around the pavilion.
Yeah, she's a very busy player. She hits the ball into areas that other players might not. She's not going to clear the ropes a huge number of times, but she has incredibly fast hands when she hits the ball. She's very, very good hockey player.
Right.
Very talented family. Her brother's a professional up at Northamptonshire. Her sister's a great hockey player.
Right.
Has been involved in cricket as well.
Facing Mary Taylor, works that into the gap on the leg side. That's all she needs to do. Picks up another single, moves on to 23 from 39. 169 for 6. 43 balls remain. 43 to win.
Told you, we've got a cracker on our hands, haven't we, Kevin? But,
we certainly have.
Yeah, so and it's about keeping things as simple as they can. Like, the longer a partnership goes, the more gaps there will be to turn, I guess, singles into twos, more opportunities.
Taylor bowls. Joe Gardner drives pleasantly, but only as far as Adams at extra cover. No run there. I think every dot ball as well as runs are going to be clapped here at Radlett. Sun back out. It's been a beautiful day here, and as we were saying, we've got a cracking game in prospect with 7 overs left. So we've got 42 balls left in the game. 43 needed by the Sunrisers to make it 3 from 3 against the Vipers after their double win last year against the defending champions. Must be an amazing feeling, isn't it, to think that you beat the Vipers twice last year and yet the Vipers won the trophy.
We did ask if we could get it. Like, surely that's the new rule, isn't it? If you beat the champions, you get to keep the trophy. But no, like, all jokes aside, you want to test yourself against the best players. And the first day of the season last year, we got to test ourselves against a full England contingent wearing a Vipers shirt, and it was really pleasing to see that our girls were able to stand up to that. Like a different battle out here. There's so many talented domestic cricketers on the circuit now that it doesn't matter whether you've got your England contingent or you don't. The depth of talent is there across all of the teams, so it's nice to be able to test yourself and to be able to, I guess, go toe to toe with one of the best teams out there.
Yeah, I was you were saying about England players, but of course you've got your own international player in Maqsood, who's qualified for the T20 World Cup in Bangladesh later on in the summer. How good's that?
Oh, she has, and she gets to play England. I'm not sure if that was their tactic when they got Atapatooed last night, to make sure they were in England's group and avoid the Indians and the Australians. But look, we are so chuffed for Abs and her teammates for all the work that they put in. Like, I know it's been an absolute dream for them to take a women's team to the World Cup, and they've put a lot of work in. I think the regional structure here has been very beneficial for Scottish cricket, with someone like Abdahar with us, with the two Bryces, with a smashing of a lot of other players around the country.
Here's that Monaghan into the attack. Miller works it away on the onside for a single. 170 for 6. And of course, they played the final yesterday, didn't they? I know they lost, but the two teams in the final were through anyway, so that made it.
Yeah, I think it depended on who won got Group A or Group B. I think there was something on it. That's how they ended up in Group B, by losing. So it might have been a tactic, but then right. If you come up against Atapatu on her day, I don't think there are many people that can withstand that onslaught, can they?
Here's Monaghan then, and Gardner's driving that one to extra cover. That's a dot ball. So the equation here now is that 42 runs are needed to win, and there are just 40 balls remaining. Umpire Jack Santry is just having a look at Alice Monaghan's follow through there. He's not particularly happy with it, but he's giving her the okay for now. As Joe Gardner's 8 from 16, facing the next delivery from the medium pace of Alice Monaghan. Cut away by Gardner. She's beaten the infield, but Emily Windsor's out there patrolling the cover boundary. Throws the ball back to Rihanna Southby behind the stumps, and the Sunrisers move on to 171 for 6, and we are halfway through the 44th. Remember, 212 is the victory target after the Vipers made 211 for 9 off their 50 overs. Second half better than the first half of that innings, as Monaghan bowls. Oh, it's almost yorked there as Miller gets wrapped on the pad. Joe Gardner's a third of the way down. Seal the eagerness for any run, any sort of run.
She ran a whole one on her own, I think, there, and just a throw to the wrong end saved Sunrisers. But again, like, it's about clear heads. They'll be talking about that, and like, just take the game as deep as you can. Like, they've got to be aware that both both Adams and Davis only have 1 over left, looking at the scorecard, so that's 2 out of the 6 that remain to be bowled after this. So the other 4 are going to have to come from probably a combination of Taylor, Harman and Monaghan, so they'll be aware of that.
That's a good point. Monaghan in again, bowls, and that's well pitched up and well driven by Flo Miller out towards deep mid-on. At the far end of the ground as we look, 172 for 6, 37 balls remain and 40 are needed. The Flo and Joe show continues here. They came together at 138 for 6 in the 36th over. Here we are in the 44th, inching their side towards a victory, but I think both sides here will feel that they have a chance as Monaghan comes in and bowls to Joe Gardner, who drives that up to mid-on, much to the pleasure of her teammates, and I saw yourself as well, Danny, there. It may come in for 2. They have to hurry. Monaghan doesn't gather the ball cleanly. 2 runs it is at the end of that over. 44 overs gone, 174 for 6, 38 needed, 36 balls remain.
Yeah, I say it again, if we're here in the last over, well, I'll have no fingernails left and maybe slightly greyer by that point, but the girls are doing brilliantly. That's what Flo does really well. She's got afterburners that anyone would wish for. She's rapid across the ground. She knows when to take on the arm, when not to take on the arm, and backs herself to it, make her ground. So look, turning that into a 2, that makes a big difference. That's 5 off the over, so you're staying in touch.
Yeah, Joe Gardner, very much the senior partner, but probably as much as many games as she's played as well as age, but Flo Miller is just 20 years of age, but she's playing very well out there indeed. Calm head out there, 25 off 42, and she's going to face the start of the 45th, and it's Mary Taylor, one of that sort of, the group that maybe the Sunrisers are targeting here, and it needs to be a tight over from a Vipers point of view. That Monaghan over only went for 5 as Mary Taylor comes in now, and that's driven by Miller out into the covers, and that'll be a single, and Miller moves on to 26. And
yeah, I'm imagining you're going to see from the end that Taylor's bowling, we'll probably see Davis bowl that over down there, so that will be the 49th, won't it? And you'll probably have Adams bowl the top end and bowl the 50th is my fortune. Yep.
That's a dot ball there.
Reading suggestion, so they probably know they've got until the 49th over before they see those guys.
Yeah, that's true. So they've got to get a move on a little bit here. Charlie Knott's bowled out, 10 overs, 3 for 35. So yeah, Monaghan's bowled 4, Harman 5. I don't think we'll see Harman too much more. Here's Mary Taylor, needs to keep it tight, and it's a nice drive up to mid-on. There is a gap at mid-on every time. Nancy Harman runs in from the deep mid-on boundary, keeps that down to a single. Gardner moves on to 12. That's off 20 deliveries, 176 for 6 now the Sunrisers. 36 needed from 33 deliveries. Well, the Vipers were involved in a very close game at Bristol on Saturday, won by just 4 runs. That was exciting, my word. But this is getting every bit in that mould as we get towards the conclusion. As inside edge onto the pad, ball goes out on the offside, but it's another single. All important. Try and score at least off every ball, even if it's only a single. 177 for 6.
It's so exciting for the competition to see these close matches, though, isn't there? To see there was more than, well, I think pretty much every game that was played over the weekend was pretty tense. I think we took stars probably deeper than we thought we might have done after underperforming with the bat. But game on Bank Holiday Monday where Thunder just got over the line against Blaze.
Yes. Taylor bowls. Not off the middle of the bat from Joe Gardner, but it's a single down to mid-on. May even be 2 if Nancy Harman doesn't pick it up cleanly, but she does. So that takes the total to 178 for 6. Yeah,
Diamond's got over the line, leading 2 wickets in the last 2 balls of the game to see off Sparks. So it's such a positive thing for the competition to have every team competing, and you don't want a league where you've got people running away at one end and people struggling at the other end. So it's really, really good for our domestic game that these girls are under pressure in matches like that.
Yeah, you learn so much about play, especially the young ones, don't you? As that's pulled away on the onside by Flo Miller. Another single to Nancy Harman. Doesn't pick it up cleanly. Joe Gardner's going to take advantage of that. And what should have been 1 has been turned into 2. But as we've said so often, this outfield is not the easiest. And if you do put the fielders under pressure, there will be fumbles. And it's not so much the fielding a bad bit of fielding. It's just the nature of the outfield. It's well known here at Radlett. 180 for 6, 5 overs left, 32 needed from 30 balls. Talking about close games, you may remember this, Danny, back in 2021 at Chelmsford. High scoring game between these two, which the Vipers only won by 1 run.
I know, and I think it was over 300 runs scored by both sides, wasn't it? Which is a phenomenal effort. That was the last game of that season. I'm pretty sure we needed 6 to win off the last ball, and Fran Wilson hit a 4, I think. So it was that tight that it came down to it. But no, it as I say, it's brilliant for the competition. It's brilliant for the players to have games go to this stage. Like for my nerves, I'd love it to be an easy win every day and get a bonus point, but like, let's be honest, we're here because we want to see good entertainment, we want to see quality cricket, and we want to see players being able to perform under pressure. And my prediction has not come true, as Georgia Adams is going to bowl herself out in this over.
Yeah, I think they want a tight over here, the Vipers, and that's a drive by Joe Gardner up towards mid-on. And that's a single. 14 she moves on to 181 for 6 now, and it's 31 runs needed from 29 deliveries. Adams into her last over here. 1 for 24 she has. Bowls from that Salters field end. No more runs here as that's pulled away on the leg side by Flo Miller, and that will be a single, and that equals her highest score in this competition for Flo Miller. What a time.
Hopefully she'll go past it and beyond. She's
Knew you would say that.
I'm not that predictable.
Here's Georgia Adams again. More runs here as it goes out into the covers, but Miller McGlacken keeps it down to 1. So there are 29 runs to win here, and there are 27 balls remaining in this game. 183 for 6. Miller back on strike. She has 30 from 46. Faces Adams, who tosses that one out, tries to sweep, and that's a wide. Ooh, you don't want to be giving extras away at this stage. Jack Santry signalling that one to the scorers. It's 28 from 27. As Adams in again and bowls, and Miller hits that one over mid-wicket, runs here, this could be 4. And that's a huge strike, brilliant strike.
That was a pickup, wasn't it? It wasn't, the ball didn't look like she'd missed her length by much, but Flo picked that one up, was brave enough to go over mid-wicket's head, and there's a big gap when it gets over their head.
Well, that certainly eased the pressure a little, with 24 needed from 26 deliveries, and Flo Miller in her 12th Rachael Heyhoe-Flint game has her highest score of 34. Here's Georgia Adams again, bowls, and that's driven by Miller out towards extra cover. Emily Windsor, who was on the cover boundary, has now been brought in that cover ring. 24 from 25. Still a close contest as Adams comes in again and bowls. Miller drives, she'll get a single here, it's along the ground. Again, the Sunrisers contingent just to our right, enjoying every run here. 188 for 6, sorry, 189 for 6, and there are 4 overs left.
There are 4 overs left, and I think my nerves might have to hand back over to Kevin Hand to call the last few before I get a little bit too enthusiastic at any point, or vice versa. But no, I find that an interesting move by Adams to bring herself back on at that point. Obviously, for us to be able to take 9 from it was probably a dream scenario, given that she's one of the bowlers that you would have expected to have had to face at the back end. So what they know now is they've got Davis for 1 over, and then you've probably got a combination, as you said, of Monaghan and Mary Taylor, who's bowling at this end.
Yeah, another crucial over, as every over will be from here on in. 1 for 32 from Georgia Adams to finish up with. Which is still pretty good figures, but yeah, perhaps a quieter over from the Vipers' point of view might have been more handy. Again, there's a chat between Freya Davis. Freya Davis has actually been chatting to Mary Taylor virtually every ball in this game.
Yeah, as you say, I think it might be a slight tactic just to slow the game down, just to not let, sometimes the game can get away from you when there's a partnership on the other side, so a slight tactic there.
So it's Taylor into Miller, who again works that ball on the onside. Good diving stop at mid-wicket by Georgia Adams, but they'll still come through for a single, which is all the Sunrisers need at this stage, with 22 needed and 23 balls remaining. The Vipers need a quiet over. Word, trust in the live stream. I must admit I hadn't noticed that. Gardner drives up to mid-off, fielded by Freya Davis, but it's another single. So I have 21 runs needed from 22 balls. Scoreboard is showing The scoreboard's 1 over behind, isn't it? Yeah.
That's
you're
what I
right.
was just looking at, and I was thinking I've got
Well
my maths
spotted,
wrong
really,
here
yeah.
when we're saying we're finishing at the top end.
Yeah. I don't want to look at the scoreboard with that many overs up there. Low full toss, which is half stopped by Taylor, and they're coming through for another single. Freya Davis underarms the ball into the stumps, but Miller's easily home. And what an innings she's playing. 37 from 51. Previous top scorer 30. What a time to get your highest score in a most tight of situations. 192 for 6. 20 needed from 21. Joe Gardner to face Mary Taylor. Gardner drives past Mary Taylor. It's gone past Freya Davis. Nancy Harmon's having to run round from deep mid on. They'll pick up an easy 2 here. And the game is beginning to swing more favourably towards the Sunrisers. 18 needed from 20.
I think the only thing that didn't miss was the sawdust, as it took a little bit of pace off it going down the hill. So Joe might be feeling slightly aggrieved after playing that shot and getting the big pile of sawdust that's hardly been used, because actually this picture's held together really, really well.
Here's Mary Taylor into Gardner once more. And Gardner gets a low full toss. Oh, she's missed out there. Didn't quite hit that as well as she would have liked. And it's an easier piece of fielding for Georgia Elwes than it might have been. But it's a dot ball. And there hasn't been that many of those recently. 18 needed from 19. 194 for 6 here. Gardner's 18 from 26, facing the next delivery from Mary Taylor. Comes in and bowls, and Gardner works that again to short mid-wicket. And there is no run. 2 dot balls to finish that over, so there were 5 runs off that. But Mary Taylor's been reasonably expensive in the context of the game. None for 40 from 9, and 18 from 18.
And on that note, I'm going to hand over to the professional and go hide behind the tent. But no, it's been a pleasure to sit here and watch/endure this with you. As I say, we're here in 2 overs time. The crowd who've come in today, which is brilliant to see, will have had a really good game to watch. So
that's for sure.
Thank you very much.
Danny, thank you very much. Yes, what a game we've got here. And even though it's been a reasonably low-scoring game from start to finish, it's been very watchable. How the sides have negotiated a wicket. It's been a little tricky for the batters. They've had to work hard for their runs, almost every single run in most cases. But it's produced a very, very tense finish here. 18 from 18, 194 for 6. Kevin Hand is back alongside me, and
I thought Danny was being superstitious and didn't want to leave the seat because the wicket hadn't fallen.
you were hoping she wouldn't leave the seat.
Stop it. This is a great finish. This is what we wanted. This is what we came here for today.
Freya Davis in then. Third to last over. That's pulled around the corner by Miller. Now there's at least one. It's going straight to the fielder. One it will be. And it's 17 from 17. What an innings from Flo Miller here. 38 from 52. And Joe Gardner giving a great support down the order. These two came together at 138 for 6 in the 36th. Or in the 48th here. There's Freya Davis bowls again and cut away on the offside. This time Windsor is out deep. Oh, she fumbles there, but the batters haven't put her under pressure. And it's 196 for 6, with 16 needed from 16.
Where's your money, Kev?
I'm not sure.
In my pocket.
I'm not sure. I really am not sure here, actually. I mean, a wicket would break up the momentum, but at the moment the momentum's with the Sunrisers. No doubt about it. But we all know that could change with just one delivery as Freya Davis comes in. That's driven up to mid-on. There'll be another single there. Again, you can hear the home players applauding. They know every run is vital here. 15 from 15, 197 for 6.
Yeah, it's tight, isn't it? Really, really tight, as you say. One wicket, either of them, Gardner or Miller. Just opens up an end to bowl at, doesn't it? And try and bog down, try and buy some dot balls, even if it's not buying further wickets.
Last over for Davis here as she bowls, and that's a good Yorker. Dug out by Gardner. She can't do anything with that. And that is a dot ball, 15 from 14. Davis has none for 29. She has 2 balls left of her spell. Bowled well today. There's been a couple of wides in there, but generally she's got the ball to move early on. She's got better actually in the few games that she's played for the Vipers. She hasn't played for every one. She hasn't been available normally midweek because she's been at uni. She's gone back to uni to study. But she's bowled well today. Probably her best performance in the Vipers shirt so far. As I say that, that's a wide outside the off stump. I knew I shouldn't have said anything. So that'll be another ball. So the ball's remaining of 14, and the runs to win are 14 at 198 for 6.
Yeah, not needed at the moment, is it?
We'll be doing that now. Bad time. But it's still 14 from 14, and anything can happen. As Davis bowls, she goes aerial. This could be caught at mid-off. Oh, and there's the mistake. And that is a wicket, and that ends a partnership worth 60 between Miller and Gardner. And it's Gardner who's gone for 19, and it's 198 for 7.
Well, maybe Gardner took the decision that she'd try and take it into her own hands and take the pressure off Miller with Miller at the other end, but big hitter Gardner is, not on this occasion. It's just not been that day, has it, for the big hits, really?
There's nothing gone over the top hardly at all, is there? One or two. Georgia always hit one late on.
So little down the ground in general.
Freya Davis takes the second wicket of the game. I think, the first wicket of the game, totally on. But a useful innings from Joe Gardner, that's for sure. I mean, what a partnership. Put on 60 for the 7th wicket in such a tight situation.
With that latest wide, I was just going to weigh up the comparison. 26 extras, of which 23 were wides in the Vipers innings. In the Sunrisers innings, that's the 19th extra, 13th wide.
And applause there for Joe Gardner. I must admit, I was surprised that she actually wasn't quite off the pitch yet. She must have run a long way down to the far end of the ground before she made her way off. So the new batter is the Australian bowler, Nicola Hancock, coming in at number 9. She's going to be facing Freya Davis, who's bowling her last ball of her spell, with 14 needed off 13 deliveries. Hancock pushes forward, he goes out to extra cover, and that is a good over from a Vipers point of view. It brought a wicket, it cost 3 runs plus a wide. Freya Davis finishes with 1 for 30 from her 10, and in the context of the game now, from 12 deliveries, 2 overs, the Sunrisers need 14.
It's tied, isn't it? That's what we said, 1 wicket. Gardner's, well, she was described by Danny Warren when she sat down as the finisher. It's going to have to be Miller today, 39 from 53. Miller needs to be there, and we're in this situation where it's all about the strike, isn't it now? Who's got the strike? Hancock's job has got to be get bat on ball and give Miller the strike at every opportunity.
Yeah.
And even, last ball of this over, it'll be so crucial who's on strike at that point. Who's going to have strike for the first ball of the final over? How many times do you see it?
A lot of tactics involved here, and from a Vipers point of view, they need a big over here, and by big I mean they need a quiet over, and that really would put the pressure on the last 6 balls.
Taylor moves away from our commentary position at the pavilion end, right arm over, bowl, slow ball, it's driven away. That's deep cover, single for Miller. She moves to 40.
Yeah, I don't think the Vipers will mind that. Got to put pressure on Hancock now. If Hancock plays 1 or 2 good shots, then fair enough, well played. But I think you've got to put the pressure all on Hancock here.
She's just got to get bat on ball, hasn't she? Whatever happens, bat on ball right now. 13 to win from 11. As this ball's outside the off stump, it's an inside edge past the stumps. They might even get 2 for this. Keeper goes to retrieve, and they were thinking 2. They settle on 1. That's the right call. There's been enough run outs, hasn't there? Been enough hairy moments in that sense. You thinking there should have been 2, or are you pursing your lips on how close that was to the stumps? It's the 200-er.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, isn't it, really? It's probably better that Miller faces, although there's still 12 needed off 10, so it's more than a run of ball now. I think you just take the single, that was a bonus.
This one's just outside of the off stump, but it's back at a point. Oh, this is a big shot. This could be a big moment, and it is a boundary. It's a big one for Sunrisers. Runs to win is down into single figures. They need 8 from 9 now. Miller's on to 44. And that just eases up a bit of pressure.
Huge moment that. For 1 or 2 of the Vipers fielders in the field had their hands on their heads there when they realised that had gone into the gap, and the pace on the shot as well. Just a bit of width there from Mary Taylor, and again Freya Davis is having a chat with her. She's got to keep her cool here, Mary Taylor. That's just 1 ball. Not ideal, but there's still more to come.
Should try and win it in the 49th. How often do we say that? The ball's pushed back by Miller. Well bowled, good response from Taylor. back onto the spot. Still 2 balls to go of this over. I always talk about teams winning a T20 in the 19th. You don't leave it to the last over if you can avoid it. 8 to win from 8 deliveries.
I just wonder who's going to bowl the last over. Davies has bowled out, Adams has bowled out, Knott has bowled out.
What do you do if you're Miller here as well? Do you try and find the single this ball to make sure you've got strike for that final ball, for that final over? There it is, runs it to backward point, she has her single. So, over to Hancock, and this is a big moment for Hancock now, because surely she swings for the world right now. Tries to take the pressure off the final over. She's got to throw the bat at this.
You think so? Yeah.
Why not? This has got to be an attempt to hit a boundary. What she mustn't do is to run 1 or 3.
Well, 3
even if it's a dot ball at this stage, though, it's swing the bat, isn't it? It's 2, 4, or 6. Swing for the world right now. Taylor. Her last ball, none for 47 from 9.5. She's right arm over, and there goes the swing. It's away into the onside, and it's going to be a boundary that will put them close to the victory. It was a free hit for Hancock, and she's made the most of it. She moves to 5. 209 for 7, 3 to win. Sunrisers are nearly there.
What a huge shot at that moment, and it was well struck. It was the right shot, actually. It was a heave across the line, but the ball was there to be hit like that. And wow, now the Sunrisers should win this from now. 209 for 7, 212 they need.
I was wondering, penultimate ball of the over, what does Miller do? Does she try to get the runs and then take a single? But actually it was brilliant, wasn't it? Take the single and then leave Hancock with a free hit. Whatever happened with that delivery for Hancock, it was...
You're right, that was the right shot.
Even if she got out, no problem. If she swung and she was bowled, no problem, nothing lost. You could have gained a lot. You're not particularly losing much. She's gained a huge amount. She may have gained a match for her side.
So we're down to the final 6 balls of this game. 209 for 7, and it's Flo Miller to face. 45 from 57. She's absolutely smashed her previous highest in this competition, which was 30. And she's done that at exactly the right time. Because you really now, you can't see the Sunrisers losing this. They shouldn't lose this. We've seen it happen, but they shouldn't lose this. And it's going to be Alice Monaghan tasked with trying to salvage this game now for the Vipers. It has to be said. She's bowling to Flo Miller. Comes in with a right arm seam as Miller pulls that away on the onside. It'll only be a single. And it's 210 for 7. The Sunrisers need just 2 to win. And it's Hancock back on strike. Well, another strike like that and it's all over. Next ball. And there is nobody at deep mid-wicket.
Well, this is the fun point, actually, because Hancock now, it's not so much a free hit, is it? You don't want to swing now and be bowled and then there's a new batter. It's not only the wicket down, but it's another ball used, isn't it? It really is just trying to lay bats on ball. The field's all up apart from deep mid-wicket.
Alice Monaghan then into Nicola Hancock. Comes in and bowls, and Hancock gets that, squeezes that to back with a point. They'll come through for a single. And that is the scores level. That's a good ball from Monaghan, but Hancock played that well, just squeezed it out to backward a point. Mary Taylor couldn't pick it up cleanly, but I think they would have completed the single anyway.
Yep, had to be on the stumps that one, didn't it? Wasn't far off, as you say. Hancock just able to open the face. Here's the final ball then. Well, could be the final ball. It's Miller on 46. She needs 4 for a 50. Surely that's not going to be in her mind at the moment. 211 for 7. One and in, bowls, and this is driven away into the offside. And the single's taken, and so is the victory. There's the cheer from the Sunrisers away to our right-hand side. They have their 3rd win in a row against Vipers. It's been quite the turnaround for Sunrisers in the last couple of seasons, and they're on a real roll at the moment. This was a game which in years gone by would not have gone Sunrisers' way, but it's a mark of how far the team's come. They've been able to see this one over the line as tight as you can imagine. It was always going to be tough. The Vipers come back at the end of their innings, really put the pressure on this chase, really put the pressure on the start, which you can be told with the ball. The celebrations are huge. You can see what that means to the Sunrisers on the sidelines. As for the Vipers, well, they played their part today, they really did with the ball. But it has to be said, it's a form Sunrisers that have done the job at the end of this one. Toss probably played a very, very big part in this as well today. Chasing it, managing the chase on this one, managing this total. Better conditions. Played its part also.
Yeah, it's been a terrific game. Absolutely terrific game. Not a huge scoring game, but it just proves that sometimes they don't have to be huge scoring to prove great drama and real tension as well in those last, well, however many overs you want to say, but certainly in the last 10 overs or so. It could have swung either way for a large part of that final 10 overs or so. It was a runner ball. That 60-run partnership between Joe Gardner and Flo Miller started to swing things to the Sunrisers' way, and in the end Flo Miller, 47 odd out, 20 years of age, cool under pressure. And yeah, 3 wins in a row now for the Sunrisers over the Vipers. They return to winning ways. That's 4 wins from their 6 matches that they've played, and from a Vipers point of view, that is a run of 4 consecutive defeats that have been halted. Fantastic game, great win for the Sunrisers, and well done especially to Flo Miller.
Yeah, exactly. I think, as I say, the amount of games, we discussed it earlier when you asked me how have Sunrisers turned it around. I said to you, they were never a bad side. They were always tight. There were games that came down to the wire and they just couldn't get it over the line. And as Danny Warren pointed out, they are still a very, very young squad, but they're a young squad that have been together and have learned together now over a period of time. And I think this is the best, probably one of the best examples there may well have been of that. It's a huge victory for Sunrisers, sets them up as they head into the T20 now. This is a competition they really want to do well in this year, in the last year of the regional cricket. And they've given themselves every single chance with a huge win here at Radlett. Kevin James, it's been lovely working with you.
Oh mate, I always enjoy it. Win or lose or draw, whatever it is, it's always